We're live now. Don't say this word that you're thinking of saying. You know what it is. We're all horrible, horrible people.
Adam, that was last week's running gag. Come now.
We just need to change the word. That's it. So if last week's word of the day was retard,
There we go.
There it is.
There it is. Right out the fucking gate.
Why did the stream get cut?
You cut the power.
let's see. Today is episode 104, Sunday rainy edition. Let's go back and look at our Discord for 103. Go ahead and check out the recaps, starting with Dan. You have your gifs of Dumb and Dumber, and then Always Sunny. Your thing reads as Dodging Knives 4th edition. The league dressed up Laszlo in a blue tux bait. World record speed spilling an espresso with Laszlo. Ring-a-ding-ding, we're going to follow up on leads from the Crystal Spark family to find players tied to the original hit. Edited for something. What did you do?
The espresso one was really long, so I made it simpler.
Followed by Bob chiming in lol classic.
It was classic. It was.
Did you do that like a couple of sessions ago, I think?
Yeah, he's a true fan.
A fan of the recaps, not the stream.
Specifically my recaps.
The Danisms.
Yeah, he's like a classic.
Next is Pat's 103, Project Runway. Zen puts his tailoring skills to the test to make a suit top in record time. God damn it. The Ligia hangs out at the docks. Laszlo seemingly talks to a robot, and Zen invents Dwarven coffee on the spot. Because we don't have Irish up your coffee in this universe.
Pending.
103. Alec is in the form of a screenplay of some kind. Assassin Handler. That's an interesting tux you got there. Thank you. It'd be a shame if you got stabbed while wearing it. I need the exclamation point sound from MGS before we can get discovered.
Pretty good.
Good thing I'm not the one trying to stab you, question mark. Ellipses. Invisible Assassin. That's a mighty fine drink your friend there has there. Kalos says thanks. It would be a shame if someone poisoned it. Assaults Laszlo and his coffee cup. Good thing we're not going to do that. Getting stabbed blue balling intensifies. Followed by knife emoji.
I'd be fine with it being continual blue balling if it doesn't mean I get stabbed again.
And Andrew made one even though he knew for a fact he wasn't going to be here, so in the spirit of him having done this, I'll read it anyways.
He's a real one.
The Leog got...
It's a challenge at this point, isn't
The
it?
Logue. You have to read, it's like French. It's like Beauregard. You gotta, that's...
Well, anyways, 103, Dauntless isn't here anymore. The Leog got a good night's rest in the evening. In the event Laz bites the dust, Dauntless has started to pull on the threads of his past. Callous attempts at guarding was nice, but also in my way. The League plays dress up with Laszlo. Less tux, more zoot suit, and bought some brews for a couple of fishermen. And finally, the masked assassins lived up to their names. Assassins don't equal murderers. Professionals have standards. Followed by a gif from Tom and Jerry. And then Dan, bonus Sunny reference for 103. Kalos scanning the area with the ocular pat down at the dock. While
It's okay, I've cleared him.
he's got fucking pretending to be blind.
No, he's got special shades. Love it.
And then Henry is going to be late. Posted at 2:23 a.m. So there's either two things. He is a vampire. Or
Likely.
he was out doing something that would cause him to be physically impaired
Something disreputable,
the
apparently.
following morning.
Collecting blood because he's a vampire.
True.
And Nicolas Cage was there as well.
Wow, sick reference.
Sick ref, timely ref for the kids, Adam. I see what you're doing there.
Hella
Everyone
timely.
loves Nick Cage.
Go out to the movies, folks. Go see it.
Pay $12 for a bucket of popcorn.
Bucket of chicken.
Let's go ahead and see if we can't make it so that I can actually see the chat if someone says something. Alright. Let's jump back in. So, specifically speaking, we had a fun encounter over at the docks, as you guys recapped. You met with the assassin, or contact of the assassins, rather, an individual with a very, very blank-looking mask, especially compared to the high artistic detail that you've seen in the other assassins. Their Harlequin and theater-like appearances were contrasted by what is essentially the equivalent of just an eggshell with two little dots pointed where the eyes should be. What emotion this is trying to express, you're not entirely sure. In any case, we're looking at you guys meeting up with the assassin who came via a little dinghy raft floating down the shores of the not Crescent Isle, the Sea of Embrace. Having spoken to this individual, he realized that whatever the middleman told him was not exactly the whole shebang that he was expecting. Business did not go as usual, and he threatened to leave and vacating the premises, with you guys having done nothing but waste your time and making blue tuxedo tops that honestly are not particularly fashionable to anyone who has an eye for detail.
The best in the time I had.
In any case, you guys went ahead and asked him a couple of questions before he got to skedaddling, mostly involving how would one might go about continuing finding what is needed for the party, as not every assassin cell over in the players is necessarily the same person that is trying to kill you. Whomever it was, they are not part of this guy's group, and therefore he did not have any interest in 1. Ratting out his fellow assassins by telling you exactly who and where to go, but offered some vague, cryptic, friendly advice, if you can call it friendly, and proceeded to sail away. You guys realizing, well, our jobs here is not done, but did point you towards looking towards the Crystal Spark family, to whom you suspect is the one who hired out the assassins to kill Laszlo's boss in the first place, and by proximity get his neck caught in the noose as well. You were about to get up and leave when Kalos realized, you know what, I have these special goggles that let me ping for invisible things, such as his initial use for the item was to look for the invisible sensors used for scrying spells. Instead, he got a group of an entire assassin cell looking and pointing at you guys with either murderous intent, hilarious hijinks to ensue, and just overall being a very, very interesting person to have stalking you. They followed you all the way back to the city, where they played a very, very fun series of harmless pranks. No one actually got hurt, unless you count Kalos slapping the coffee cup out of Laszlo's hands. Potential third-degree burns if it was hot enough, but it seems like, you know, it was just all in good fun, because all the assassins were visibly laughing and pointing in the same way that one meme image of, like, you walking into a room and everyone just turns around and is making these really, really awkward faces at you for having done something. Or the one that's captioned as, look who finally came out of his cave, kind of thing. Are you winning, son? But anyway, so you guys did that, and for the most part, there was a couple of other things that you guys did in the businesses to reacclimate. Potions were redistributed to the party, and everyone is gonna have a grand old time figuring out where these threads of assassinations lead. The Crystal Spark family is your #1 priority right now. However, you have yet to determine what the hell they are about. Besides their name and general occupational needs, besides that, you are a blank canvas. Imagine the essay SpongeBob wrote where it just says "the," and you have nothing else after that.
Spend all night. Things not to do at a travelet.
It is a definitive lead, though, as opposed to hunting in the dark in dingy sewers that are very well kept, asking shady individuals about the who's and who what's and what's going on in the seedy Underdark of Anupolis, not the actual Underdark, because that's a different biome entirely. But we're gonna jump back in. Daedalus is going to be relaxing over in the Morgemoth family estate, and doing things to actually... No, he wouldn't be there because he says he got kicked out until he got the dragon blood. Daedalus is gonna be in the bunkhouse, hiding underneath the covers. Don't look for him there, because
He's got a special tiny hut that is completely sound and magic proof that no one can get in and
Operated the
out
whole boat in the hiding in
And
the canoe.
Kalos is recovering from what is presumably severe dehydration.
because he refused to drink
Shame.
coffee. Actually, coffee doesn't hydrate you, so
Nope, it just makes you pee and it makes it smell funny. So, let's go ahead and see what you guys are gonna be up to as I remember to summon you into this thing.
we're still in that coffee shop, right? We ended right there. We didn't.
I think we just left, didn't we?
I wrote
can't
down the time and date on my whiteboard here. We're looking at 7 p.m. on the 17th of June. So, this is after a lot of things got done. This is the same day that you met the assassin. And for the most part, anything you want to do today is going to be in the late evening.
Oh, Henry's on.
Well, we'll give him a second to click the buttons on his computer to
User
join.
joined your channel.
And there he is. Look
Boy.
at that. He is alive and kicking. All of
I am
that, well, it wasn't 420 yesterday, so I'm not sure what the hell you were doing, but still.
I was,
Collecting
drinking.
blood.
Oh, yeah,
There you go. He was
yep.
drinking. We got him. We got him. Dan, we got him.
He's a vampire.
We got him.
But
We got him.
I'm not hungover. Just calm down, guys. It was
Okay.
just-
You
came
sound
down-
pretty
I came home late.
hungover.
Oh.
I came home late.
He came home late.
God, Mom
he was-
and Dad!
He was at the
Leave me
airport
alone.
picking up someone coming. Their flight was at 3 a.m., which actually is completely reasonable that you would be out late.
Which tracks if they were a vampire and they didn't want to be out during the
trafficking
day.
of
During the day,
humans, I
yeah.
mean, from airplane to
As daywalkers are not a thing. Yeah.
daywalkers, just sparkle in the
No,
daylight or something.
no.
I actually
That
never
ref,
watched any of
that
the movies, so
I thought we were doing current refs. That ref's out of date, Adam. Kids
It's
aren't going to
within
get
this
it.
decade, isn't
Kids
it? Well,
won't
wait, no, it's
get
not
it.
within this decade.
Kids
No, I
were-
think it's a
No.
little before.
Damn, dude, I never watched those movies. You guys want to watch that?
What,
Right
Blade?
after,
What
the,
the
right after the
Well-
Lord of the Rings marathon.
What's the baseball?
Oh, when are we doing a Lord of the Rings marathon?
Well, my semester ends this
Friday,
coming
yeah.
Friday, so probably this Friday or Saturday.
That's
Earlier
going to
the
keep
better.
The Hobbit and the great fan fiction.
Well, we were just putting on the original trilogy, the
I
regular
know.
edition, not the director's edition.
But if we're doing a marathon on Friday, let's just start it after 5, so I can be here.
After 5
PM?
US? Oh,
Yes.
fuck. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do it then. Like, if that's the time starting.
If we could do it Saturday, we could do it early too.
I'm a vampire, Dan.
Fuck yeah! See, I'll transfer you the blood that I collected yesterday.
You
I mean,
throw
the alcohol that I got yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna be probably looking at Saturday then, because if everyone wants to jump in on this, where we legally watch the movies,
Yeah!
yeah.
I'll give you my
I have
login
them-
for. I'll give you the login for my HBO if you guys want.
Can they do like sharing for that kind of thing?
I
Or
think so.
Or I could just, stream.
Adam, it's
Well,
legal.
Netflix is holding off on doing their paid passwords from the U.S. for now. But
They're gonna implement it, and they're gonna lose like 30% of their money.
Oh, I
They're
already
gonna revert.
unsubscribed to Netflix. Fuck that.
I should see if anyone who uses my thing actually watches Netflix, because
well, that's the thing with Netflix is like conveniently there's a log out all devices button that you could click at any time. So it's like
Wow.
if you really didn't want to have to you wanted to keep it, not pay out that. It's just like, sorry guys, you hit the self-destruct button, and
Well, let's see. Either way, it's not going to be till next week. I still got to get through this week, and I have stupid ass finals to do.
Yeah, you got a lot of shit.
Uh,
Lot of
it's
dumb stuff.
It's only 2 things, but they are pretty major. But I have the whole week to do them. I could, in theory, save until Friday, the day of. I
Yeah,
want
I
to
wouldn't
be
do
some kind
that.
of sicko,
Sorry.
but I'll probably do that, most of it, mañana. Oh, anyways. So, let's go ahead and see what you guys are doing. As a reminder, it's 7 p.m. on the 17th of June. You guys just did all that stuff with the assassins and want to go and do Crystal Spark family-related activities. You can wait for that tomorrow morning if you'd like, or you can try doing it now. Most businesses are closed if they're not like restaurants or any of the cafes. Things like clothing stores, the blacksmithy is closed already. Those things, the typical 9 to 5 kind of mom and pop shops are closed. The nightlife has just started though. The day is very, very young. In fact, the sun hasn't even set yet, because in June at 7 p.m. it's still up. And it will continue to go until it hits the solstice on the 21st. But that's in real life. I don't know about in this world. I know, because I made it.
if you don't know, then who does know?
In either case, as you lounge around whatever tavern or coffee lounge or cafe that you guys have gone to, Kalos has already done the proverbial slapping of coffee, and tensions are high, to say the least. The ground is stained with the very bitter liquid that you are used to putting in your mouth and not on the floor, but, the assassins have vacated according to Kalos' invisibility goggles, although who's to say they're not just, disguising themselves as regular people, walking in the front door and doing the same thing they were doing 5 minutes ago, but now in person. They wouldn't do that.
Excellent
They wouldn't
question.
do that.
That's just what you want us to think.
Well, I can throw in every red herring in the book. See that
Maybe even a real red herring.
You see that literal child who just walked in? That's an assassin. You see the...
Sleep them.
That's
Sleep
child
them.
Loki.
Sleep.
The only thing it's the logical thing. We have to sleep them.
Sleep them. Sleep them while he's swimming.
Exactly.
Speaking about coffee, I'm enjoying mine. As I say that to them.
Okay.
What are we doing, Jets? We gonna go partying? What are we doing? We haven't partied in a while.
We haven't really had much occasion to.
But we
Yeah.
can do it now.
No. I think once you guys are done enjoying your sorry, I gotta sneeze. Okay, nope. Once you guys are done enjoying your coffee, I think we should consider.
Is that some kind of sick joke?
I think we should consider going back to the bunkhouse.
Coffeeless.
Just look at the floor for a second. Oh, spilled coffee is. Yeah.
Just to recap, we don't have any leads as to
You know
Where-
nothing about this family, right?
Nope.
What's the family called?
Crystal
Crystal
Spark.
Spark.
I wouldn't go. I wouldn't go shouting that out around. This we should internal conversations we should have in private, because public-facing names and such.
I'm gonna
Well,
take out my
apparently-
compass, and I'm gonna ask it, where is the location of the head of the Crystal Heart?
Spark.
Crystal Spark family.
You take out the compass and lay it onto a nice flat surface so that it's allowed to do its business. It begins to whirl and whirl as if it is searching, kind of like the buffering icon when you have bad internet. Eventually turning and hitting in accordance to your current location. You suspect that it is pointing somewhere relative to your current destination. West.
Oh, the head of the family is west.
I
Well,
don't trust that
that's
compass. Sorry.
technically, if you think about it, that could also mean go east.
If you go east enough, you'll.
If we go east enough, you get.
Yeah.
Now we are. I know I ask this every time, but like Annapolis is like southwest in the continent, or
Nope. In the middle.
right in the middle. But we came. All right, no, but no.
We came
Raja and Locke
from
was
the
southwest. Oh, what was that?
We came from the west.
South, direct west or southwest?
Northwest, I think. Along the river.
Hmm.
All right. Well, I'm out of ideas.
All right, we'll explore this. What business are they in again? They were competing silk trader.
Yep. Let me just double check. There might be some other elements of it. We could always go back to that place where we got the blue tux material and see if we
That's
can
what I was
source.
thinking. Yeah,
If he knows.
if there's no.
Yeah, we can show them the suit and then yeah.
I don't think you should. I don't want.
Check it out.
Don't mention me.
There's some just
That's
random
what
guy that
I
fit
think-
this
I
guy's
think-
description and appeared, and
I think you did
I'm loving it. I'm still wearing it.
a respectable job given the circumstances it was made under.
We'll do it in the morning. Head over. See if we can, not go. Where's that family? Like, but like, do you know any of the brands in the region? Any of the suppliers and such? That might be a good point to
I
start.
mean, we don't have to announce that we're.
Yeah, exactly. I, don't
here's
think
the
we
thing:
should.
we don't have any ill will to this family.
Well,
Well,
I might have
technically-
some. Like,
Well, technically.
I might have a little bit, but
Look, we
it's
just
been
want to have
50 years, so I just want to.
The
I don't want to
most-
go.
the most
What,
opportune
you don't want to
and
murder the
ideal.
whole family?
No.
The most ideal scenario for, as far as our party is concerned, is a nice civil conversation. I think, where everyone is upfront and truthful.
Agreed.
If I know something about rich people, they're not civil. But
No.
They're prideful to a fault.
but
Glass half full, Kalos. Anywho,
but you have my axe anyway, so let us go and rest up, gents.
I have my sword and my bow and my axe.
Well, technically until I give it back, but you have my sword then.
Mm-hmm.
To the bunkhouse.
As we step out, two things. As we step out into the nightlife, two things. One, I guess, generally looking around, nothing looks out of place, right? It looks like a normal night. There's nothing suspicious.
Don't be suspicious.
that the naked eye can see?
Well, you can do two things. What exactly is deemed to be suspicious, and then you may look around with your special eyes. Now,
Looking around, I'm assuming that they're still around. They're still invisible. So like, this is more like if they changed their game. Are they watching? Is anybody watching us? Is anything out of place?
Well, go
I'll
ahead
let you know.
and look
Here's
with
a-
your special eyes then.
Yeah.
Go ahead and add a +5 to that there, bucko.
Just
Buckaroony.
Buckaroony.
Hit him with the bucko. Right
Hit him with that bucko.
and I know what I get you were kind of getting at, but so my bonus for insight and perception is actually exactly the same. So this roll would be the same either way. So, ooh, that's not good. You said you gave me +5.
Of course. So
Okay, that is a 14 total.
There are
You roll
people who
like-
glance around at any kind of given motion, considering it is the late well, early evening, if you consider it like that. You stepping out of the bar, people will obviously just glance over to see who is coming and who's going. Specifically, any assassins, like twiddling mustaches and pointing pointy objects in your faces, are not something that you would see every day, nor is it something you see today. For the most part, in fact, you draw even less attention because Daedalus is AFK.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, yes, we're finally someone in me.
All right. So we start walking. I'm gonna actually take a step back, hold Callus just a step back behind the old man, and ask him, "Hey, are we
Hey.
still the center of attention on this wonderful night?"
I'm gonna look around with my invisible goggles. Do I see any hidden assassins?
Odd way to pronounce that, but you need to also make sure that your eyes aren't blind. Make a perception check.
Give me 1 second. Not ready. I'm so good at these. Haha. 9.
I don't think perception is a personal thing. I would have helped, but you can't. I don't think that's a type of.
With the goggles on, you look around and you kind of look like one of those tourists that I've seen when they come and with the selfie sticks and are from particular countries over in the east. You look like a lost tourist, is what I'm saying. You're looking really high, kind of like someone who's in New York or Manhattan, looking at the look at the tall buildings.
Admiring the architecture. Oh, look at that pointy building over there. Ooh.
Generally, you just look a fool. Unfortunately, you don't see any invisible people, even if they were visible as a result of you having these goggles. Maybe they just did something else with their lives.
I'm up. Nah, there's nothing there. By the way, we're practically tourists here. Everyone's just staring at us, so.
Yeah. Believe me.
Well, did you look at yourself, your robot man?
Why the robot man? Why
Wearing that full fancy suit.
Oh, you're talking about this really, like, heavy,
Armor.
clanky armor? Yeah, I know, right? It's strange. I don't know why people are staring at me. It's like they've never seen...
It's only glowing and you know, like it's well.
It has some purple glow
I have to imagine
it.
even if it doesn't glow, it's like vibrating. It's like because of all the shit that's packed underneath it.
Well, you definitely know that, like, on my collar, there's definitely some purple glowing because of my suit that I wear underneath everything. So there's definitely, like, a purple glow to it on my neck area.
I also imagine it makes a lot of noise as you walk.
Oh, yeah. I mean, not really, because I don't have the disadvantage on stealth.
Oh, you don't?
Oh.
You put a WD-40 on the hinges.
Fuck yeah, bro. And then I put some magnets on that bitch. And I was just like, fuck yeah.
All right.
Did you guys know that there's a WD-40 cologne?
I don't even know what it smells like because
WD-40.
Yeah, but I don't smell WD-40.
You've never smelled WD-40?
I hold it far
You
away
haven't
enough from my
lived.
face.
You haven't
I don't
lived,
smell
bro.
it.
Adam, touch grass and smell WD-40.
Exactly, bro.
Okay?
Go touch grass.
Sniff chemicals.
Eat glue. Take names. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I got nothing to do tonight. If we want to head to the bunkhouse, we'll sort out a plan in the morning.
Looking around the is there a guard nearby?
There are guards aplenty.
We'll go up to one.
Punch him in
And-
the face.
Deck him in the face. No.
It's the only way for answers. It's the only way.
Sir, oh, sorry, I had a question for you if you don't mind. We're first timers here, and I was wondering if there was any museums in the capital that talk about the culture on this continent. You can point me to one, that'd be amazing.
He looks at you and blinks slowly, as if like suddenly perturbed by maybe your accent or the fact that you've addressed him. This ma'am,
It's ma'am, are you
I love
assuming
that
my
joke
gender?
in
God. Or was it a lady
Dead
though?
Island.
no, it is a dude.
Okay.
Full beard and mustache that is very well kept and trimmed and waxed and everything.
It's ma'am.
And yet it's still ma'am.
Still
Yeah.
ma'am.
I'm just a bearded woman from old-timey circus performances. That would be insulting nowadays.
I'm the bearded lady. Who are you? One of the freaks.
But they look at you up and down in your full attire of thick armor crafted by dwarven masters and inlaid with so many runes that you could basically use yourself as almost a nightlight. Uh, Museums of that sort recording history is not something that is kept readily available to the public. For the most part, it would be kept within the Sultan's record housings, and any artifacts that are worth keeping would be within his treasury.
Oh, okay. So if I would want to have like a quick on how this continent was formed, I would have to go speak to the Sultan or his record keepers, at least.
If they could make time for you, if that is the case, in this hypothetical situation.
Okay.
One does not just barge into the Sultan's palace and demand records of him nor his bookkeepers.
All right. Well,
Or do they walk into Mordor?
or do they walk into Mordor?
Sick ref for next week.
Sick ref.
Hell yeah.
All right then. I appreciate your time and sorry to startle you. I walk away.
You rejoin the rest of the League, who are waiting for you to come back from your discussion with the guard. Having realized that some things are not easily accessible to the public, like say the library over at Twin Ravens, even if it is for a fee, it is still technically publicly available. It's a bit different over here, therefore you must seek knowledge in different ways than just cracking open the spine of a book and having me exposit dialogue.
Do it.
Okay.
Bunkhouse, bunkhouse, bunkhouse.
Bunkhouse is 30 a night, if I recall.
We've paid for our nights already.
I forget how many did we pay
We
for?
have 2 more.
Oh, we have 2 more? Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
Traveling back to the bunkhouse, you are going to be just waiting out the rest of the day. No partying, as Kalos was asking for, and no blood drinking, because none of you guys are vampires, but maybe that's for the best.
Would it be worse if we did it and we weren't?
It would be.
Vampire wouldn't be very happy. Like, you fucking coming on my turf, dude.
You took my shit. What the fuck?
It's like my blood for me.
It's like going into the office and like grabbing someone's food from the refrigerator, but like, you know, it's just
My sandwich! It's like Ross when he's
Oh my god, that
Wait.
episode was great.
warning, dead bird.
fucking went mental. Like,
Just straight up went to a therapist afterwards.
my sandwich.
And you threw it out? But it was the leftover it was the leftover Thanksgiving sandwich. Oh.
Let's see. So, you go ahead back to the bunkhouse. If there's anything else you want to do, any conversations to be had, now is the time before we change over to the 18th. Take in mind, Godless is not here.
I forget. Did he share the names of the people he wanted us to look up? Because
He did last session, yeah. If you haven't
Yeah.
written down,
I did
then
not
that'd
write them
be-
down, though. I asked him
Go
to.
ahead and call Andrew right now.
Probably could, to be honest. He's in the booth. So.
No, he's probably in the office. With
I have acolyte names of Luzik is alive still, Patahaha, which is his second name, Serbi's Manu, Nefer Amen Atep, and they wanted to find their grandparents. That was what I have written down.
All right.
But that is another lead entirely related to Dauntless's thing.
I think the idea was we'd find if such a census office exists, if there's like some record of this family here.
Sounds like it'd be with the Sultan, as Alice was able to glean with that conversation with the guard just then. Sounds like historical information, people, census-y related things. Sounds about like the spot for that. So the things we need to look at is probably go back to that silk shop, but Dauntless is not here. We may not be able to get in to that region, and then possibly Sultan if you wanted to look at historical stuff and possibly find those people.
Yeah.
Two routes really that are gonna push things forward.
Oh. Guess so.
All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna go to bed if there's nothing else. Laslow's gonna go to sleep.
I will stay up those first 4 hours that he's going to be out, and then do the trance thing.
All right. Anyone else want to have a fun time with Varys as he stares at the wall?
Punch Varys in the... I mean, no, I'm okay.
You knock his coffee out of his hand.
All right. You guys go to bed, or what is the equivalent of going to bed for you people who don't actually sleep. But, go ahead and rest up. I don't think anyone's missing any health or hit points or hit dice or utility from something, because no one has been stabbed, so there's no need to expend your spell slots.
Don't sound so disappointed.
I am not disappointed, just mad.
It's almost like you wanted us to attack that handler right off, just like
Right off rip.
right off.
I've been trying to say Adam by getting stabbed in Elden Ring, and it's not worked apparently. By assassins, no doubt. As well.
Don't worry, Adam. Me and you are on the same boat. I'm also mad that I didn't stab him. It's okay.
What if I made his mask a literal target instead of just the dots? So, you guys wake up the next morning. It is the 18th, and you require sustenance to maintain, homogeneity and equilibrium, as it were. So, what's for breakfast, gentlemen?
Hey, does anyone want some dried meats?
I have my
All right. Does anyone need a ration?
I'm good.
I'll eat a ration. Yeah.
Mango.
Okay. Cool. Cool. Okay.
As you were mostly conscious for this entirety thing, you have noticed that the way that the mango comes off from the tiny tree that Zen carries around is incredibly quick. It almost looks like someone filling up a balloon, where it starts off as a little tiny shriveled bud, and eventually balloons out into a whole mango, sugary contents and all. At which point, that's when Zen wakes up, stretches, grabs for his mango, and a swarm of bees comes out of his orifice to
The mango.
eat the mango. Or if Zen wants to eat it himself. I'm not saying...
I'll give it to the bees.
Well, isn't he completely self-sustaining? Because like
Not
he
yet.
gets enough honey for one ration, and then he has the mango. So he technically
Does honey count as a ration?
If you eat the entire jar of honey
Yeah, that's kind
that you can
of.
produce in a day. You technically are self-sustaining. Zen, you can put him in a terrarium.
Do it.
Just a
Oh,
little
fucking
water.
do it.
So yeah, so he could
That's the
wake
next
up.
bad guy is gonna try and
So
capture him.
he
and put
could
him
wake
in there,
up.
like-
Actually, no, wait, because it's 2 required, and the mango only counts for 1, so he does
I've heard
need
of this self-sustaining man. I want him
He-
for
But
my
he does-
collection.
I thought he produces enough honey for 1 day's ration.
Well, the thing is, the order of operations is him and the bees need to get nutrient equal to 1 day's worth of a medium-sized creature's thing. That's what the mango provides because it's technically a good berry. So technically, 1/2 of the amount of calories Zen needs to consume comes from the morning free mango, and if you use that to feed the bees, they'll make the honey, and if Zen eats the whole thing, that's his share. So actually,
Mango
no, yeah,
man, he has the mango,
he
yeah.
is completely self-sustaining. If he just needs to eat a whole jar of honey in the morning. Now, if
Yeah.
anyone has ever done that, you know how much it is to just get like a spoonful of honey down.
It's gonna make you drowsy, right?
I think Zen can handle it.
I mean, he can,
Yeah.
whether or not he
Tougher
wants
stuff.
to. It's, you know, it's not
If
the
it's
same.
a matter of survival, Adam, I think anything.
If I
put
put
him
him
in
in
a
a
terrarium,
glass
like-
jar and cork it off and just put in a little bit of water and...
What about air? He needs air. Like, it's like...
No, you
Now
put,
remind
you
me,
put
are
plants in
monks
there.
the
There's a
class
plant.
that like eventually they
Uh,
don't need to actually take rations? They just
Yes.
kind of.
They eventually just sustain themselves off of air.
Do they
He's a-
start
he's-
eating
he's a filter
Zen
feeder.
if he doesn't give him a mango? Does he become the food
Oh.
source?
You have yet to determine what happens with the
They haven't
bees
got
if they're
hungry
not
yet.
sustained.
Uh-oh.
Whether or not they cannibalize their host, or if they merely just like, oh man.
About that.
Fucking that's kind of scary realization. Yeah.
Like, man, these bees are so nice and convenient. It's like, but as long as
Boy, God, you better.
it's like
feed
it's
them,
like we were
man.
talking about last week. There's no such thing as a friendly alligator. They're just an alligator that's not
Sated,
not hungry.
But I've seen videos of people playing with them online. What are you talking about?
Hey, those videos from Florida don't fucking count, right? They're just weirdos and different kind of people.
Really.
Florida Man, the most powerful superhero. So, the rest of you can take care of your thing. Zen goes through his perpetual cycle of nourishment, which can be, again, sustained indefinitely, so long as he has possession of the tree, and can stomach...
I don't want to eat a jar of
I don't want to eat the jar of honey.
Eat it.
You will eat the honey. And you don't have to have the bees produce the honey, but just take in mind that a jar of honey is kinda heavy, I guess. You can want to use it as a getaway trap, you just throw it behind you, I guess. But you lose the jar.
If any bear is in the vicinity, just
Hey, that is a racial stereotype.
bear. Or you find me a bear. They like can honey.
You see a desert bear just come at you. Rawr.
Desert bear. Wild ideas you have, Henry.
I could totally see there being a desert bear. All right, Adam's very creative.
It's not to be confused with the dessert bear. One extra S.
Coming to a local Carvel near you sometime soon.
So, morning ritual is taken care of. Make sure your spells are appropriately acquitted, and you're ready to tackle the day, because it is the next day. Exiting the bunkhouse, the first thing that you go to is...
Probably the tailor's place, right?
Well, we probably. I mean, I guess the idea is to ask because you said there was more than one tailor. There's just different. It's just different.
We want to walk up to the posh place. Right.
We should probably just go directly to the posh place.
We've
If
got a
we're
rapport
allowed.
with that guy already. So.
Yeah.
Go there.
The
Posh
idea is,
place!
yeah, the idea is to ask around and see if they're willing to divulge that info.
Huzzah!
Well, you can just be like, are these locally sourced? If so, where?
Oh shit, that's fucking cool.
So, exiting the bunkhouse, you make your way towards the upper city. That way, you need to pass through a series of one checkpoint in order to get through. Dauntless not being here, they kind of question your motives and question you thoroughly. One of which is, what is your business here in the city?
The tailor.
Further tailoring needs for the princess, I say in my Ulrich voice, because I would have liked to have changed into Ulrich before we'd arrived to this checkpoint.
Still in the suit.
No.
That might make things
I was
worse.
asked by Zen to not be in a suit, so yeah.
Crackhead in a burlap sack wants to...
Let me in, please.
Wants to enter the
You see this? This isn't done. I need to go see a tailor.
Look what they did to my fucking suit.
As they ask this Ulrich figure their business, one of them goes over to... see who's the lucky person today? Who's number 1, 2, 3... Fzen. One of the guards asks you what your business is.
We're going to the tailor for a princess. I show him my on my arm.
Generally speaking, you're a bit shorter than most people, so he has to physically look down at you in order to look at your armband and you as a whole. He looks over the rest of the party and realizes that the princess is not with your company. Asking Zen once more, and where is the princess this fine morning?
That's not fair.
That's not fair. Oh, I think she's in the office right now. Actually,
She's fucking fending off a reptile.
She's at the county.
she's fucking fighting Godzilla right now, bro.
Yeah,
That's
hold
what
on,
she's
man.
doing.
Crocodile broke out as Andrew's freaking the fuck out.
Nice, relaxing.
Quick,
day
feed it a
at the,
supplement, like-
bathhouse. On some errands.
Very well. Who is going to sign the ledger?
I thought we weren't allowed to sign the ledger. I thought I would sully the ledger with our...
With our signature.
Yeah.
Well, someone has to sign for the group as a
I'll
whole.
fucking sign the ledger. I
Generally
will sign the
speaking, it
ledger.
was the
Has the
princess
best
before.
handwriting.
I think you'd probably have better handwriting than me, to be honest. Considering you
I
were
didn't
able
know how
to
to
read,
read.
but you have very dexterous hands. So, yeah, sure. I'll write the name on there.
You write whose name?
Ulrich. Yeah, alright. Alright, on behalf of Princess Hualong.
They close the ledger and step aside. None of the guards point any pointy objects at you, and you're allowed to enter the upper half of the city. There, the people are very well dressed, nothing like the blue sackcloth that you made earlier, and are generally very well tailored, with a lot more care than about half an hour.
I think it was pretty good for the time we had, so... This is slander, Adam.
Well, you ever
High
seen that Asian guy who does the cosplay of just like painting his belly?
Yes, yeah.
That guy is a genius. And you guys go to the tailor. In this case, the individual is present. His shop opens early in the morning, and he closes relatively early as well. Let me go ahead and click open this.
Because he has a family.
Indeed. His pair of nose bridge pinching monocle, that's weird.
Double monocles, just...
Double monocle, or just regular pair of nose bridge sitting glasses, is currently attending a mannequin torso, completely bereft of any legs, head, or limbs, trying to make it fit so that it is presumably going to be fitted onto a very wide-shouldered individual. Man, woman, beast, horse, who knows? Would be a centaur. In either case, as you enter, there are tiny little doorbell chimes hanging from the corner frame of the door, and very slowly the individual, without dropping any of his concentration on the mannequin, turns his body to face... Good morning.
Morning.
Hello.
May I help you?
Yeah, we want to look around. For some more clothes.
Yes.
Possible, yeah.
What is it you are looking for today?
Just like maybe something a little bit easier, and so just some information about some of the local dealers of your materials, to sort of get a better lay of the land on behalf of the princess. Understanding just some stuff about the materials would be great, because we bought that lovely blue from you yesterday.
All right, you people.
Yes.
Yeah.
One of our gang actually took a liking to the self stitching, and you know.
You say so.
I heard that the person wearing it liked it as well. So there's that.
An odd request the other day. I'm used to doing custom tailoring jobs and refittings, not doling out my raw materials for any yahoo who walks into my storefront.
Sure.
Do you produce your own materials, or do you outsource them?
No, my old bones can't go ahead and make everything that I need. Considering how long it takes to shear a single sheep, and my fingers not being able to bend all the way sometimes would be a pain in the neck. So no, I am not my source of materials. Considering the vast amount of materials that I go through on a weekly basis, it would be very inefficient if I made my own materials, especially things like cotton. Those are requiring many hands to get the little bulbous things that eventually turn into cotton threads.
I think, yeah. What's the layout of the
That
shop
and the
look like?
wool as well.
Little sheepies.
I also deal in different materials used for sturdier things. Canvas and thatched materials made from plant fibers can be used for tougher materials that are used for things like the seat of your pants if you are riding on a horse for long periods of time. You don't want a cotton buttocks, as it will come apart very easily. Leather materials are also extremely valuable in these parts for shoulder pads, elbow pads, and generally thicker materials requiring a... What was that on about again?
DM, what does the rest of this place look like? Is there like little sections for like material piles that he has? Like, is there any silk that we can see as he's like going on
He
about
doesn't just
stuff?
have bolts of silk.
I don't know what
out.
the shop layout is like, so
Well, it's just a
ask.
bunch of mannequins and different displays that show off the clothing he's made himself. There's also a fitting room that has a nice curtain that can be drawn across, and a large workstation that is covered in all sorts of gizmos and gadgets that can be used to clamp down materials to hold them in place. Little baubles filled with hundreds of little pins that are used to hold materials in place as well. And the whole place generally has a colorful attire of the walls being painted a very royal purple. Most of the corners are painted goldish tinge, goldish yellow. And in general, everything here looks expensive as hell.
Okay.
How
Is there
about
any silken clothes on his displays?
There are silk clothes for men, women, and little ones for people who are grown high, short people.
Grown short people. Okay.
I asked the tailor. Do you work in silk a lot, or
Silk, yes, many of the more expensive clientele prefers to work in silk. From political heads to the Sultan himself when he feels like popping his head out of that palace of his. And the big Morjamoth family also. They are very much proprietors of silk garb. From their robes to their shoes, and even headdresses for when they go out in the intense desert heat.
I can see that.
It is primarily used by people who can afford it, as many companies around here are very expensive when it comes to charging for their silk. But I assure you, the quality is fine, and my craftsmanship is second to probably not a lot of people.
Do you source your silk in local regions or further west, such as like the Navarre family?
I get my silk from a very, very nice group of people.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it one of these pieces here is made by them? And I point to some of the silk and stuff, or made by them those materials.
I get my silk from just one place, as they have been having shopped around for quite some time, have the best prices that I can reasonably make a profit off of. And all of my garments made of silk here are from the same company, yes.
If I go
Okay,
over and inspect some of the silk, is there any like signifiers of who the silk may be from?
It has the manufacturer's symbol, not the
Okay.
distributor's symbol.
As I'm having a look, I ask you what family is it, or what company?
I get my materials from a very nice group of people who go by the name of the Crystal Spark family. They have been doing this business for... Honestly, I kind of forget my times. I almost forget my own birthday if it wasn't for the fact that I have it written down on the calendar. But they've been around, and are doing quite well.
Really? Well, we came here via Raja and Locke, so silk over there is mostly Navarre, so we didn't.
Yes, it's
Well,
region.
transporting silk can be a tricky business across the desert, so people tend to hold a little, essentially a region to themselves, to distribute their materials. So maybe far to the west you have that family, and then on this side of the country you might have the Crystal Sparks, and then maybe if you go down further south you might have a different district. That is to say, what?
No, I'm not. I was waiting for you. I thought you were. I kept thinking you were finishing. No, I was waiting for you to
I'm
finish.
still going. I could ramble for hours.
You finish your sentence, and then I'll.
Oh, I intend to, Sonny. Now, if you go far to the south, there's a different group of people, and if you go maybe to the tippity-top north, you probably have some group of fine silk distributors. Now, I'm not just saying that one is better than another, but the, well, I am saying that, because I'm using one. But it's...
So you have the eastern supplier.
Yes, logistical costs of transporting from other places, it's within my best interest to locally source it from people within my neck of the woods. Getting a little Sean Connery in there.
So the Crystal Spark family is local, then? They operate here out of Annapolis, or...?
They have their fingers in all sorts of different pies, if the pies are different cities, but, they have their manufacturing in places generally around Annapolis, but if you want to go to them for, say, a business arrangement, you can find them around this district. They have a relatively quaint establishment. It is, not as big as any of the, say, palaces around here. It kind of looks like my business. Probably about twice the size. in terms of the overall length of the building. But that's mostly because they deal in more than just silk trade. Primarily, they started off their business in mining, and eventually branched out when they had enough capital to do some experimentation. And it worked out quite well for them, as on this side of the country, there was different... desert is a pain in the butt to travel across, so... But...
Trust me, we know.
Oh, it's hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, sphinxes are assholes too. I mean, yeah, desert is hot. And sand gets everywhere.
That's
Hey,
true.
It's coarse and rough.
And then cleaning this thing, you can only imagine how fucking annoying it is.
So your low prices, is that like a exclusive thing between you and the Crystal Spark, or is that like just their set prices? Because like I said,
We have a bit of a legacy deal going on
Gotcha.
here. I've been working with them since their early days of starting the silk part of their trade. And we have almost like a, I wouldn't say a buddy-buddy relationship. It's still very business-oriented, but I on occasion go out to dinner with some of their head honchos, and we just shoot the shit, as it were.
So it's a good business arrangement.
Yes, it is a good business relationship that I have with those folks. Very nice men and women there. Always accommodating, and again, it's best that they do their thing. Now, whatever other families you may be accustomed to in terms of silk trade, I have no ill qualms about them, but again, if I wanted to source their materials, I would have to have the couriers bring it across the entirety of the desert. Or I could just walk up the street. So, I'll let you do the thinking on which one would be better for my old bones.
I know which one I'd like better.
Oh, trekking across half the continent? Fuck yeah, it's amazing.
I sense a bit of sarcasm in your voice.
He's a cynical kid. What can we say?
But it's fine. I deal with all sorts of types.
Ah, yes, that 37-year-old kid. Yes.
Technically,
relatively.
technically 27.
Emotion.
But whatever.
Officer, please.
Emotionally, I'm 15 right now.
ID this
Chronological
fucker right
age
now.
is but a number. It's the,
Okay, we're careful.
It's emotional development that counts
Careful.
here.
Fucking hell.
Oh, technically, well, Varys, how old are you again?
I have a number written down, but I always said Varys was supposed to be like the elven equivalent of 21, so that plus 10 years,
Get the fuck out, no
So,
way.
100, I think, is...
maybe.
Hell,
I have
don't know.
57 down, but then we kind of made to the point that might have been a little too young, so 57 is the age I have down, but that's with an asterisk as far as like what
In
elven.
cat years, so what was that? Look it up.
I'm actually looking it up now.
Human to elf years.
They reach adulthood around 100, but live up to 750. So, I guess 110?
And that ballpark, give or take, maybe like 5 years.
I mean,
Okay.
technically, considered all of you folk are fucking old as shit, I am a kid to you guys.
Anything to ask the proprietor of this
He said up the
textiles?
street. He says up the street. When he says that.
Relatively speaking, it could be like literally up the street, could require a couple of extra turns, but who knows? If it's in this district, it's in this district. There are few shops around here, as many of them are not, well, different trades don't need to be that expensive, so you don't need a bakery to sell you a $30 loaf of bread. Unless there's a market for that.
Always a market for it. Well, I have some garnets and stuff I'd like to get appraised, as well as possibly following up on some silk. So we can surprise the princess with something nice. That'd be good.
So, are you here to make a purchase? If you're looking for something light and decorative, I do have a series of scarves that you can wrap around your brow. Good for keeping the sweat out of your eyes, and generally speaking, puts a nice little extra tinge on the world around you.
Oh, go on then. Yeah, I'll have a scarf. I'll have a
There are head mannequin
spark
busts
scarf.
that are very robin blue in color. They are mildly opaque and essentially are supposed to be not completely covering your head like a regular turban or headdress, but just goes around your forehead, wraps around the back, and is essentially a not a sweatband, but because that's kind of gross.
I'm ready
but,
to work out.
But it's silky.
Would I be able to have one
headband.
just like a kind of like a headband? Okay, not like a loose scarf.
No, it's like a silky headband.
Okay. I will take a silky headband.
You can see that the mannequin has it slightly drawn across, like maybe 20% above the eye, so it's not blindfolding you, but like it is used to essentially do what the job of the brim of a hat is to keep the sun out of directly beaming into your eyeballs. In any case, these aren't free, so I need you to pay him money.
I
The
will
total
pay you money.
cost of this is a total of 60 Samir.
I hand you 60 Samir. Can I get like a purpley one?
They come in a variety of colors, and indeed they do come with the culturally appropriate and fashionable royal purple.
Hell
Or
yeah.
pale.
Alternatively, there's another one that is slightly more lavender, and another one that kind of looks like the one that Barney the dinosaur is.
Barney the dinosaur one, please. Now, lavender. Lavender it is.
And you said up the street in case we wanted to buy the raw, instead of taking your raw materials. If we wanted to, my friend here wanted to continue.
Well, don't go
His hobby.
taking all of my silk if you're gonna go talk to them.
Oh no, just curiosity.
Is
Like,
there a
that's a-
name
that-
that-
that's
for
a-
someone
that's a
there
joke.
that we can, if we do go over there, to be like, oh yes, great folks,
we're basically want
Stitching.
like a small amount, just to keep
For
up.
the
It's a
princess,
hobby.
yeah.
We're not looking to compete.
I see. Varys, go ahead and make a persuasion check. The fact that you said compete put him on edge.
Okay.
Fuck you, in
Add
the
a
back of his head,
+5 to that.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
have-
run you out of business, old
I'm
man.
gonna add my d6 to this.
Alright.
So
And a
So plus-
+5. Just
+5.
yeah.
okay, so I got
You fucking
+1,
blind the
+1,
old man so he doesn't feel like
+7.
blind
Let's
from
see how this
glasses.
goes.
Pockets in.
+7 total. Let's see what we get. Oof, thank God. 23 total.
With all those things in mind, you kind of
fair-
look him dead in the face with the stern intent of, yes, I'm not going to run you out of business and make it sure that your family's family and generations to come feel my wrath. You don't say that. In fact, you are very, very amicable to his needs and wants, and he looks at you with a face that only a grandfather would understand. I'm not sure where I was going with that. In either case, he kind of narrows his vision, but then kind of resets his facial expression after you said compete, and then like looked at him dead in the face. Is like, I see. Anyways, if you are going to go to them and you feel like throwing my name around like it's a brick, intending to break the barriers of commerce, not their actual windows, please don't break their windows. You may call me Nino.
Nino.
Let's find a blank spot to put that.
Nino the tailor.
No, my pen's running out. No.
Oh no.
Guess you'll just have to write in blood.
Bookkeeper, no! Lore keeper, no!
Well, you guys aren't writing.
Of course we are. That's just my nickname for you in my head.
Wow. Is there anyone there that we may be introduced to when we go in? Kind of having a name basis would be useful for us.
Well, I think the secretary.
Put our best foot forward.
I think whoever they have ants.
Well,
like,
I don't know who's working today. I usually have my
Yeah.
contact, and I kind of just skip over the the middleman between me and speaking to them. I'm allowed to just walk in, more or less.
Whoa.
I have
Cool.
been working with them for quite some time. I think it's getting on the almost 50-year anniversary, almost. Something akin to that. But, as
Nice.
I ramble on, I'm sure you folks want to get on with your day with a fancy new headscarf. Go ahead and flaunt that as you will.
I will.
And if the rest of you would like to purchase any of my goods, not all of them are made of silk. Again, I have cotton, wool, and leather as my most used materials. I would highly recommend not getting a leather headband.
I was gonna say, you fucking... That would hurt so much to wear.
Gonna walk out of the tailor shop. Alright.
The tailor shop, Henry, is called the Stitch and Barter, if you want it.
Oh shit, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Stitch and
The
Barter.
Stitch and Barter.
50-year anniversary, huh, guys? What was kind of close to someone else. These fuckers quick on the old startup. Okay.
You exit the building with your fancy headscarf. It has even been pre-spritzed with a bit of perfume to match the coloration. Lavender with lavender coloration.
Sleep.
As you go around with it, it is kind of, you know, just like having a... holding a... not roofing yourself, no, not chloroforming yourself with it, but like it is in very close proximity to your olfactory senses, so...
I'm calm now.
Lavender for days.
Oh. Cool. Good information. Before we proceed in or go find it, what's our MO? Names?
We are.
Ask around it.
Here's the thing. The original request came from pretty high up, so this is about getting a meeting with someone.
Wait, what, a meeting? Yeah.
I don't know. Like, that's how we want to proceed about this. Like,
No, how do you want to proceed, Philip?
Probably like under the guise of like on behalf of the princess. But the really bad thing about that is that House Navarre is also tied in with the Modrimovs now, so competitors and all.
well, is it competitors in the sense that?
The Navarre family is one.
Well, is that
so-
still the case, or do you look
I think
where
it'd
they
be-
are? Do you think the Morgemoths? It's like, are they really still competitors at this point, considering that where they are located so close to the Morgemoths? Like, do you think? Like,
I don't
did they fall under the same
I don't know.
umbrella?
I don't know.
What you could also do is not coming at it from the Mordremov angle, but coming at it of the Pearl Divers angle. Say that you're here on behalf of the Pearl Divers, and that you want to set up some sort of negotiation.
But what's the connection between a silk and pearls?
Fucking fancy digs. What else?
I mean,
Other than that,
high
is there,
risk,
like-
high
is there a-
reward.
Is there a more straightforward way to go about things? To just maybe find names out and then do more background research? Once
I
that's
mean, the high
names
risk,
have been
high
found out.
reward thing is to also just drop the Navarre name and just say, "Hey,
Hey, there are these
remember
guys that are trying-
Alexio?"
I already did that underground. I don't want to do it again.
You did it once. Might as well do it again.
I said I don't want to do that. I just think what the goal would be. I'm just trying to figure out a goal between us as a group.
Well, the goal,
Well, the
the
goal
end
is
goal
for you.
is
for you to get the fuck out of that contract.
for you is just to talk to someone who is either involved or has reliable knowledge of events that occurred 50 years ago, and for them to say, "Hey, this is where it all went down. This is where this all started. This is where we dropped the names, and so to speak." And yeah, be
Well,
like,
so
yeah,
my
we
goal
just-
in here then is to just get
is
some
to find the
names.
original
That's-
contact point and find.
Yeah, so I want to find names, but how I'm trying to figure out how we go about that. That's the.
Yeah.
Okay, well yeah, we'll just go in and say like we're from just come from Citrobata. Heard that this is where they do dealings. I just want to pop in and say thanks for the fucking headband. By the way, who's your boss? Like,
I feel like we should probably come up with a better plan.
that's
than,
why
like,
I'm saying it now. So I want everyone to chip in and like help me out here. 'Cause it shouldn't just be a one man idea show. I want to try and throw a few things out. Despite what we said last week, I don't think it should be completely.
Well, I threw out my idea, and you said you didn't want to do it. So
That's just like that's an extreme idea. But
Well, we don't know enough. We don't know the structure of this family, so we need to know. That's the problem. We don't know. I mean, we could. I mean, at that point, again, public records not really seeming to be a thing. Maybe the best part is to just go in and just ask around and say, hey, we keep hearing about this family, but we don't know much about it. We're not from here, and we're looking to do some. Maybe I don't know.
I can just ask on behalf of the pearl divers. We'll try that.
Yeah,
well,
I was gonna say.
you could do that, right?
I'm not saying to start a business, but maybe to sort of get some samples that we could take back at some point.
Yeah, because
you could say, hey, we're sampling. We stopped by the Navaris, and we're just
on
kind
tour.
of the Thurno Dolan is looking for
potential silk
yeah.
dealings. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, that works.
Do we have to leave the upper district to go to this place?
No, it was in the same district.
Okay. Because there's one little thing I was considering doing, but I don't want to. It's not that important at the moment. It's just something before we leave this district I might pop in and ask.
Sure.
Yeah, but it's not that pressing.
Okay then, let's find the Crystal Spark family's business. You are going to find it somewhere in this district, but how you go about that is up to you guys. Will you keep your nose to the ground and listen and smell like a dog for some reason? Or will you be using your communication skills to just fucking ask someone like a normal person?
We said up the street, so I'm gonna go up.
I mean, I like
the
that
street.
second option too, though. That second option.
Well,
That sounds very scary.
Dog-like activities.
I'm not one of those toxically masculine people who can't ask for directions. So
No, I am. I'm gonna keep my nose to the ground.
I don't need this GPS.
I haven't been lost for 5 hours. I don't know what you mean. Like fucking heavily dehydrated.
Rick, let's just ask for directions. No! I got this. I don't need a fucking GPS.
I am a super genius. I don't need to do this shit.
I've never proclaimed myself as a super genius. I'll have you know. Jeez.
So what's the game plan? I don't know if we were being ironic about any of these sorts.
Smell the floor.
I'm gonna keep an eye out for the iconography of the family's
No, we don't know what that is.
I thought you saw it on the silk that you were.
No, it's the manufacturer of the guy of Nino that made it. Right.
Oh, okay.
Or was that?
well.
Was that? Or did I mishear you on that, Adam?
No, you're good.
Good. Well, he said that the building we're looking for is slightly bigger than the one we were just in styling, but I don't know if that's the case for everyone here. And it's probably not a bad idea to try and look for some kind of like icon that is synonymous with either a mining and or silk family. Like a pickaxe hitting a worm. I don't know.
An awful idea of just smacking a silkworm with a pickaxe to get its goods.
Smack that silk out of him at one-time use. So, I know you got to cultivate him.
Don't they
He said up the street, so I'm not going to go down the street. I'm going to go up it.
Alright, so are you guys gonna just follow Laszlo?
You mean Ulrich? Fuck yeah.
You mean
For the moment.
Searsworth? I mean,
You mean
You mean the
Yeah.
other fucking 50 names that he has? Hell
we?
yeah.
This is the goal. This is my motivator
Ivan.
for you guys. You can
Bro,
finally just call me Laszlo, and then
That is the fucking
It's
goal. I'm
solved.
done. I'm done with calling you Ulrich, bro. I want to call you Laszlo again.
Laszlo's not even his name either.
I
I know,
know,
but that's like what that's what he can That's what he's known for.
Yeah,
though.
all
It's
the-
not
I know.
Siegeworth.
Like,
Fuck that
all
guy.
of
Like I
Dan's
said,
characters that he makes in games now are
We've
just
said,
Laszlo now.
we've said a bunch of times he could have just given us the name Ivan, and we could have gotten used to calling him that. But it's like, no, I'm a man.
I'm a mysterious man. You make name for me. All right. You can either be,
What a fucking
you can either be
caveman.
Harold or fucking
Harold with an A.
Laszlo, or which one, bro?
That's lesson learned. That's what I'm saying.
Nope. Lesson learned.
Do it more. That's what I'm hearing. Okay. Well, yeah. We'll just go look around on the left and the right as we walk up the street until we see something that kind of clicks with the description that we've been given of like a slightly larger building.
After Laszlo makes that decision, I turn to the rest of the boys. How long do we give him until we just ask a guard for directions?
You know, there was a guard right there. And I like nod, like do my hand over. There's a guard right there.
There
If
are
I-
guards littered all over the place.
If I leave a shop, I'm not gonna go guard.
Excuse me, sir.
He just said it's up the street. We can find a shop, surely. He said not that many more shops in this fucking district.
Yeah,
We
guy
might find a
said
cool shop.
a
Like,
guy said that to me once. Like it's up the street, but it was really up the street, around the corner, and 3 blocks down. So yeah.
It's
This guy's
up a
old.
street. Never said which one. So, types of shops around here besides the Stitch and Barter are the magical item shop that you guys were doing stuff before, the alchemist, which is not to be confused with an herbalist, which is a different thing. Of course, there's also the Morjamoth's family jewelry dispensary and manufacturing, but that is not your destination. Yours is the Crystal Spark family, which is known for mining, silk trade, and who else knows what other venture capitalistic things they have gone into in the time between you being sent overseas.
tomfoolery. Check.
Go ahead and make a survival check, Laszlo.
Easy
I'll help
level
him.
check.
I'll help him. You can have advantage on that.
Okay.
Haha, so he is taking help. Go ahead
Secretly.
and hand in your man card.
No! I got a 17.
Thanks to the
don't know what you're
urban
doing.
ranger over here.
Known for living in the trees of the concrete jungle.
Hey,
With-
Dominus is a very varied.
And you lived in the
This is-
trees.
I did live in the trees.
Yeah, exactly. You like treehouse boy.
Trees,
fucking-
buildings, tree houses, same thing. So, with very, very keen observations from Varys' side, he guides you kind of like you're trying to bring an old man and his walker to get his medication in the kitchen, and Varys is playing the grand child who is like guiding him, and he's going, "Mhm, yep, Grandpa, that's nice about World War II.
Throw a Werther's over there to get him like. What is that, Werther's?
But they do eventually guide you to a building that is presumably larger in both width and a little bit in height relative to the Stitch and Barter. There is even a nice Crystal Spark family logo, which, for the purpose of what it looks like, is a light blue crystal, kind of like a quartz, that is 3-pronged and has a pickaxe embedded into the middle crystal. They have not adapted silk trade into their icon or logo, because not sure where you just stick a bunch of silkworms without it looking like a bunch of puke. And the silk cocoons wouldn't look right, would just be a bunch of white balls everywhere. So they kept it with just the crystal and the pickaxe, hanging from a nicely made metallic sign, and the front door, which is decorated with the same symbol, has a very ornate knocking mechanism, a beautifully gilded handle for which to pull, and a presumably jewel-encrusted slidey peephole that can be opened from the opposite side. And business is currently underway, as you can see from a very stained window that is stained the same bluish light color as the Crystal Spark family's logo. You can see that people are moving on the opposite side of the window, unless those are just spooky ghosts or something.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Guys, some ghosts are in there.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Already, guys? I looked at
When are
I
we
see
ever
what
ready?
you did. I see what you did
Zen's
there.
like, what are you doing? Is he picking his nose? Like, play with a bee? Like,
Jerking off.
I imagine, no, we would not be doing that
Oh.
in public. In the
You don't know Zen.
We've
I
already
know
almost
you-
been arrested for public nudity, so like
Yeah.
that would be just the
not
next
strike
step.
two. Like,
Exactly. You don't know Zen. Shit.
He's actually
mean,
on a
Zen
list.
doesn't
His
even
name's
know
actually on a
Zen.
list back in Gromnil.
It's actually a suit.
that's why you can't go there anymore.
He's banned from all the beer contests because he won 10 years in a row.
It's too good. Gotta get this guy gone. He's gonna
We
just
get
rule
we
the
get
industry.
to we get to Gromnil. Oh my god, is that the famous Zen? Holy
The
fuck!
missing guy.
The missing link to all the dwarven
The missing
history.
link. See Zen walking like in the
Everyone
forest.
just
Homo
bows
erectus
down to his
fucking
glory.
thing.
Yeah, Zeno. He's the missing dwarven link.
The missing dwarven prince of all.
Zen erectus, which is just an euphemism for morning
Oh,
wood.
no.
Anyways, so you guys are loitering outside of this building, talking about how Zen is some sort of national hero in places where he doesn't know. What are you going to do? Are you going to ring... If there's anyone who can answer the door? You're gonna ding-dong ditch?
Yeah, I'm a ding dong dish and then leave a bag full of shit in it burning. I mean, knock on the door. I mean, or hit the doorbell.
There is a nice knocker that is made of a very heavy material, some sort of metal, if you will. It resounds with a almost gong-like tenor as you hit onto the front time, presumably either 2 to 3 knocks. You hear then shuffling on the other side, at which point someone opens the peephole. You can see that their eyes are very narrow and beady, and are on opposite sides of their face. Kind of like some sort of lizard.
Hello. I'm here on behalf of Therno Dolin from the lands of Rutosh, possibly looking for.
Jesus Christ.
Of Laszlo's Pearl Divers from Rutosh. We're currently on continent, and we were looking for conversations surrounding silk. And yeah, we heard from Nino of the Stitch and Barter that you were the place to go to.
You got a card?
I was not given a card, no, but I was told by Nino just moments ago that this was the place to go to.
Not Nino's card. Do you have a card for your business?
I don't know if I would have a card for my business, but I do have this, and I show my shoulder with the stuff that we were given when we were official.
Are you gonna give me the symbol or something? You don't have any kind of thing that I can take and put into my records for your business?
One moment. No, we don't have anything, so no, not yet. But I can get something arranged.
Already off to a bad foot there, bucko.
What's with the bucko? Okay,
Today's the Bucko's day.
he's got to get his bucko meter up.
So what is it you need?
Possible samples, and I have discussions on behalf of them regarding possible trade that we could set up. We trade in pearls. I don't know if that's something your company or family is potentially interested in branching into. Just sort of going around to try and gauge interest of various families within the regions. And likewise, we may be interested in possibly bringing silks to the shores of Ritosh.
You can hear some extra shuffling, slightly off screen, and eventually another pair of eyes butts into the same peephole. Did I hear that right? You're with the Laszlo's Pearl Divers?
Yes.
The ones that are working with the Morgemoth family?
Mm-hmm.
For pearls?
Yeah.
And you're trying to offer them to us?
Well, we're more interested in purchasing silk. It's less selling the pearls, more purchasing the silk from somewhere. But I mean, if you're interested in purchasing pearls, obviously that's something we could run up the chain and ask. But we were more.
Like
I
I
think
said, going around and fielding
we're looking
questions.
at different silk distributors. We're looking for like the raw materials and stuff like that. Just who we think would be the best fit to like kind of purchase directly from.
You're tossing up a lot of different things that you guys want. So, let's pick one thing at a time to discuss. What do you want to do first? You want to get samples? You want to start a business arrangement? You want to step on the Morgemoth's foot and try to take away their pearl divers, even though you're the ones who are representing the pearl divers, but you're coming to us, who are not the Morgemoth family? I'm kind of confused. We can get you samples. That's easy.
I mean, that sounds like a good start. I mean, we started with the Navarre family, but like everything we did, kind of looking to them, told us to come here and ask around here too. So
One of the pair of eyeballs vacates the peephole, and you can hear them running to and from one location to another. Eventually, they slide in what is essentially like a folded up napkin shape, but it's like a silk swatch of cloth. The kind that you would like reasonably use to like patch up a seam or like a hole in your pants just by stitching over it. That's your cloth sample of silk. Go ahead, touch it.
Reach my
I
hand
touch
out
it,
and sort of,
yep.
yeah.
It is a very, very fine and silky material, as you can imagine. The thread count is extremely high that you cannot feel any rough surfaces at all. Everything is also very well packed together, and giving it a little tug, you can see that you do not find any gaps between each thread, meaning that it is held together with almost cement-like efficiency. Almost has a bit of sturdiness to it, and yet is still incredibly flexible. Has not been dyed, therefore is still the stained white cloth. So what do you think?
I
Feel
like
good, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Next order of business. You want to talk with someone.
If that's reasonable, yep. Is that yeah. I'm not over speaking. That sound good to us?
Well, whether or not we're the ones that you want to be talking to is up to your discretion. So, what sort of business would you be liking to conduct?
Silks. bringing silks over to Rutash would be the main thing.
Interesting. You are aware that we are currently in the middle of a desert, and we would need to transport them out of the desert, then to the coast, across the seas, and then to Rutash. You'd be willing to understand that those costs are exorbitant?
Like I said, we were
Yes.
told to start with the Navaris, but we ended up here just by way of
Word of mouth. And
well,
your
just
good
circumstances.
reputation.
Your name kept coming up in whenever we broached the subject with other people, so we figured we wouldn't be doing our due diligence unless we had a conversation with your people.
And you couldn't strike a better deal with the people out west?
It's it's up in the air. Nothing's been set in stone yet. We're still.
I mean, we understand that they're also working with the Mordremoths, but understandably, as you've mentioned, it's a very long distance. So, if there are conversations to be had of possibly bundling up a whole slew of resources to take over to Rutash, I think it would enrich the whole area. But yeah, that is a conversation to be had that may be different from the one we're having now.
The two
But as it
pairs of
stands,
eyeballs
yeah.
turn and look at each other, and immediately shut the door for the little slidey peephole.
How high up is the slidey peephole?
Let's see. Putting the slidey peephole, it was approximately about 3 feet off the ground.
Oh, I had to crouch to have people
Without using my primeval awareness, am I getting any
Oh!
inkling that because you used the word lizard eyes? Am I getting any inkling that?
You have found your dragonoids, a pair of
Fucking
2 kobold doormen.
Get him!
We need their blood! Go, 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 go!
Oh, by the way, we also need your blood.
Just wanted to let you know, the Mordremoth had this weird tradition, and I'm gonna need your blood.
You pay the toll.
We were specifically told not them.
Yeah, I know.
I know, we're just fucking around.
Give me your blood now.
Haha, just just a little vein tap.
Unless fucking cleaves his head off. Like, wow.
Well,
One of the doors here opens. It's a double door, and 1 knocker per each door. Only one of them opens, and seen before you is the most dapper dressed little guy you've ever seen. He's kind of dressed like somewhere between a butler and a very, very fancy waiter. Black and gold and purple are the main colors of his attire. If he had hair, you'd presume it would be slicked back, but he is completely bereft of hair. Instead, you can see that his head has been polished with some sort of Vaseline-like material so that it shines in the desert sun. He wears no spectacles, but you can surmise that if he were to, he would be wearing very thick-rimmed bottle cap glasses. His scales have been also polished and trimmed in certain locations to almost look like it is spiky hair, almost. The individual... Almost. He is quite very lanky, as you can imagine. And he walks with a sort of almost manufactured stride. Not so much like a hobbling creature that is out to get you and give you your treasures to his dragonoid master kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
The other one, that is not the one answering the door, is dressed slightly less lavishly, as if to show some sort of differentiation in rank. Same color and similar attire, however his scales have not been polished to the same extent. While it is still shiny, it does not have an almost mirror-like luster to it. On the interior, you can see that there is essentially an airlock system where you have 1 door, an open room, and then another door behind it, so that if you broke into, say, this first one, you'd still be met with another door. There are two different handles on the interior, one that can be reasonably reached by shorter people, and one that is for regular-sized humanoids to reach, so that you don't have to crouch just to turn the damn doorknob. Now that the door is open, the individual kobold who has stood before you in his fancy attire directs you towards entering before he closes the door behind you, and will just presumably hold the door open until everyone who wants to enter enters.
Enter. Yeah.
I punched the cold. I mean, yeah, I enter too.
One of the times you make that joke, Adam's just gonna say nope, no takesies,
Roll,
backsies.
yeah.
Haha, made you flinch, but actually I punched you in the face.
He's got no face, no.
They close the door behind you, and while they don't lock it, they immediately turn on a pivoted heel to approach the other door. There you can see that both of the individuals are required to turn the door handles at the same time in order to actually get the door to open. Kind of like when you launch a nuclear missile. You need 2 keys. Minimum. As they enter, or open the door before you, it almost has this interesting engineering, overly engineered quality to it, where the doors don't open like regular doors on hinges, but rather like a fancy car, where the doors don't flap open, they kind of just like meld into the wall and break at certain points so that their overall profile of being a flat rectangle is broken. And you enter a different, larger room. This one has these very nice blue light crystalline chandeliers dangling from a very high perch. The chain itself is polished silver, and everything around here has this weird, almost alien glow to it, thanks to this blue lighting. The persons around here are very scarce. As you can see, some of them are waiting on a very, very cushiony couch, presumably waiting for maybe an appointment that they had, as you guys enter. The 2 kobold, presumably secretaries slash doormen, many hats they wear, go behind the desk and begin rifling through some paperwork and stacking them into nice quantities. One of them comes over to you with a clipboard and a series of stacked papers, presumably at least 3 to 5 sheets, filled out with all sorts of information that you need to fill in the rest of the gaps for, such as name, date, reason for visit, associates, associated businesses, credit card number, social security. Okay.
I'll let Varus do that because he's an official hiree and he has his name. So I'll muddle the layers further. I'll let you do.
Do I technically have a name?
Don't we all?
Well, you know,
Royal
unique
we-
circumstances being unique circumstances.
Yeah, but yours is less unique in circumstances in terms
John
of the layering
Smith.
of things. Yeah. Powers be damned and all.
You're directed to a very nice lounge chair that you can use to fill out this clipboard, while the rest of you can idle about in this lobby of some sort. They have on display behind glass display cases a series of very highly sought after minerals and precious metals. They have been cut and polished so that essentially you're just looking at gold bars, hewn crystals, and all sorts of other really cool shinies that you can find underground. And on top of that, there are also some very old and dented-looking pickaxes. Presumably, maybe they're, according to the plaque, some of the first pickaxes used by the company that have been essentially retired because they're too brittle and old to not just shatter upon impact of use. Some of them are missing large chips of metal and are structurally unstable. Instability. Hanging behind another glass display case that is gilded in every bit of visible metal that you can see. Rich people stuff.
Are there any paintings of any?
Paintings are unique in this regard. They have not been used with typical pigments that you would use for painting, say, a regular canvas. They have instead been essentially, you know those people who make art made of Rubik's Cubes?
Oh, fuck
Yeah.
yeah.
They're essentially that, but made with crystalline materials.
Okay.
Due to the coloration of the chandeliers, everything again has a bluish tinge to it. You see an individual who is displayed in a portrait style. It is not a blank canvas on a 2D plane, it is rather a 3D head bust made of crystals that have been specifically made so that you can look at it from a certain angle and get the guy's profile and basic features. And if you look at it from another angle, it almost looks like you can like walk back and forth and you can see a younger version of him. And if you walk to the right a couple steps, it creates that holographic illusion where it kind of like distorts light, so it looks like an older version of him.
Future self. If I do that, go left and right, would I be able to make a history check to see if I've ever seen this person or in my life?
You can try.
I'm gonna do it. Alright, add my my d6 to this. I got a 21 total.
While in the company of the Navarre family acting as a bodyguard, you were present but not in the room for certain business meetings. Now, while not every single one involved you, like, making contact with business associates of the family, Crystal Spark family was never one that you had any reason to meet with directly up until the situation over in the the hookah bar. So, because up until then they were strictly mining, and eventually, during your lifetime with the Navarre family, ventured into the silk trade. However, there were enough people whose noses were open to the public from the Crystal Spark family, namely their founder and what is essentially the big papa of that particular family. The one... Now, you get this for two reasons. One, there's a plaque underneath the
I was
dust.
gonna fucking say, yeah.
And two, you remember that the name was tossed around just from, like, fancy parties where big CEOs essentially would meet up and just cocktail party and mingle and networking and whatnot. But in any case, this is Baruti of the Crystal Spark family.
What do they look like?
Well, you get two versions. You get the old version and the new version. Unfortunately speaking, it is a hard binary of one or the other. You don't, like... If you, like, look at it from one angle, you get the young one. It doesn't just, like, slowly transition
Morph,
him
yeah.
to that. It's only just, like, a flip book of, like, old, young, old, young, old, young. So you get the young version of him, which is... Both of them are clean-shaven, as it would be really difficult to make the statue grow hair in order to maintain the same amount of mass. But either way, a Baruti is a very, very humanoid-looking man, but judging by the ears on this guy and the overall narrow facial structure, that would cause Zen to just like... he has elven blood in him somehow. Half elven, possibly, because as you mix elf and non-elf, it kind of rounds out some of the features so they're not as dagger-like in consistency, hence the whole knife ears thing. Slightly rounded tips at the ears, and the cheekbones are a bit less narrow. They're makes the face a bit rounder. Same thing with the jawline. It's not as narrow as well. The sunken features of the face, where the cheeks kind of almost like you're puckering inwards, that you would see on a full-blooded elf sort of thing. This guy's features are more human-elf hybrid, so he's probably a half-elf in there somewhere. That's looking at the younger side. As he gets older and you go to the other side of the statue, his features become very old. The skin begins to sag ever so slightly. Now, that being said, 50 years is not really that much for an elf, but when you're a half-elf, you don't live as long, so you begin to show the signs of aging quickly, especially relative to a full-blooded elf. His hair is essentially not depicted the same way, as if he has, like, the sides are receding ever so slightly. The area around his eyes is slightly more sagged, and what is a strong jawline has essentially, like, gone not quite into, like, a recessed area, but it's, like, you know, not as prominent and Chad-like, if you want to use those kind of modern phrases. And again, the plaque reads as Baruti, Crystal Spark. Has a date underneath it that reads as born 601, and then hyphen, and he's not dead, so there's no end of thing.
Just put that date in 739.
And
You just write now.
739.
Right this second.
Date today, go.
and seeing how they've depicted this man in such a great light, could we just assume that this is like the head of the company? Or I don't. Would we assume that?
Which
this
if
is
his
the
surname
It's
is
the-
Crystal
I don't.
Spark,
It's the
so-
I don't
janitor.
think we'd be.
I said yeah.
I don't think we would be. You know. I don't think we would be. You know.
Yeah.
Chastised for mistaking him for the head of the
Alright,
family.
cool. I just want to make sure for my notes.
So we're gonna hopefully get some samples for the princess, and maybe start early conversations about.
Not for the princess, for pearl divers.
No, for the princess,
Okay, if you want to throw
because
some more mops.
because the Mordremoths work with the Navarre family, and we may be able to pivot that to be like, hey, for doing big journeys and big travels of lots of stock, we could possibly work something out, like, you know, facilitate.
So in other words,
More
so
silk.
just so we're on the same page, we're not looking for like. We're looking.
Well, I'm just
more-
trying to think because I think that was an oversight when we originally said we're not trying to, you know, subvert the whole Navarre Mordremoth trade deal by pearls and all that related thing, because that's not a good way to go.
We're looking for the purchase of materials here and now. Then is more.
Yeah, possibly. And yeah, names and
Holy
I don't.
shit, Disney
I
has a thing? Fuck.
pardon?
Sorry, I'm talking to myself.
Take your medication, son.
No,
The
I
voices-
just found out that Disney has their own version of Mario Kart.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Didney Kart.
Disney cart.
Called Speed Store, bitches.
Oh,
Speed
they
Store.
didn't call it Didney Kart. Oh, fucking
I know,
idiots.
right? Like, come on, just
Didney.
Can I play as Walt Disney himself?
no. You can play as Mickey Mouse though,
That's not even his
and
that's
you can
public
play
domain
as
now, isn't it?
Spiky.
Can I play as that Martian guy?
I don't think it's. I don't think it's.
Which one's public?
domain
Oh, it's
yet.
Winnie the Pooh.
Winnie the Pooh.
And Superman's coming up soon too.
Well, no, I believe I think Mickey Mouse is public domain, and I think the original like Steamboat Willie Mickey
So
Mouse.
it's
is
a
public
weird
domain.
thing where it is public domain, but Disney is like pulling every fucking
String
String
Shit
not.
move.
try to
yeah.
like.
Guys, new NPC.
Hey yo, it's me.
Ricky
Mickey-
Rouse.
It's me. No, it's public domain. You don't have to change the name. It's
Ah.
Mickey Mouse, Michael Mouse.
Alright, let me just change Baruti's name real quick.
Michael Mouse of the Crystal Spark Disney.
Hi guys,
This-
it's me.
No, we would have a long time, guys.
I'm gonna break your fucking legs!
Is that the South Park version?
I'm not the public domain.
Fucking
What are you
Jonas
talking about?
Brothers! You
Keep spreading that
fuckers!
rumor. Keep spreading that rumor. I'll bury you.
Here's my associate, Winnie the Pooh. I don't know what
Oh,
Winnie the
we
Pooh was.
I've been waiting a long time for this.
Oh,
I'm gonna
bother.
Last
Oh.
Siegeworth, is that you? Oh man, I've been
How-
waiting.
How wonderful for me to have lived a life where people.
And you brought honey. Oh,
Oh, shit.
Like shit.
Oh,
Oh,
it's Seaworth, the boy. Come to die.
He's not fucking. The fact that I was not a boy at the time of that would be concerning. Oh,
Boy! I've got Kratos now too.
this is an amalgam of everything.
Boy.
Copyright infringement on this episode aside,
He's got the Kratos.
No, we've established it's not copyright infringement. These are public domain characters.
Well, I thought we started pulling in things that may be copyright related.
you know, as soon as I said, like,
But
mentioned,
Kratos, the god,
Helmet.
is ancient history is copyrighted.
if I took, like,
That's
you know,
true.
I mean, I've
That
already
is
used
true.
three
I forget
deities
he
in
was
this.
an
Kratos
actual god.
Kratos is not an original character made by Sony, right? That is a actual
Yeah, it's an actual god.
Yeah.
I forget what kind
Okay.
of god he is, though.
historical figures, public domain. That is fact. That is
Kermit the
fact.
Frog is a historical figure, therefore we can use him.
I mean,
Got
is
that
he?
down.
No, he's
Yeah.
not.
No,
Yes,
not
he
yet.
is.
I
Yes.
just need a warlord. I'll
I
just,
mean,
you
he
know,
will
make-
be eventually.
Kermit the Warlord.
Henry, go ahead and change your guy that you want to kill to Attila the Hun.
Hey.
Killed
Oh,
1/3 of
don't-
the population.
Who doesn't Henry want to kill? Is what I'm hearing. Like,
Okay,
jeez.
hey, okay, that was for Turok, okay? What he just said is for Turok, okay?
Okay,
Turok.
he's Kalos now. Turok was about all the blood and guts and killing of
killing
people that
Seemingly-
pissed him off.
He is as well.
Kalos is about knowledge. You know, he's a
Then
learner.
killing.
Then actually
wants
they
to-
compete very well.
Killing with academics is what his mission is.
Killing with academics.
Oh,
That'd be your book. That'd be your like your master's like
Killing
degree.
with academics.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a great fucking name. By the way, Kratos is the god of strength and power.
I would have never guessed.
God of.
Now make sure you're just not on the God of War wiki, by the way.
No. This is
Yeah,
on.
careful,
This is on another. This is on the Greek.
What if someone's
this
updated
on
it?
Wikipedia?
This is on Wikipedia.
What if someone updated
Real
it to be
gods.
the game like? If someone
Someone probably
retrofitted
tried.
history
Does it
into
have
it,
the
like,
image reference and it's just from fucking like
It's
God
just
of War?
Kratos, just a stripped down.
He's even got the fucking Blades of Chaos and everything.
Oh, he's brother to Nike though.
Oh, I didn't know that.
the
There you
brand.
go.
Hell
No,
yeah.
Does
the
do it.
god. Adam gets that ref.
I have
That's
played as her,
six
and
might
she
reference.
got nerfed a lot for some reason.
That game where they added another K to Nike to somehow not get copyrighted
know.
for using
Well,
it.
Just
because-
do it.
Just
Good thing none of them
Nike
have
is-
monster in their name. am I
Well,
right?
Nike
Yeah.
is... I don't know.
How
different
does
thing.
Monster Hunter get away with using monster in their title?
Oh no, they're getting sued by Monster.
They're not gonna win. This is
Monster
just...
Hunter is too?
And yeah,
Yeah.
I forget what Nintendo game they also want to come after.
I thought, when did Monster come out?
Adam,
The
be
Drake-
bold and name the third campaign.
Oh, it came
Monster-
out
I know.
after
That's
Monster
so
Hunter, like the original game.
Monster
that for a fact.
campaign. That's the.
Yeah, let me,
Oh, was it Pokemon? I think it was.
Oh yeah, because it's
Pokemon.
Pocket
Pocket
Monsters?
Monsters in Japan.
Yeah, Pocket Monsters.
There's
Yeah.
zero chance that gets through.
when was
They're
Monster?
just doing this to put like, hey, there's fucking any PR is good PR kind of thing. I think.
I mean, they even did it to
When was
Ubisoft.
Monster
They changed
Energy
the
launched?
game.
2002.
No, fucking no.
No, they can't do Pokemon. When was Monster Hunter started?
Pocket Monster.
2004. They could sue Monster Hunter.
No! No!
Monster Hunter, no.
This is the big politics that we're also seeing in D&D. It's just on a larger scale.
This is just this. Yeah, this
Because
is
like
what we know.
technically, what the Crystal Flame did was like the ultimate power move. It's like, oh, we want Silk. Fuck you. Kill
Hey,
the main
yo.
guy and then start doing Silk. Because it's like, it's yeah.
Oh, one of his bodyguards isn't that? Shit, we'll make him dead. Don't worry about it.
You know.
Back to the campaign and not talking about things that are really, really stupid from corporations.
Yeah. Okay, samples. Possible further discussions to have. Maybe we could be a broker for to talk about Mordremoth and maybe big shipments and such, because they're in the same city. That's going to be my discussion points. on
Okay.
this.
It's just I feel like throwing out the Mordremoth family big old name. It's just like big dick energy throwing around.
Yeah, I will. I'll lead to the.
That's
to
a
the-
little
to the
too-
to the slapping on the table.
That might be. That might come. That's too.
Yeah,
that's
like
big.
that. It might come back
to bite us.
Yeah, that's the only reason why
Um,
I'm hesitant about you using that name. But you know,
I won't use it then. I won't use it then. I'll just say I want
Especially
samples.
since the Mortar Moth isn't he.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just,
yeah.
Let's.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for them. Good
I
point.
mean, also if we're looking,
let's just do pearl divers for now.
Yeah,
I
but
feel-
they're like inherently tied with the Mordremoths, and then by proxy of that, the Navarre family. It's all tied
well,
together.
to be fair, we talked to Thurno Dolan about like. Now, refresh my memory because it's been a lot of sessions
Yep.
since we arrived on continent. But like,
Mhm.
he made it sound like we didn't actually have direct contact with the Navarre family. Like, it wasn't like, oh, because
No, we don't. No.
so like it wasn't like
the-
the relationship is like
The
2 degrees.
Mordremoths and Navarre are yes, yeah.
So it's like 2 degrees
Yeah.
removed. It's like separation. It's like playing business telephone. So it wasn't like it was a direct.
Yeah, and then
so maybe coming at an angle is like, oh, we want a company that's more personable, and you seem to be personable. That type of angle, maybe.
I
don't
mean,
know.
there's also the option that we can say that like even if we're afraid of setting up long-term business arrangements because of pre-existing relationships, it's like, oh, well, we're here to do the purchase, and like you said, moving this stuff is difficult, but we're here anyway. And if
yeah, are we able to ferry back some on a smaller scale to my boss to see what they think, and maybe further more official conversations can be had at a later date.
Mhm.
That sounds about right. Yeah, okay. That's cool.
that's assuming we don't get a meeting with the old man himself right away, then it's like. But that's like, here's the problem though. It's like we have to figure out how to talk to that guy. Yeah. But anyway, back to the actual world. Back to the imaginary world.
Back to reality.
Well, everyone is waiting for Varys to fill out this paperwork. Some of the questions are just very menial things of just for the sake of business.
Are there any questions you want me to fill in? Like, well, you need me to. Is there any questions that actually matter that like we can't just like?
It does have a section of business associate or orientation, and the blank that you can fill in. On whose behalf are you a designated representative of your company? Yes or no?
That one technically is true.
But that's the liaison is Chuck. Chuck's not here.
Mhm.
But I put no on that one.
Do you want me to put? So we agreed Laszlo's Pearl Divers, but do you want me to put like a forward slash and then put like private purchase as well? Like, do we want to?
Sure. Yeah.
I don't know. So I can.
Yeah, I was just like
Bases.
I'm uncertain of if like Mordremoth own, therefore Mordremoth own. Like, if you like by proxy, in the family of the Mordremoth wider, like yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's like assimilated. That means you can't do fucking anything with anyone other company. But private sounds fine.
Like I said, I would be putting both, like private purchase / Laszlo's Pearl Divers. So
Sure.
There's also a section of, do you have any residency within the city of Anupolis for quick contact?
Nope.
not at present.
There's also a section for just general contact. How can they reach you, such as an address for mailing? Are you accepting of divination magics to send? It's essentially asking for like, can we text you? You put the little checkbox of like, I want to subscribe to their newsletter, but you're subscribing to contact through things like sending or the message spell.
Hmm.
One of you's already getting Leprechaun advertisements. I'm just saying.
That's what I'm saying.
They're
Why not
getting
double
more
down?
and more fucking pushy too. They're like, "Oh, come down to what was that thing?
Come down to the bottom of the rainbow, and
I'm just like, God damn it! Can you go away, please? Fuck.
bring your marshmallows. Just be warned, those little kids, they're always after 'em.
And any other questions that you suspect will be found on a those little carbon sheets that you fill in when you're signing up for like a doctor's appointment or something. But in either case, as soon as you're done, you can bring the clipboard and paper over to one of the kobolds. Both of them are sorting out all sorts of paperworks in a very, very hasty fashion of stamping, piling up papers, and tossing them into a different pile for the outgoing and ingoing paperworks. As soon as you grab your thing, one of them begins to quickly read through it and begins to stamp on certain key locations. You see like 3 different stamps that this guy uses, and he quickly like stamps, puts it back into place on top of the little mat that has the ink in it, grabs a different one, stamps on a different section, and it's all very almost like mechanical in nature, as if it's heavily rehearsed, and the muscle memory is all just firing on all cylinders. Your paper gets sorted and filed and then passed to the other kobold, who begins to sift through a filing cabinet and look for locations to suitably fit your location, based off of the name that you filled out alphabetically. As soon as that's done, another one of the kobolds takes out a very large stamp that is probably like 3 times the size of the other one, and puts a fat, crystalline symbol on the back of your paper, and begins to put it into an envelope, and rushes into a conjoining room, at which point he comes back about 30 seconds later in a almost full sprint back to his desk and continues to do what he was doing just moments before. He gives you a little slip of paper, and he basically just looks at you and tells you to wait for your name to be called. And now we have the fun DMV simulator of the campaign.
I love that we got the DMV simulator before we got a bar fight. It's great. Also, are there any guards in the room, DM?
There are guards, and they have really cool armor where it almost looks like it's pulled directly from some World of Warcraft bullshit. The pauldrons are huge and covered with an assortment of crystalline materials, poking in directions that if you walked into him wrong, you would poke your eye out. The elbow joints are also made of a series of polished crystals that have been formed into little caps so to allow articulation of the elbow. And if he kind of shoulder checked you or like elbowed you in the ribs, it would probably break everything in the vicinity.
Jesus fuck.
The individual stood there is very, very still, but you can see through the shallow motions of his breathing that he is very much alive. Either that or they've programmed an automaton to breathe. But that kind of technology.
Is there only just one of these guys?
No, there are 2. One of them is standing right next to the kobold desk, leaning up against it with one arm and using a very large halberd that almost scrapes the roof of this particular room if he held it from the bottom of the shaft and like poked upwards ever so slightly. He is just leaning against it and just standing there as a guard is wont to do, just sweeping his vision across the few people, including yourselves, that are in this room. Another one stood in the corner, and he is holding a very large, almost looks like a miniature ballista in crossbow form. It is a heavy crossbow that has a series of 2 intersecting arms that are used to deliver the storage power when cocked backwards. It also has a series of crystalline elements to it, including the bolt heads, the trigger mechanism, and even the stock that you rest against your shoulder has a crystalline element to it. Every once in a while you can see a bit of like a electrical spark almost from the trigger, as if to say that, hey, these bolts do just more than pierce you. It'll probably do some magical crystalline bullshit. And he just sits there. It is loaded, but not pointed at anyone. Almost like the, trigger discipline sort of thing. His finger's off the trigger, and the business end of the ballista-like heavy crossbow is pointed down at the floor, but he looks like he's trained well enough to use it in close quarters combat. If you were to, say, rush him, he would just put the damn thing in your gut and pull the trigger.
Are they both kobolds?
No, the only kobolds in the room are the secretaries who are filing away things. The other guys have these very, very ornate helmets that completely cover their heads. Even their eyes are covered by a series of gem-like lenses that give off a burning red ruby aura to them. Imagine one of those, kind of like a gladiator helmet. It's very rounded, almost looks like a thimble or a thumb shape, so that it's very sleek in design, and has a face that has been carved out of metal and crystalline to look like a centurion, a Roman centurion's officer helmet, with little rubies where the eyes are. You can even see a slight like shimmer-like effect as the light distorts around them. Either case, those guys are on duty, and they look like they're ready to do business. Their business, not the actual trading of silk and minerals, but their business is to kick ass and chew bubblegum. And
They're all out of ass.
all out of ass, yeah. In any case, those guys are present, and the kobolds are doing their thing, and you are waiting in the DMV. There are two other people in the room ahead of you, both of whom are dressed very, very business and hoity-toity-like. One of them has a pair of spectacles that is held up by almost what looks like a bead crown that holds it so that it's not resting behind his ears. It's basically like draped over his head, and the glasses come down from the crown. He has a series of poofy sleeves that denote that he is potentially from somewhere outside of the fashion realms of Anupolis, and maybe even Sanctus itself. Those of you who are from offshore lands known as Dominus know that this is that kind of attire. Not only the coloration, the style, and maybe the materials used, but also he has a series of almost like a stitched name tag on his upper left chest that is written in a style that sends warning signals to specifically Kalos.
Oh god.
This guy may not be specifically a member of, say, the upper class magic casters over in specifically Hecafates, but he might be some sort of like extension of them, judging by his error thing.
Gonna do that thing that I'm just gonna put my head down and just just not draw any attention to myself.
Go ahead and make a stealth check if you want to not draw attention to yourself. It's not stealth in the traditional sense of being out of sight, but just being blended in with the crowd.
I'm gonna open up a book and just,
Amethyst is supposed to be a lucky gem. I swear to fucking god, I'm gonna throw this shit out. I only roll loathed shit on this. Total is 10.
Henry, roll it again and see what number you get.
Tenry is your new name.
3! What? I'm
Roll
not a 3!
again.
Henry, are
Roll
you
again.
accidentally rolling like a d6?
Okay, now this is a 19. Okay, fuck.
Imagine.
Okay, but
Aren't all your
total
dice
10.
six-sided?
Total 10. You essentially do the equivalent of trying to like whip out a newspaper and hide behind it. You're just using like one of your personal sketchbooks / note-taking things that you just have like for not your spells or anything, but just like other miscellaneous things you want to jot down. You can like bury your face mostly in it, but it does look kind of conspicuous to the point where like the book is close enough to your face that you couldn't reasonably read at that distance unless your like eyes like pivot in on themselves, hyper focused. The individual there is currently just legs crossed over each other and just drumming his fingers on his kneecap, waiting for his turn at this particular junction. As soon as you guys walked in, he kind of did glance just to see who's coming and going, and not really noticing too much. Thankfully speaking, you are wearing something that is not betraying your place of origin. You are wearing something that looks more dwarvish in nature, and all you need to really do is just cover up your face, which is reasonably easier than covering up your whole body, because right now you just look like a dwarven juggernaut.
Nope, just Look up into my face. Just.
Yep, that's a ceiling, all right. Yep, yep.
That's that. Oh fuck. Yep. I gotta fucking do that when I get back. Yeah, I gotta move my pony, my race car bed. Yep, definitely gotta do that over here.
And he admits it. Clip it, ship it. That's the end of the campaign.
We did it. That was a long, just a
But
long term.
folks, my wall falls down, the green screen disappears. We got him.
I don't.
We got him, boys.
Henry's entire D&D campaign and career up until
now
now
over.
has been nothing but just the Truman Show.
Race car bed. Boy.
Racehorse
car
racehorse
boy,
bed. Racehorse bed.
You have to officially change your name.
Thankfully, unlike the real DMV, we can cut ahead to when it's your turn.
Imagine how long do you have to wait in the DMV typically?
Oh, dude. Hour, 3 hours, 4 hours.
I remember when we were at the DMV. This is only contrasted when
For fun.
my parents were getting their citizenship. Both of those took a really long time. For my mom's citizenship, I finished a whole book. And then for the
Whoa.
DMV one, I finished a whole Zoids model kit.
That's such a specific. Whole
DMV sucks.
whole Zoids.
That is not even a controversial thing. That is the least controversial opinion that anyone has ever had.
Because it's true.
If you want to raise eyebrows and get attention, tell people you love the DMV. That'll.
Like what? What have you
Like,
been
you
smoking?
fucking, you're an alien. What
Are
you
you
like
smoking?
I love sitting in line, waiting my turn, going up to the person and being told that I have the wrong sheet.
Oh, you didn't fill out this box. Sorry, go get a ticket.
Anyways, so, your guys' ticket comes very, very late. The other two guys do their things. Probably takes them each about 45 minutes to an hour each, and there's two of them ahead of you guys. By the time they're finishing their business, you see that the first one, who was not the previously described guy who is hiding from, or not, that Kalos is hiding from, the first one did look like he's a local from around here, judging by the clothes, attire, coloration, and even the fact that he's a tabaxi kind of betrays that altogether if you want to get racial with it. It is not the perfume man.
Aw.
There's other tabaxi.
There's only
tabaxi-
one.
tabaxi.
There's only one
All you
perfume man, though,
tabaxi
Dan.
look alike.
Are you the? Oh, wow.
I'm Dirty Dan. I'm Dirty Dan.
You calling? I'm down.
And you probably haven't showered in at least half an hour. Actually, no, wait, what's our run time? I can call you out on that. You haven't showered in 2 hours and 17 minutes. There you go.
Holy shit.
Anyway, but that guy was a different tabaxi. His thing took about 45 to an hour. The guy who looks like he's from Dominus went in, his thing got taken care of, and as soon as he exits, you see that the person whom he was contacting with comes out with him into the lobby, shakes his hand, and bids him adieu. They look to be very similar in nature to be the bust that is present in this room, and they don't, like, enter the room, shake the guy's hand, and say next, for the next one. He shakes the guy's hand, returns back, the door closes behind him, and the kobolds just keep doing their filing until you hear, like, there's a little bell that is located above their desk that is linked to a string that is running throughout the whole ceiling by a series of pegs that pivot it to go in particular directions. You've been hearing that bell go off every time those guys have come in, and it has yet to ring for your turn. So you wait for another maybe like 10 minutes, and then you hear the little bell, at which point, I almost called them gargoyles, the kobolds.
The goyams.
The gargoyles, notice the bell, and then one of them comes up to Varys, who was the one who filled out all the paperwork, takes your little slip of paper that has your, essentially, name and number on it, swaps it out, and instead gives you a... it's essentially a blank piece of paper that is approximating the size of like a business card. You turn it over on both sides, it's blank on both sides, and let me get the funny filter, hold on. You can fill that out later when you're leaving, but for the moment, your appointment to speak is, go ahead and enter that hallway. It's the first door on the left.
Cool, cool.
Can we
Are
all can we all
we-
go with him? Yeah.
Is it necessary for all of you to go? There's like 5 of you.
Would two of
no.
us be too many?
I think 2 would be fine, 1 would be best case scenario. The rest of you may wait out here so as to not crowd the room with your odor.
I'll wait outside.
So Varys is the one being handed the blank sheet, and who is going to be his second in command?
Who wants to go? You want to go, Callus?
Krios.
I actually had a couple of questions, but no,
Cat.
you can go.
I'll go.
And Krios. Yes,
Oh,
Krios.
man,
I'll
I
take
wonder who's gonna fucking go. Oh shit!
Send the cat.
So
Just the
we're
cat. It's just the cat.
just the cat only, not even
Staring
Varys.
at him. Just constantly staring at him. Oh, that'd be funny as fuck.
So
We've
we're
gotta
going
be
to be
serious, yeah.
getting Varys and not Laszlo.
Yeah.
The rest of you will be in the waiting room with the fast stamping kobolds. You go over and go to the door that was previously shut. It opens before you, and you can notice that there's a scent of someone burning some sort of incense, mayhaps, for business-oriented scents, as you have become very accustomed to in these lands. You know what is... Oh. Thanks for the follow, dude. Sorry. I'm
Thank you for the
not
follow.
used to hearing the notification sound. I should change it to be something more I'm used to seeing. Maybe like my alarm clock for when I wake up. It just starts blaring beeping noises. Anyways, so, Laszlo and, Varys, go in. The first door on the left has a stained glass window. You read the small plaque on the side. It does not read as Baruti, Crystal Spark. You can see immediately across the opposite side of the hallway is a more grandiose door, and above that door reads as Baruti Crystal Spark. So, the one that you've been directed to go to is not his office. So, just take that in mind.
Mhm.
This
I
one...
was literally gonna ask. Yeah.
Yep. But in any case, the one that you've been directed to on the left-hand side of the hallway, Baruti's, of course, is on the right. This one is Theto, Crystal Spark. You're not entirely sure what his relationship to the rest of the Crystal Spark family, especially to Baruti, is, but you've been directed to his office, and not Baruti's. You may enter at your leisure.
No reason to waste
Yeah,
time.
let's go on in.
Sure. You open up and you can immediately be wafted over by the scent of burning incense. It is very subtle and neutral smelling, as is tradition for business-oriented scents. There is a person currently sat behind a desk, playing with some sort of weird mercantile scale. I say playing, but he's probably doing
Using
actual
it.
he's probably doing actual work, because you can see that he's placing a series of weights onto one end and some mineral deposit material onto the opposite end of the scale, and putting things on until eventually they level out. It seems to be important, as he is jotting down every little bit of weight that he adds onto this thing until eventually it peters out and everything is leveled. As soon as you enter, he directs you towards a pair of chairs that are opposite his on the desk. Moving the mercantile scale to the side, still on the desk and in field of view, but not directly in front of him. The individual before you, whose name tag is present and turned in such a way that you can see it, is of course Theto. He is a half-elven looking individual, has very similar kind of facial features to that of the bust of Baruti that you saw before, but younger, the younger version, not the older version, of course. He looks to be the equivalent of a human in his late 20s, mid-30s, and is dressed in very, very fine attire, as is tradition. The incense burner behind him looks incredibly expensive. It is a censer hanging from a nail on the ceiling that is swaying back and forth as if an invisible force is causing it to move in an undulating motion, causing the wafts of burning incense to be more easily distributed than, say, a standing still incense burner. You could also probably clock someone in the head with this thing because it looks really heavy. Either case,
Noted.
you may sit or stand. Either case, he doesn't really give a damn. His fingers are interlaced and folded on the top of his desk. He looks at you sternly in the face with a relatively neutral expression, not angry, not happy, just looking at you, sizing you up in the same way that someone would when you are just meeting them in the street for the first time. First impressions and all that.
Hello, I'm Ulrich. This is Varys. I reach out to shake their hand. Nice to meet you, Tito.
He shakes your hands individually if any of you plan to extend it. You may not extend it if that is your leisure. No offense is taken either way.
Yeah.
He shakes your hand and he has a very strong grip, only shakes twice and immediately lets go. Sits back down and reclines slightly in his chair so that his back is up against the rest back portion of his chair, and offers the two of you some sort of drink in the form of a tiny little, almost look like a sake cup in terms of the portion sizes.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure. Cool.
It is a slightly sweetish, not Swedish as in the country, sweetish.
Meatball, you feed me a meatball.
It's a meatball blended, blended
cup.
into a slurry. No, it is a sweetish and slightly fermented almost taste, kind of like a kombucha or something. But heavily sugared up.
Here, have this meatball.
It's not a meatball. He offers it to you in tiny little, essentially shot glass cups, and there's a refillable kettle that is on the side. It is served cool, and has some sort of interesting magical enchantment on the kettle itself to keep it at a particular temperature, as denoted by a series of runes that go along the side of the bottom. In either case, as soon as you have your drinks and you clear your throats from the sudden surge of sugary materials passing by your vocal cords, he pipes up and eventually says, "How might I, as representative of the Crystal Spark family, help you gentlemen today? According to what message you left behind, you are looking to open some sort of sampling to send back to your business overseas."
Yes. Yesterday we were at the Stitch and Barter, and Nino. Today we went back because good place. They said that you were to talk to about silk, and yeah, and possibly some samples would be amazing to send back to our boss. Because I'm wearing such a product now, and it is very good, and I think they would like to get a sample, and possibly then further conversations can be struck up if for small scale purchases in the future if they like it. But yeah, that was
We do have
kinda
sample
true.
packages that are for aspiring associates and business partners of ours. I can get you one of those quite easily. I am woefully ignorant on what your business is. Could you perhaps tell me about a brief summary of to whom we would be working with?
Okay. Well, Therno Dolan is an operator of Laszlo's Pearl Divers, which is a company based out of Allport in Rutosh, well known for their exports of pearls. And yes, that's about the long and short of it. You're going for quite a while. As you may know, they are involved with some companies over here and families, but yeah, they're a great company. Worked with them for a while. Would you like to know any other details?
And both of you are members of this company under business liaisons?
No, we're not.
Your positions
we
at the
are-
company are...
Bodyguards under Hualong of the Mordremont family, because there's a marriage. that is taking place.
Therno Dolan's wife.
Yeah.
Ah, I see.
We were there with them yesterday, and they liked some of the product, and we went back today to ask who the product was from, a manufacturer, and it has led us here. And if they liked it, then I'm sure that possibly getting a sample of that to have maybe a steadier supply
Yeah.
in the future for dresses
wanted-
and other.
They wanted raw materials for the sake of raw materials, I guess.
Yeah, while we're here.
Well,
traveling
correct
over.
me if I'm wrong, but is not the Morjamoth family already associated with a different company or silk?
Yes, yeah, that is the case. That is a Navari family, but I don't believe it's exclusive.
Yeah. The level with you, we were sent to deal with them. We actually arrived via Raja and Locke, but circumstances brought us here, and we, as a group, and as a group, of course, the princess asked that we check in here just because again the material was of high quality, just for the sake of saying we've had the conversation.
We are quite proud here about the quality of the silk that we've been distributing out to the people, such as Nino down the street. However, our association with the Morjamoth family is not exactly tenable. They've attempted to buy out our services in the past, and wanting to remain independent, not being held responsible or liable by another company, we declined several times.
Understandable.
Did they take offense to that, or is that
What offense was taken was not within my judgment to discern. If any offense was taken, it was taken behind closed doors.
Gotcha.
So they reached out and have intended to work with such as the family of the Navarre family for their exclusive silk trades.
If that's the case, then maybe not a sample, but maybe we could set up another date to maybe through Nino's to have a few dresses or outfits made. Would that be something, or maybe a batch order or something that we could make?
That would be something you take up with Nino, not us. We merely supply him with the materials. Okay. So if you put an order through him, he'll eventually come to us to make said dresses. So that is something for you and Nino to speak on.
But if we wanted to just purchase the materials just to have for then maybe like be tailored at a certain time.
If you want to buy a wholesale bulk amount of our materials, and it was not going to be something that would directly step on the feet of any of the people that we supply, such as Nino himself or any of others.
Other people who might be nearby.
Correct.
All
then
right.
we'd be able to cut a deal, as long as you are not actively hampering their business.
Our idea was that this would be more of a private purchase anyway. I mean,
that would be the most equitable deal.
Yeah. Like we said, like we
does this mean that the princess has hired a personal tailor?
Not yet, no. But yeah, there's some.
But from it seems like something she's expressed interest in doing. I think, right? She's mentioned that.
Yeah.
And your name, Varys, was on the sheet of paper that was filled out. However, I have not gotten acquainted with the name of your partner who has come into the room with him.
Hello, I'm Ulrich. Nice to meet you again.
Just wanted to clear the air on that, but you already know my name. Now, if the deal that we'd want to go through involves just having you folk purchase a wholesale amount of our materials, then that is something that can certainly be arranged. The sample that you were proposing initially, we do have the sample boxes, but considering the context of to whom that would be going to, and to whom those people are associated with, is an odd subject to say the least.
Might be a bit too highbrow for that. I agreed.
So let's shelf that proposal for now. And how much of our material would you be liking to be purchasing?
How many?
Look at my coin purse for a moment. Let me have a look. See how much I can.
Well, how many dresses do you think do you think we want to?
I mean, how much?
Princess will want made when she's back home.
I mean, they can also be for shoes and stuff, correct? Isn't it just extend just to dresses and headdresses and scarves and
Their
such?
scarf.
Our silks can be used in all sorts of clothing materials,
Capes and...
even bags and other
Okay.
things. Parasols as well.
Yeah. Well, I've got a bit of Samir on me now. How much would 2,000 Samir how much would that cover us for bolts of silk or whatever the bulk would be? Also have some gold as well if that's able to be thrown in. But I don't understand that Samir is the main currency around here.
We do not typically deal in gold pieces, as we have our established.
Well, we have banks. There are like exchange.
We could
houses.
exchange.
We'd have to duck out and
We do,
go to
but
the
most of
exchange.
our business here is on continent, so we prefer to keep it within the bounds of our economy.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I was saying we would go to these exchange.
Yeah,
exchange
we will
place
go
and
and
exchange the
if
gold
it-
and bring
yeah.
back.
well, that is
Yes.
a different matter entirely. But
Yep.
to answer your question, one bolt of silk, which is enough to cover most merchants for at least 6 to 8 months, depending on how much it is being asked for, the material, and a tire that is using that material, that would probably be running about 1,500 Samir for one bolt.
Okay.
So, with that amount, we could reasonably buy a bolt of cloth.
Brilliant.
Considering this is for a private business, or specifically for Princess Hualong, honestly, that could be her entire lifetime, assuming that she doesn't want a new dress every day.
Sounds good. Yeah. If that's an agreeable price, then
Now,
happy to pay
forgive
that.
me for the ignorant question, because again, we are only shopping for the one individual. I'm guessing it doesn't make business sense for you to sell less than one bolt.
It would be odd, to say the least. I would have half of a bolt's worth, and then to whom would I sell that to?
Exactly.
So-
Well, I've got the currency.
And well, yeah, currency covered. In layman's terms, what's the volume, like the size, just so we know ahead of time if that's what we want to go with, like just so we know we can make shipping arrangements when we head out.
The volume for this is a standard bolt of cloth. Now, for the context of the players, I have the perfect thing to compare
He
to.
has
Here,
a
watch
bolt of
this.
cloth.
He has
Hold
it.
on. No, I have something that's about the same size. Now, you know
I
what?
have a bolt of cloth, guys. Don't worry.
Okay, so I got this fan, see?
Oh god.
Oh,
It's a rotating cylinder fan. It's about this big.
hold on, the stream's catching up.
Oh, that's a pretty
Ah.
decent size.
That's carryable. Yeah.
That's bag holdable.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I bought that fan for. This very day.
I don't care about the heat. I just did it for this. You're like the QVC. You're like selling. Get this fan.
Now, if you need
yeah,
a height
I mean-
comparison to my person, I'm 5'4", so that's how big that thing is.
Half of Adam. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to broach any other topic other than that currently because this is the business meeting, so I won't divulge that. Well, if that is the agreed upon amount, then I will be more than happy to purchase that on behalf of the princess.
Excellent. You will not regret any of your purchases. Our materials are hand-checked and made and several times inspected before going out to the public, or in your case, private customers. If you ever want to do business with us again, you can just send us a message any way as possible and use the name that was for Varys here, and I'll know who it is. I do believe that is more or less everything, gentlemen. Thank you for coming to shop with us, and if you would like to take another drink before you leave, be my guest.
Why not?
Sure. Yeah. Why not? Kind of like a look around his room, like, and sort of.
The room itself is, again, slightly tinted blue thanks to the chandeliers that are decorating here. Although he doesn't have a whole chandelier here, they're like wall torches, but instead of a flame and like the pitch and tar that you burn, it is instead a 6-inch long crystalline spike shape that has been like stuck in the wall and gives off a bluish hue. They're slightly more yellowish tinge, so it has a bit more of a natural lighting sense, and there's also just an open window he can have if he wants actual natural lighting. The desk itself is a very solid block that looks like if you ran into it with a car, both things would be destroyed. His desk, of course, has the previously mentioned mercantile scale. He has a little box that has been set aside next to the mercantile scale that has a variety of weights. The object that was in the scale that was being weighed has been placed into a drawstring bag that he has just put behind his desk. The chairs you're sitting on are cushioned on the armrests, the back, and he even has a little extra for the lower lumbar support. The floor here is carpeted, and has apparently been spritched with some sort of scent, so that even the carpet itself either has been absorbing the smell of the incense, or is it just they perfumed the carpet, who knows.
Yeah.
He has a display case on your immediate right, his left, that has similar displays of highly prized minerals and precious metals on display that have been either cut and shaped into things that would look nice and pretty, or some of them have been inlaid into jewelry. And he has this really nice bow staff where each end of the bow staff has been essentially put a crystalline knob on each end so that it could bonk someone with it.
Wow.
Just in case if you were thinking about getting frisky.
Bonk staff is ready to go.
It's basically a lightsaber.
Cool.
But in either case, that's the most of his room. He does not have a bust of himself made of crystalline, but he does have a mirror that has been polished to a fine shine, that is not made of glass, but has been made of a reflective precious metal. He is dressed in typical attire of long flowing puffy robes made of silk that help to ventilate and keep heat away from the desert sun. His face is relatively clean shaven with the exception of a little bit of a soul patch going on, and you can kind of see a little bit of beard shadow around his chin.
Okay.
As we're
I'm really hesitant on whether to like push a topic on that, but probably shouldn't.
You can stall drinking as long as you want to, for within reasons. You can like take a little sip, refill, take a little sip. But he is
Sippy.
basically just like, not just staring at you the whole time.
Yeah.
But he's just like, well, I've offered you a drink. You may drink at your leisure, but don't overstay your welcome kind of thing.
Yeah.
we don't want to just keep getting in your way. Like, though, we'll say a lot more accommodating than when we were dealing with the Navari folks down in Raja and Locke. Though those were some surprisingly tense meetings. You'd think, given who we were dealing with.
We try to be as accommodating as possible.
Yeah. Have you ever dealt with the Navari? They maybe like shed some light on that. Or I know you're your competitor, but if you ever like...
If you're trying to commit corporate espionage, then I'm going to keep my mouth shut. They are a competitor of ours, and any secrets that we have on them, I would keep behind closed doors.
Not secrets, just like stories, like just for the layman who's not familiar with the business.
While we are in the same company of dealing with silks, we do not step on each other's feet very often, considering the geographical limitations of the desert. And for the most part, we have never really met in person. We've exchanged a few letters regarding some territorial bouts with some of our farmers and some under-the-table dealings, but again, I will say nothing else besides that.
Yeah.
It's relatively recent, right? Last sort of 50 years or so. Nino mentioned that you had like an anniversary coming up between you two working to each other, but you were mainly mining previously. I'm just admiring.
We still do mining as well. In fact, it is still a majority of our income is from mining crystals and precious metals such as silver and gold. That being said, just due to the fact that the nature of mining itself is somewhat limiting, you can only coax so much ore from the ground before it's depleted, so why not delve into other avenues of money making that are sustainable. You can grow silkworms, so why not? But mining is still our #1 priority, and silk is not so much a second-hand thought, but just another venture into the economy.
Yeah.
And if you ever need to come to us for certain crystalline materials, people who are avid in the magical arts sometimes use crystals and some of the things that we dig up from the dirt for magical enchantments, I believe they're called. Like
Yes.
the magical store here in the district gets some of their materials from us, primarily things like diamonds and rubies, precious gems, etc. Mostly from us. So,
I mean, I'm no master of the arcane, but our group being bodyguards, we dabble in like very low level magic. So
I have a bit of magical background.
well, then you would know how precious these precious materials can be, and why they have such a high price on their heads for potentially life-saving magic spells.
Yeah, definitely.
As you guys are chatting about business and drawing out your little shot glass as long as you can to maintain conversation, there's a brief knock on the frame of the door behind you. You can see an older gentleman. Thito, your mother has dropped by. What are you going to be having for lunch? I shall join you. As soon as the Thito looks past you guys and over at the gentleman who is at the doorframe. He walks with a cane and is putting a decent amount of his weight onto the actual instrument itself. You're both not addled in the head to the point where you can't recognize faces, because none of you have sustained that kind of brain injury, at least I don't think so. At my
that
hands.
person's not present at the moment.
Well, he doesn't have it anymore.
Oh, that's right.
He's just lactose now.
He's lactose.
In any case, this guy looks a lot like the older side of the bust, not the younger side.
Wow, it's the bust! I shout out loud. No,
Who the fuck's this?
Whoa, look, it's that weirdo!
it's the bust guy.
It's him. Get him.
It's
Kill him.
Mr. Crystal Spark.
Yeah.
John Crystal Spark. But he looks to be, you know, an older gentleman of similar facial structure to Thito here, walking on a cane, knocking on the door, asking what he wants for lunch because his mom dropped by. They
Dad,
exchange
get
a
outta
conversation about like, oh, if mom's gonna be making this, have her drop by a little take-home box and bring it to the office kind of thing. What is presumably Baruti, or someone disguised as Baruti if you want to get really paranoid about it.
Don't say these things.
Is he carrying
Andrew's
bread?
in the chat. Andrew's in the chat right now, so just... It's gonna happen.
In either case, so yeah, Thito tells Baruti what he wants for lunch. He nods and begins to vacate from the doorframe, presumably walking out towards the lobby. You can see that he walks with the cane, but he doesn't like require it to completely move, lest like you sweep it from his legs and it just topples over. It's just like 10% assisted by the cane.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as Baruti leaves the doorframe view, you guys get a glimpse of the man himself and can choose to stay in Theodore's office and actually talk about business if you want. I could talk for days about crystal bullshit. These have healing elements. If you rest it by your baby's head while it's asleep, it'll draw out the negative energies.
Get out of the room, get out of the room!
We gotta go, we gotta go.
All right, if he cleared out, then obviously, you have lunch to get to. We won't drag this out any longer. I think we're all happy with how this turned out, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much.
Why did I am damp, but here in spirit? Oh, you know, he's alright.
Damp but here in spirit.
He's it's raining and he's going in and out of the building probably.
Fighting off Godzilla's.
I guess it's kind of damp out there. Alright, so You guys can finish the rest of your drink, as bitter and sweet as it is. Knock it back. You don't have to go for seconds if you don't want to. And you can exit Theto's office. The rest of you who are in the lobby see the door open and an elderly gentleman who we just described not but a few seconds ago, but this is the first time you're seeing him. An elderly gentleman who looks exactly like the bust that's like 5 feet to his left. You can like do a double take, like, oh, is that him? Looking at the bust, back and forth at the guy. He walks over to the kobold secretaries and he like whispers into one of their ears, and one of them nods their head and begins to scrawl onto a piece of paper. A woman has walked into the lobby during this time and appears to be someone who might be related to the dudes here, Theto and Broody at least. Presumably, putting context clues together, this is Theodo's mother. And whatever her relationship to Broody is, maybe it's Broody could be the father, and then, that's his grandson, Theto. Maybe, who knows? It could be a very simple relationship like that, or we could get, help me, step bro.
Good God, Adam.
You had to go there. Like, no one was asking.
No
and
one
no
said
one was...
it, but you were all subconsciously not thinking about it either.
Until Adam decided, you know what? I want them to consciously think about it.
And
so...
now you're manually breathing as well.
God damn you. But Diab, I was actually, before you went on your tangent of the precious metals, I did want to ask if I recognize any of these for enchanting purposes and stuff.
Which ones?
Just if I can pick out like the more like rarer metals that would coincide with enchanting that I know of. Like, I want to know, I want to see if I can figure out what if I know, first of all, what the equivalent of what the fuck is that metal that dwarves have that they jizz over all the time?
Didn't have to say jizz over, but yeah. There's a lot of things. It could be
mithril.
adamantine, a mithril.
Yes.
Well,
What's the equivalent for? Because you said mithril is basically not a conductive metal for enchanting. So would I know what the equivalent of highly enchantable metal that
Gold.
Besides
gold is not only electritively conductive, but magically enchantive conductivity as well. But there's a lot of shit. But you're not gonna get it for free, bucko. A lot of buckos today.
Not.
Take a shot for every time
Another
someone
bucko.
says
bucko.
bucko. I get you all wasted in the first 5 minutes. Go ahead and make a intelligence check.
I miss anything, by the way? I had to step away for a sec.
You missed a bucko.
See, this is why I like my regular dice, because I rolled 18. Oh, yeah, 18.
So there's a variety of materials. Now, I was making fun of the crystal thing before, but since this is a magical universe, and magical frequencies could be an actual thing, crystals and the sort like quartz and, well, bismuth is a metal, but like, Dan would know this, like black tourmaline kind of thing. Dan knows.
You don't pin me under the bus of being a crystal person.
No, it's because fucking that's a Germa thing.
Oh shit!
He has the tourmaline bracelet for.
yeah. Oh,
but like those kind of things, the frequency that magical frequencies would go through, essentially using crystals or other precious metals as essentially the catalyst or the focus from which you would volumize your magical frequencies from. This is a big list. What is on display here in the form of those blue crystals that they're using as like lighting in chandeliers, that one is specifically called diamond quartz. It is not, as the name entails, diamond mixed with quartz. It's just like the layman's term, kind of like how
like fool's gold.
Fool's gold, yeah,
gold,
kind of like that, or like how, what is that thing that's like Rocky Mountain oysters aren't actually oysters? They're
Or
both.
like a rock chicken isn't a rock chicken, it's a
Yeah.
fucking frog.
Yeah. It's basically the equivalent. So those are called diamond quartz. It is incredibly it's the equivalent of like using for wiring for like electricity. It's the equivalent of like copper. It's very conductive and is used by most people. And judging by what the people here are using it for, they have a shit ton of it because they're just casually using it for lighting.
Oh, fuck me. Fuck you guys. Fucking rich must be nice.
But it is incredibly difficult to get out of the ground. The crystals that form from these things are enormous, even in their earliest stages, and require essentially the equivalent of like 4 ogre strength to like yank it out of the ground. If you were to do it like that, or like the effort of like dozens of hours of just digging around it to free it from its resting place in the ground, and they're incredibly deep underground to the point where you can't just like dig a 5-foot ditch and like, oh hey, look, it's diamond quartz. So yeah, the risk versus reward for these things is enough to put these people, they're set up for life by if they only sold diamond quartz. Another one that you could do if you wanted to do away from crystals, there are other metals that you could do. As you can imagine, mithril and adamantine are both, you know, fantasy metals that occur in things. Like mithril is essentially just like enchanted dragon steel, if you want to give it enough adjectives. Adamantine is the basically equivalent of like unradioactive lead in terms of density and weight. And mithril is actually kind of the opposite. It's almost like aluminum or aluminium, for those people who pronounce it like that. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Okay. Anyways,
Thank you.
but it is extremely lightweight and very conductive. Mithril, that is. But
I thought you said mithril wasn't very conductive with arcane stuff.
It is not conductive. Sorry, opposite. I was thinking of crystals and shit.
Yeah.
But mithril is not conductive to enchantment. It's not to say it's impossible, but it's like trying to compare having a conductive wire made of copper versus like
one of like lead or something.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of non-conductive metals. Anyways, I haven't taken chemistry since junior year, so I'm gonna just leave it at that. H2O is water. I know that one.
You could say, yeah, lead, tungsten, or titanium.
You just Google non-conductive metals. Yep. Okay, that's fair. But either way, what the Crystal Spark family here is their diamond quartz on display. It's also on display on their guards. Their armor is covered in diamond quartz that has been shaved and hewn down to a particular shape so that it can be used in armor. When taken in its raw form, you can essentially, it's just very, very good. It's very good. Good soup. Other materials that you could think of besides adamantine and mithril, you kind of think back to the ebonite that you saw back in the Temple of Hades, the Shadowfell. That one is technically not exclusive to the Shadowfell, but it's so rare on the material plane that in order to find it, you need to just basically go on a whole expedition for what is essentially like 5 pounds of the stuff.
Is that like stuff that permeates near borders to different planes? That's where you'd likely find it as well, in the Shadowfells. Like
Shadowfell, and much like the Feywild and Material Plane, you know, they technically kind of overlap each other. So in regards to Arcana, as you're chiming in, yes, the Shadowfell bleed over effect, rather than making portals like the Feywild does in Varys' neck of the woods, it bleeds over in the sense of like actual component parts sometimes finding almost like a fungus spreading into the material plane, but the locations that they are typically dangerous, not even just from the actual how deep you need to go in terms of mining, but dangerous in the fact that yes, the Feywild will bleed over creatures from their portals between the material plane and the Feywild, but essentially there's like a almost like radioactive effect of the Shadowfell bleeding over into the
Everyone
material
gets grey
plane
hair, right?
that yeah, gray hair in that sense. But also just like, you guys have felt what it's like to be in the
Void of
Shadowfell,
emotion.
emotionless, and other things. So like, hypothetically, alright, well, you found some ebonite in the material plane, you're exposed to Shadowfell radiation, and you're just like, aw, fuck.
Oh, I'm
Now I
sad
don't
now.
care. Like, I'm indifferent to this. I'll just leave it here.
I guess, man, this is heavy, I don't want to carry this.
Is that what I missed? Were you just doing like a check around this room, Henry? Is that...
Yeah, I was actually very admiring about the armor and everything, so I would
Okay,
want
I
to
just wanted to
keep that
check.
in mind. And
Jesus
also as the old man comes out and I have this realization of, holy shit, they have a shit ton of diamond quartz. I'm just gonna go up to the secretary and I know we were I know we originally said that we were here on silk business, but could I talk to someone about these diamond quartz? I'm an enchanter myself, and I've actually never seen this amount of diamond quartz in one area, and especially on your. It's just I just
It's the
would.
company's specialty, yes. If you'd like to talk to someone about purchasing it, you might want to... Well, your friends are already in the room. If you can tell them to maybe put that on the deal, so that, you don't have to wait another 45 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how I would let them know. Could I write a note for them, and or could I actually speak to someone directly if that's all possible?
Well, all this time now, Laszlo and Varys are beginning to finish their cups of funny juice.
Final funny juice sips are occurring as you speak.
And so, you guys are finishing your funny juice. Barudi walks out, he's in the lobby. You're going up to the secretary. The door is open for just a smidgen, and is beginning to close. You can kind of see Varys and,
Where's our calls?
Diamond quartz!
What was he saying?
Can you
But
pick
I'm just
me up some
gonna.
pack of smokes?
I'm just gonna since the door's closing and can't yet, and I don't want to yell because that's extremely rude. I'm just gonna
Grab the old man by the collar.
Give me that fucking diamond! Give me the quartz! I need it! I need it!
I need to make
I
enchanting.
No, it's only a matter of time before he arrives.
I'm just gonna wait until they come out, and yeah, I don't know how else to conduct this if no one else is if no one's available for me to let them know to talk about this thing too.
Well, considering you're speaking about this, and Barudi is literally like 2 feet to your left, because he is just handing the slip of paper to the kobold, he can hear you. His hearing isn't going. He is old, but not that old.
I didn't. I also just like said, like I planned it out so he would hear me out. Like so, me and you are thinking the same thing. Yeah, good. So I don't know if he's gonna.
Half of the people might have cat women.
Half of the diamond course.
I'm gonna get the cheese and the chocolate chip.
So we're going for dinner. Oh man.
There are over 8 billion.
I really want to like
Billionaires
go up
in
and be like, oh, squanch the beef. What we have. That's gonna be dangerous.
As you address the kobold about this, Barudi looks over at you. He's kind of just doing that old man thing where he kind of just stares at you with no consideration, because he's old and he gets to do what he wants, kind of thing.
Yeah.
He's just staring at you. Are you here in the market for some diamond quartz? Are you, young lad?
Yes, I'm I'm trying to get up there on a couple of magical bits. So, and seeing the amount of, my God, the amount of diamond quartz that is in this one room, it's probably the more that I've ever seen in my entire lifetime. So, it seems
Yes, it is our speciality. And the amount of diamond quartz in this room essentially could pay for most of the houses in this district alone, and we still have more in the back. So, it was with great pride that I accept your compliment. And if you were looking to purchase it, I'm assuming the fact that you're so flabbergasted about this means that you don't work for our fella down the street over in the enchantment office.
No, I'm actually off continent.
I see. So, if you're willing to, dip your nose into our business and, whatever you make with these goods, you make sure that everyone knows where they came from. We might be able to cut a deal there, young man.
Oh, I'd love to have that conversation.
Are you in a business by yourself? Do you own your own business, or you're just doing this for a hobby?
Oh, definitely not a hobby. It's more like I'd like to call it my life's work, to be quite honest with you. It's more
a good passion to have, young man. You seem to be well educated in this matter. The fact that you can... Not every person knows what diamond quartz is. They can appreciate its beauty just off the bat. Anyone can. But to be able to know what to do with it is an art unto itself.
And by the sounds of how you talk about it, I just feel that you are also someone that dabbles in the enchantment, if you don't mind me talking out of my, and excuse the language, ass here.
Excuse me, ass!
Henry's really hitting Callus is hitting that, like, doesn't like rich people, making fun of them while having
he likes
conversation
he
with
likes
them,
what
like,
this rich guy is putting down, though, so it's like...
It's good. Is he hitting his morals? What's going on here?
Money talks, friend.
It does.
And so does quartz.
Oh, fuck.
While presumptuous of you to say that, you would be remiss in saying that I don't. I have been manufacturing and using this quartz material for the better part of my life. Probably about, at this point, probably 70% of my years on this planet. I've been dedicated to studying the uses of diamond quartz outside of the mundane. Now this is considered mundane, using it as pretty light fixtures. That's mundane. That's what something would... You dig it out of the ground the first time you find it and like, oh, that would make a nice candle replacement. Now when you start delving into the fine nitty-gritty of what you can do with just a sliver of diamond quartz, and if you can afford to do so, you see that man in the corner? You see that guy with the crossbow? That bolt, just the one bolt that he would fire, costs as much as a horse. And the horse's upkeep for a year. To shoot that one bolt for what was the heavy thing? It cost $200,000 to shoot this gun for 8 seconds.
Horse.
But that one bolt is enough to take down a whole cavalry division by itself. Now, we don't intend for him to fire that indoors. It is just a threat to anyone who is inside of here to not do any funny business. He points over at the guard and just gives him a little wave.
Accidentally points at Laszlo, like, as he's walking out, like...
And then he points to the guard.
Get him! Get him!
His presence alone, for anyone who knows what a diamond quartz crossbow bolt can do, is enough a deterrent to not do anything stupid.
No, of course.
Now, that's something I figured out probably 15 years into my study. To make a bolt that can do that much damage. For hypothetically speaking, let's say I did shoot a bolt at you. One, you'd be dead.
I'm pretty sure this dwarven armor wouldn't even...
No. That dwarven armor is as good as taking your finger into a swath of freshly made buttered cream and just sticking your finger through it.
Oh, man.
Anyways, enough of my inflated ego about my bolts that took me 15 years to make. I already know how great they are. I'm not trying to threaten you, young man, but I'm just telling you what you can potentially do with diamond quartz. Now, you intend to maybe not use it for military siege artillery, but you want to use it for enchanting. That's something I stumbled across about 15 to 25 years into my research after doing the more mundane things with diamond quartz. Once you dig that out of the ground, there's a bit of a weird magical radiation or aura about it that begins to diminish over time until eventually it's almost non-noticeable until you really get into almost sniffing the damn thing. But that magical radiation, if you can harness that while it's first extracted from the ground and essentially bottle it like lightning, what you can do with that magical aura, I would say it's as good as gold, but it's better. You can make gold. It is straight up transmutation in a bottle.
You see Kalos' face expression just like go from
I'm a
like
poor
fucking
student, make
stunned
gold?
to like fucking just like just in awe and everything, and all of the I'm just soaking up all of his like.
Kalos is just looking at this man. Are
This
you
guy-
looking?
this guy-
Are you looking for an indentured servant?
really
Are you
cool.
looking for a slave?
I've already sold my soul, but I can sell you my body.
Jeez.
Oh, oh,
Now
I
that's just
would-
the magical radiation. That is a byproduct of it itself. If you can get it during that stage, when it's releasing that magical aura, and get the actual crystal itself. I've seen people, specifically our friend down at the enchanting office down the street and 2 doors down, if I give him a freshly dug up, within the day, like dug up within the day, maybe within the hour, if I can get it to him fast enough, I've seen him make what is essentially historical artifacts with freshly dug up diamond quartz.
oh man,
They're the kind of thing that we pass down from generation to generation saying, oh, this is the thing that my grandfather used to slay a dragon.
You said the
You're
D
gonna say from
word.
Bucko
You
to
said the
Bucko.
D
I
word.
said
honestly
the-
thought you were gonna say from Bucko to
Adam,
Bucko.
Adam has just been throwing everything that Kalos
From
wants in his
Bucko to
life right
Bucko,
now.
like.
Now, the cost of getting this thing out of the ground is extremely expensive.
Oh, I can
No
only
regular
imagine.
man can do this thing reasonably. Mostly
I've only
because,
read
one,
on it.
it's incredibly dangerous. You need to go through deep depths to find this stuff. 2, it does draw the ire of several creatures that would see this valuable material as food. There are things deep below that will eat this stuff. And if they eat enough of it, well, considering how I described it previously, imagine the power that a creature who's been gorging themselves on diamond quartz would turn into. It's essentially comparing a worm to a well-trained murder dog.
Murder worm. Dog.
So,
Oh,
our
man.
workers need to be escorted at all times by guards who use diamond quartz weapons. Now, you see that guy, he has a diamond quartz crossbow. The guy over there, and he's pointing to the other guard here, who is not holding a crossbow. He has that entire blade of that halberd is not made of it, it's coated in it. Just a coating. Just, if you were to say accidentally drop that halberd on your foot, you would probably explode into giblets. Not even just cut your foot off. Whenever you hit something with a diamond quartz weapon, people who have... well, people don't live through it. That's all I gotta say. I was gonna give you a fascinating tale of someone who recounted going through that experience, but from someone who watches someone get hit by a diamond quartz weapon, they seem to shimmer and shake as if someone's violently rattling them, until eventually they blow apart in fine red mist. Anyways,
Now-
I'm gassing myself up just thinking about this, and I can see the look on your face that says that if I don't get my hands on some diamond quartz right now, mister, I'm gonna have to do something nefarious. Which I would highly recommend you don't do, because they have diamond quartz weapons.
Yeah, I mean, no, I wouldn't want to do anything.
You want to do business, and I'm
Yes.
a businessman.
Oh man, I would also just love to pick your brain on just if you can.
I
share.
save that for my closest friends and allies. Now, I can start our relationship as a private student of the arts, and I'm always willing to have my doors open to research division. I have many people in my research division, not only working on just diamond quartz, but all sorts of other magically enchanted ores and materials. But, considering what I just told you right now, there's more to learn about things you can dig up in the ground, and more. We're expanding our business beyond just ore. The silks that we're looking into, those things are almost as tough as steel, and they're as thin as paper, if you get them from the right animals. Regular silkworms are different than silkworms that have been exposed to diamond quartz radiation. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Oh, I am like, I am with you. I am right there next to you. I am. Oh my god.
So,
Just to
I have reason
clarify,
to believe, though,
you
that
go.
according to what you're wearing, you're working for a different company.
Yes.
How
Yes,
much, essentially, I'm gonna be straight with you, how much to betray your company and come work for me?
Just Joe Biden ass fuck guy. What's
How much to
going-
poach me? Oh, to
I
be
know
qu-
an intelligent person when I see it. It's written all over your face. And the
It's
fact
written
that
over
you're
this devil mark on my chest.
And the fact that you're wearing that armor means that you're no fool when it comes to very, very powerful magical artifacts. I know Dwarven armor when I see it, and that is a tier above. That is something that kings and generals would wear.
Oh,
I'm
man,
not saying you're a king or a general, but I can make you as rich as one, if you come work for me.
Now, how much would the contract be? For how long would it be? For an indefinite type of contract, or
That is
could
something up for negotiation, if you would like to come to my office. My name's Baruti, by the way.
Oh, I am Kalos Sarvas. I'm so nice to meet you.
This is by the time when you guys will be walking into the lobby.
I'm like
I was-
shaking his hand. It's just
See,
like,
if we had walked in before that, like my seeing what Kalos is doing and getting close enough to hear him, my instinct would have been to like just sit back and just see what Kalos does because, yeah, no, I wouldn't have stepped forward either way. So
I would have liked to have flanked Alice to be in the vicinity, an eye line of this conversation.
But yes, if you wouldn't mind, I would definitely like to set something up. And as you guys come out, I actually this gentleman right here, and I point to Ulrich.
Hello.
He's
Hello. Sorry.
I work with his company directly, but if there could be some sort of, I know they came in here for silks, but I would imagine Master Dolan would love to bring in some magical
okay.
pearls or something. I would definitely love to have more of this, but first of all, I would love to talk more about the contract, to be quite honest with you, because
I don't
Just-
use the word contract here. I like the word agreement because it's between two consenting adults. I don't want to think that you are locked in with us. It creates a bad and hostile work environment. So you are not only going to be one of our employees, but family.
Jeez.
Jesus,
I can't.
My God, man.
Are we all standing there just staring at him?
You could all be in this room, honestly. You can be
We're
wherever
all
you want.
no. I am standing back, to,
Candy shop.
politely letting this conversation unfold without my interference. I am.
Well, I've been fucking roped in for good reason. So, yeah.
But yeah, I would love. Yes, definitely. Let's talk about more of this agreement behind closed doors, if you wouldn't mind. I would love to share some of mine. I've picked up a couple of things myself that I don't believe that a lot of people know throughout the continent, and I would love to share some of my knowledge as well.
You have a good head on your shoulders, young man. I would see
Young
that to be
bucko.
put towards the right direction for the advancement of knowledge. Now, the rest of you, I'm not sure what the rest of your friends here are astute at. They could be great warriors, or scholars, or both. But I have many positions open at my company. Very wealthy, well-paying positions. Just keep that in mind, gentlemen. I'm going out for lunch soon. Now, I would offer you to come and join me to discuss our arrangement for our agreement. But I do need to be meeting with my my in-laws, and I prefer it to just be us.
Of course,
What?
totally understandable.
I'll be here around Probably be back around 4 o'clock p.m. if everything doesn't go too talky-talky, as my in-laws are wont to do. But you folks have a good day. Especially you, Kalos. He gives you almost like a wink that is almost like taking a deal with the devil.
Sorry, I've
Oh,
already done that.
I've already done that. And I bow my head and I say,
Two for two.
Mr. I don't know what the title is around here, but it was a pleasure meeting you, sir.
He grabs
And
from a nearby stand that has his headdress and a little shawl that he puts over that drapes over his shoulders and down to his elbow length, just to keep some of the sun directly off of him. It's made of course, silk. Please, family speaks to each other in first names. My name is Baruti. And I'm hoping I'll be seeing you and maybe the rest of your folks under my payroll. He tips his, not hat, but kind of just like nods his head while holding his head wear so that it doesn't like drape over his eyes, kind of like tipping his hat. Grabs his cane and begins to walk out of the business. He is then escorted by one of the guards that was in here, the one that's not holding the crossbow, but he leaves with him and they go out into the streets, leaving the kobold duo and Sito somewhere back in the other room.
Oh.
I definitely didn't just feel like I was talking to a rock star or anything. I'm definitely not just starstruck.
Rockstar. Minerals.
I look at you guys and I so how about what did you guys go in there to talk? Oh right, silk. How'd that go? You guys want to head out?
Let's do that.
One of the kobold friends comes out with a large tubular box. It has a cork lid on it so that it doesn't have the contents spill out and is not exposed to the elements. Judging by the size, there's probably a wooden dowel that is used to wrap the bolt of cloth around for easy spinning when you put it on the loom. Of course, you need to take it out of the box first. Did you give him the money?
I have given him the money, yes.
Deducting that money from your wallet, it is significantly lighter and less thick, but you are now replaced it with a big tube. You may open the tube to make sure they're not just selling you a tube.
Yeah, it's not, what did you get? A handful of nuts? Sophie,
Oh yeah, I got a sack full of
exchange for
acorns
a
or
fire
whatever.
sword, yeah.
Yeah, I'll check to see if it's,
A fire sword that dicked us over when we were trying to fucking fight giant tree monsters made of wood.
Fuck yeah, it's awesome. It's great.
You uncork the thing, there's a very satisfying... Oh, my mic didn't pick that up, shit.
I heard it. Yeah.
It was very
It
low.
was clear, it's crisp.
Pop! Okay. But there's a satisfying pop as you remove the cork, and you can see that on the interior is indeed a wooden dowel that is only about 2 inches in diameter and is wrapped around a very pristine white silk bolt of cloth that can be used to attach to a loom. You have your thing, and you can be resting assured that you paid 1,500 Sumir, or the equivalent of 500 gold pieces for some cloth that you can make basically one person's entire dream of owning an entire wardrobe made of silk come true. We also are going to go ahead and go to break, as we did pass the 3-hour mark, but I was too busy making Kalos giddy to stop at exactly the 3-hour mark. So we're going to go ahead and check the time. It's 1:36 p.m. I say, well, why not round it to 1:50? So 14
Okay.
minutos.
Cool. Alright, we'll be right back.
Go away. Wait, so they have the whole Lord of the Rings trilogy on HBO? Wouldn't the easiest thing to be would just be like use screen sharing on like a Discord call? We could only reasonably do like 2. Yeah, but I want to watch. My favorite one is fucking Return of the King, though. Lord of the Rings. What do I am? But damn, then it's not a marathon. What? You need to settle up, okay? Well, we just play them all at the same time.
You know, I'd be able to have breakfast and do some things.
Well, it's on a Saturday, so I don't get home until 12 anyways, so... Well, that's when it's over, and probably like 10 minutes afterwards.
Okay, let's say at 12:30.
I don't think we can do all 3
I can do 2 of them, reasonably.
with like a...
Yeah, it'd be
You,
midnight.
like
But you
a,
got-
like a
guys-
1-minute break in between, right?
What about the Hobbit movies? How do they factor
Fuck
into?
off, though.
Fuck God, yeah,
I
no,
like
they're-
those movies, but yeah.
I like the
can't-
action
I
sequences.
want to
That's
sleep,
the only
dude.
part.
Like, you know.
Little
Sleep.
Bilbo
What
lives
sleep?
on a hole in a hill.
I'll bet.
And then we're going to Rings of Power.
Well,
No. Not for real.
But Galadriel is a badass bitch, bro.
But you'd have to watch. Wouldn't you have to watch Rings of Power first because it's the prequel?
Is it? I don't know when the fuck it's supposed to be. I only watched the first episode.
It's the prequel. It's like 800 years before the books, I think.
It's one of the other eras, yeah.
It's when there was a
Second era,
society
maybe,
of humans on an island. Yay.
This society.
Okay. Well, I think probably just the first two, even though I want to watch the third the most because
You go, Dan, do it. Dan, stay up. Dan, do it. You got
Dan,
it.
don't be a bitch.
Dan, just take
Peer
some.
pressure. Peer pressure.
It's
Dan,
only 3 a.m.
Dan, just take some Adderall and caffeine pills.
I don't have Adderall.
And then the next day we gotta play D&D.
Well, here's the
I'm
thing.
fucking corpse. I might be dead, mate. So.
3 a.m. for him.
Right.
Depending on how early you guys start and finish. 3 a.m. for him. Like he starts. Remember he starts in the afternoon. He's 5 hours ahead of us.
Only 4
So-
hours now, actually. Thanks, daylight savings time.
No, it's
You say 7?
5 hours. Yeah, it's 7.
Well,
It-
just move the tectonic plates closer.
Oh, easy,
Just
easy
pinch.
task.
Just take the entirety of the Atlantic Ocean and just pinch
It's
it.
not that bad, but I was on at half 1 yesterday, like my time, and that's 8 p.m. You lot.
Why can't we just make the Earth flat so that all the time
Make the Earth flat.
make
I thought the Earth was
flat?
already flat.
You fucking idiot.
Well, I don't want to say anything else lest the FBI come knocking on the door, alright? But let's say we made
We
the
got
Earth
them first.
flat.
Fellow
When the
truther.
sun's out, it would be exposing the entirety of that one surface of the Earth, and then you flip it over like a coin, and that's nighttime.
Oh.
Well, no. Obviously the sun also rotates around the Earth. Like that's how it happens. It's got nothing to do with no coins have to flip because the Earth is obviously the center of the universe.
Didn't we do away with that once we
Fucking
realized
Roman,
that?
what, you're a Roman person.
Jesus
Well, we also did away with the Earth being flat, but you know what? Some people.
We also did away with the fact that there's only 2 genders, am I right?
Unbanned.
Oh,
He got him,
any,
gosh.
any fucking ways. Jeez, I
Ooh.
don't know who put that conversation.
God, it's like we're advancing, but backwards.
It's a weird, but again, and this has
my
probably
God,
been
it's
brought up
weird.
before. There's a weird the overlap in the Venn diagram between Nazis and flat earthers is surprisingly large. Like, just saying, just pointing that out there.
As a flat earther, April Fools.
And not a Nazi. Good.
So let's play D&D, I guess. You guys
Fuck
feel like
yeah.
doing that?
Let's watch the temptation of commerce.
The
unfold.
temptation. I thought you were gonna say the temptation of Dan to watch Lord of the Rings is like.
Oh, I think that's always a high.
Are Kinder eggs completely banned in US?
Probably.
Why am I getting fucking?
You want me to smuggle the Kinder?
No, the thing is, I'm getting fucking
Fuck is a
someone.
Kinder Egg?
It's those chocolate eggs that have toys inside of them that got banned because kids would just pop the whole thing in their mouth and just choke on the plastic toy inside.
How very? They were that hungry.
Yes, they are. Definitely banned in the US.
Why the hell
but
am I
Kinder
getting-
Joy eggs aren't.
Oh, what's the difference?
Oh wait,
no toy.
yeah, Kinder Surprise eggs are definitely banned.
No
but
surprise.
Kinder
Kinder, no
Joy
surprises.
eggs are not.
Oh, okay. Because I was seeing this guy with a fucking. It's got the NBA on the logo. I'm like, what the fuck? Doesn't make any sense. Oh, but there's
Who's
a
the
different
Roger?
thing. Anyways, all right. Well, wish I can get a fucking ad blocker on my phone. That worked. All right.
Put a fucking crystal in it, apparently.
It can do everything. It can clean out your chakras. It'll make you fertile again. Make sure your back problems are taken care of, and
I think it makes sure your back problems are existent and are there. Well, it's kind of not what you want.
you want to see the miracle cure? This thing can make Joe Biden finish a sentence.
Wow, completely coherent.
I'm just saying, presidents with coherent sentences kind of went extinct in around 2016. So, I mean,
Look at my African American. Love that guy. He's good.
I would take a monkey in a tuxedo.
Don Bamner.
Let's not talk about our favorite presidents here, because mine is... cause my
Abraham. His mic has been cut.
Alright.
Go
Anyways,
back in.
I've been replaced with a...
Madam Adam.
Yep.
AI generated Adam.
Imagine.
What would his topics be?
I mean, you've spoken enough different sentences, and different
temple-
voices over 200 sessions. No, wait, 100 sessions.
Uninterrupted.
104 sessions of
I think if
Of
you
this
add
campaign?
up all the sessions I've ever done, period, not even just for this campaign, I think you can get 200.
Quite easy.
Oh yeah,
exactly that
One,
AI.
two,
They're listening. They can replicate every
They are
sound you've ever
listening.
made, and they can.
Even
And
that
all they're
time you
gonna
got
do
scared.
with it is just make really bad D's nuts jokes. Every single time. Encounter
And say
D's nuts.
Bucko.
Yep.
Counter D's nuts.
Counterspell D's nuts. Breath weapon.
Breath on D's
Breathe
nuts.
on these nuts. What else? Okay, I'm gonna stop right there. They already have enough fuel. So let's get back into it. Before our break, Kalos was being tempted by a different kind of devil deal. This one doesn't involve his soul being exchanged, but kind of it is, because if you consider your soul the knowledge that you've accumulated through your life in a spiritual kind of way like that, and his service in terms of actually getting a job that is not adventuring, which is an unstable environment. Not approved by those companies that go around and make sure factory workers don't get tangled up in
OSHA?
the... Yeah. I was gonna say HEMA, but I think that's something else.
The HEPA, I think it's filters.
Besides
Eco-filters?
acronyms, let's go ahead and jump back in. So, you were asked to join this guy's company. Baruti, who is, according to your guys' info, basically the one who has gotten Laszlo's life flip turned upside down, to quote the...
No, wait. This might unintentionally, maybe. We don't know this. We don't know this was he
I
targeted.
mean, the intent here is to squanch the beef, so a proper chat with them would be nice.
And I got you. Let's go! I finally feel useful again.
As we're
I'm
walking
wearing
out,
literally useful stuff that you've made.
I'm not
for
saying
me.
anything.
yeah.
As we're walking out, I'm not saying anything, but I'm just patting Kalos on the back.
Fucking yo, that did you hear? Oh my god, that's what that can do. Holy fuck, I've only read this in books. The amount of wealth that's in that one fucking room is astonishing. Sorry guys, I'm kind of giggling over here right now. But yeah, Ulrich, 4 o'clock, me and you, we were in there.
What about the rest of the gang? That's the rest of the gang as well. I don't go anywhere without my trusty other
My gang
old
of
man.
bees.
My gang of bee and old man Mango Man. Zen is extremely valid, and it'd be great to bring Zen and Varys along as well. And
Let's not
the
rush it.
weekend at
But
Bernie's body.
if he
of
wants to talk with
Douglas.
all of us, I'd say that's great. But at the same time, if he wants to only talk to one of us, I don't think we should push the matter, because
Sure.
we
I
want
mean-
to have a conversation with this guy. Like I said, best
Yeah.
case scenario is we have a very frank conversation, and we all walk away understanding how this all went down, and no one
Sure.
else.
Peaceful resolution.
I'm
guys.
like of the mind, they're going out for lunch with their family. They're settled and they've moved on. I'm just a little loose end, little fishy caught in the net, and I want to be get out and not dead. That's what I want. So maybe if we go about it the right way, we can do that. So that'd be awesome.
Well, he said come back at 4. You guys want to grab some lunch?
No, I don't want to eat in public places.
Do you want to grab some coffee?
I've eaten
Was
a
there,
ration.
was
so-
there a park in this
No.
district that we
Yep.
did we stop?
Yeah,
at
yeah.
one?
I did my TED talk there.
All right. The only other thing is I wanted to, this very small thing, I wanted to inquire to the magic shop. I forget what's just not necessarily purchase something from it, just
You want to get? Yeah. Okay.
ask a question that he
Sure.
may or may not be knowledgeable in.
The fuck is it? Hold on. It is
Magic.
somewhere.
Magic
My
shop.
notes.
Magic shop.
That's from campaign 1. Henry, please.
Oh man, I miss getting fucking flashbanged every time I walked in. Oh wait, no, that was Mikopine. Never mind. What was Krod's thing again?
He's eating bubblegum.
He was a talking monkey. That's what he was.
Yeah.
Chimpanzee.
Did you also write down this guy's name? Because I don't think I did.
Nope, I did not.
I have it somewhere.
Where is
Just
it?
finding it.
I thought I did, to be quite honest with you.
As you guys rummage through your notes on the way down towards this magical vendor here, you can pass by all sorts of other shops, including one, the place that you bought the bolt of cloth, which is right over there, you just came out from. The alchemy store, where you can buy potions and all sorts of other things. Morjamoth,
Igith.
there you go.
Yeah.
Morjamoth
Do you know what
owned
the,
jewelry store.
Shop is called? Sorry.
Just I don't think we got a name, but Igith, I think.
Igith?
Igggieh.
PH.
Igith.
Good try, Dan. Only one G.
Well, I pronounce it Igith, so put 2 G's, Henry. Okay.
Okay, Dan. You got a lore master.
Hi guys, Lore Master Dan Baldwin here. Here with another
Oh,
animated
thanks.
something.
Mine. I'm always animating. He's an old elf man.
Yeah, that I did.
Not to be construed with elf man.
Elfman 961 or Elfman Fresh. TM? Yeah.
TM.
Could be worse. Could be my username on the Epic Game Store.
Asian sensation.
You wish it was that. That
Oh,
knows.
what the fuck is it?
That knows what it is.
That's not gonna respond.
I'm gonna say it.
Okay.
I'm gonna say it.
You don't have to if you don't want to, I guess.
Oh.
Alright, anyways. What was I talking about? Alright, magic store.
We're going to Igith's.
You're going to Agit's. You didn't get the name of the store, you just kind of walked in like, hey, I want magical items. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I'm sure that's exactly what you said.
Yeah.
Alright, so let's go ahead and go to his store. Now that you've gotten here with the intent of finding out his name and the magical items shop name, you can, if you want to, look up at the sign.
And I look up in the sign.
No,
What
you
does it
should
say?
have said no.
I was gonna say no.
Just fucking never find out the name
Nah,
of
the cat's out of the bag. It's too late.
Oh, is that the name? Cat out of the bag?
No, that's just the expression that I'm using for this.
I'll also the name.
I mean, the rest of you can like pretend to not look, and then when I say it, you can be woefully ignorant, like blissfully.
What is that? I've never heard of that place.
No, it's too late. The magic's gone.
Yeah, you said it. Yeah.
Now I'll have to write it down and remember it, or at least remember it.
You're going to never recover from this as soon as you figure out this name. It's the Ignanimous Worm. Worm spelled as in not the ground worm, the worm with a Y, the dragonoid kind. And its proprietor,
Ignanimous
Igith,
worm.
the guy who is an elf. So, what is your goal here in Igith's place of business?
I walk in. Up is Igith working with a customer, or is he just doing his due diligence as a?
He is currently attending a very scientific-looking experiment. He has a pair of these crystals that were so highly sought after, placed in an apparatus that holds them pointed at each other at a parallel angle. there is a small bit of what looks like almost an arrowhead being suspended magically between these two crystals, and he begins to poke and jab at it with a tiny tweezer and almost like a scalpel, shaving away small slivers of metal that begin to float incandescently in the air. As you get closer, he pulls a small switch on the side of his table, causing the whole thing to essentially lose energy and collapse onto it. He looks up at you, as if you just stumbled in on him doing something inappropriate, like creating moonshine in a state where it's illegal.
Hey, sorry, I see you're in the middle of something. Just a quick question for you. I didn't mean to. I've been looking around, and you seemed like top of the list of people who might be knowledgeable in this. Maybe I know it's not unless it's not a service. I don't think you maybe do yourself, but I'm wondering if you would know of any. Just because of how like difficult kind of navigating the continent can be, do you know any like? Would you know of any magic circles that like not privately owned that would be not maybe necessarily public use, but like even maybe for a fee that like in case people want to travel, who have the means and want to travel to and from? Is there something
Magical
like that?
teleportation circle.
Just a curiosity.
Well, it's a very specific curiosity. But
Yeah.
to answer your question, yes, there are some magical teleportation circles here about the city. They're typically owned by very wealthy individuals.
So that's a no on the available to public use even for a fee then, correct?
Well, I do not have one. I know how to,
Okay.
but I do not have one. The
Gotcha.
reasonings that, essentially would put my shop in danger if someone would want to break in and use it unbeknownst to me. It creates a security issue that I don't feel like doing. Plus, I don't get out very often, so where the hell am I going to go?
Yeah. Just in the event that, you know, we have to basically if we
It's
don't
well
live in the
documented
city,
within the city that there is one within the Sultan's Palace, and another one down in the Mordremoth Estate, somewhere beneath the ground. If you're all trying to get one, it's going to be there, but whether or not they let you use it, well, that's another story.
our limited experience with the Morjamoth so far is that they wouldn't let us use it. So
Well, then it leaves you with the Sultan. Now, if it's under very, very shitty related business, then there are things that he would do to use the teleportation circle. But
then
I don't think you
we-
are within his company, are you?
yeah, we have someone who knows the spell, but like I'm just basically looking for someone who would be willing to share a sequence with us, and then also one in a location where if we did appear, it wouldn't, you know, we wouldn't be shot on sight, basically. For
Ah, I
like,
see.
invading.
Well, and that's the
Yeah.
case, then I have no help to you then.
Okay, thanks for your time. I saw you're busy. Just I figured if anyone knew.
Quite
You're the
so.
magic
Well, I turned
expert.
it off because if you so much as breathe funny on these things, you are likely to have a shaving of metal go directly into your throat.
And that's not funny. That's not. No.
Okay, you guys.
It's not funny, haha. It's funny.
It's funny you die and then bad. You've been around the region for a long time. Is that correct in saying you've been owning this shop for many years?
I've owned this shop for quite some time. Around the region is quite a very bereft statement. I don't really get out that much. For the most part, I've been mostly on the east coast of this country for most of my life. Everything to the west might as well be an alien country.
Do you know of any dragons in the region?
Dragons in the region? Yes, of course. Anyone who's worth their salt in these parts knows where the hell dragons can be found. Why?
Oh, we've been tasked by the Mordremoths to procure some blood.
Ha!
And,
They've sent you
wondering
on
if
that
you had
task
any-
for them.
yeah,
Good
had
fucking
any
luck.
rumors. How so?
You're trying to get
The tone-
dragon blood. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, is there a particularly feisty dragon, or is
Most
there
of them are. And then honestly, if I came
Okay.
to you asking for your blood,
any? Mm-hmm.
you probably wouldn't give it to me without some sort of transactional period or something
Yeah.
in recompense. And
Mhm.
sometimes these dragons are met with violence. So,
Not always. Not always violence, though.
all right, Mr. Smarty Pants, how many dragons have
Varys
you
makes
met?
it.
I'm looking at Varys like, oh yeah, the dragon expert over here is just like, oh yeah.
So do tell me, how many amiable situations have you come across where the dragon got something in a friendly conversation and said, yes, I'm going to give you this, I'm going to get that, and then be on your way, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
I look at Varys.
Let's put it
10
this way.
times.
So I reconvene my previous statement of
I
good
ran
fucking
in with
luck.
I ran in with one significantly sized dragon before I met you guys, and it wasn't a fun experience.
It was like totally cool and okay, well, yeah.
So
I
anyways,
was just wondering if you knew any directions of where in the region, if you're so knowledgeable of the east.
yes, for the most part, I am very keenly aware of that, mostly because their scales are very, very useful in creating things for magical components, or even magical items themselves. If you gather enough of them, you can make an entire shield made of dragon scales, basically impervious to all projectiles.
Okay, cool.
And you said an entire shield
Well, you know,
worth of scales?
about yay big. And he holds his hands up, it's like the size of a medium shield.
Okay. Good to know. I didn't know that.
Now take in mind, not every scale is the same. When you get towards certain parts of the dragon, hypothetically speaking, some people claim that they have a soft underbelly and a thicker hide on the above. That's a crock of shit. That is a permeated lie. By a dragon to get people to shoot its stomach. To no avail. It's just as tough down on the stomach. And then they die because they're trying to go for a very out-of-the-way weak spot that doesn't actually exist.
This tracks from what I've in my.
Correct.
Don't hit it in the ankles, as we've learnt in Elden Ring.
No, let's say that we like my friend over here said that we're trying to procure
Dragon blood, yes.
Yes. Where would you send us? We know of one.
Where would I send you? What, am I paying you?
Oh no, but where would you point us in the right direction?
We're asking for rumors and
I am no idle
knowledge.
gossip around dragon parts, nor dragon folks, or dragonlings. Now, I don't want to spread no kind of wrong rumors that will get you folks into trouble in one way or another, especially if I send you there, there's no dragon, and you come back to my shop saying, hey, Igith, that was an awful lead, and I'm gonna beat you up.
well, we wouldn't be.
No, we would never do
that's
that.
bollocks. If you've got any good leads, I'd be happy to hear them.
No.
Any leads you may think could have.
The only
Dragon.
lead that we have, and I'll tell you, is the Spire of Arrogance. But that's
Well,
the
that
only
one's
one.
quite well known by most people, even myself, who doesn't go out that far to the west in the first place. But everyone knows that one. But you'd be an idiot. A bloody idiot.
You'd be an idiot. Yeah.
You'd be an idiot. Yes.
No.
You'd be an idiot to go out there.
Idiot. God, that idiot. Would be a fool. Yeah.
You would be a fool to go that way. For one thing, there's hardly any water out there. Seems like this weird effect of whatever's been out there sucks up all the water. Even cactus-like vegetation can't grow out there. It's so parched that you so much as step on a rock and it turns to dust from how dehydrated it is. And then you breathe in that dust and you choke on your own blood. Anyways, not a fun time. Again, you'd be a fool to go out there. Whatever dragon's out there, he can stay there. Probably has an entire horde that's worth all the money you could ever think of. Not worth it, because you'd be dead. What are we talking about again?
Adult dragons.
Adult dragons. Well, let's see. Around these parts, there is one dragon that has made the entrance to his lair directly in the path of the sandstorm. Are you folks familiar with the sandstorm?
So basically, he moves with the sandstorm.
No. The entrance is in the pathway. It doesn't move the entrance. That'll be weird. But it means that only one time of the year is the entrance exposed. Because
In the middle of the sandstorm.
yes, because it sucks up all the sand in front of it, and then as soon as it settles and the sandstorm moves on, everything piles back on top of each other, and you can't find that very easily. I'm sure you could probably find it if you just kept digging for the rest of your life. So that one, only available at a certain time of the year. And considering what time of the year it is, it's not that one. Probably another 3 months. If you want to wait 3 months, you can find that guy's lair. Now that one is very much like me. He doesn't get out much. But from what he's been hoarding down there for all that time and only be able to go out during a certain time of the year, it's rumored, Now rumors, again rumors, just people making things up. Could be true, could be not. Is that he has a very vast hoard of items and trinkets and well, the thing about dragons around these parts is they don't hoard Samir. It's made of paper. So they don't have any Samir in their hoards. It would just disintegrate. So don't look for any hard cash when you're out into a dragon's lair around here. So just keep that in mind. And the only gold they might have is from pilfering people who are coming onto the continent. So it might not be as much as you think.
Fair.
But it's going to be in different types of valuables. Well, that's one. That's over down to the east of here, over the mountains, and in the way of the sandstorm. If you wait 3 months, you can probably find his lair.
Mostly. Do we know? Is there enough information on these dragons to know what kind of dragons they are?
Things bounce back and forth, and people say one thing and it turns out to be true. Generally speaking, the dragons around these parts, from what I've known and researched, you most likely are going to find them in the color blue. Other kinds might be, kind of like a coppery bronze. Either copper or bronze. I'm trying to remember which one, but those are two different ones. So there's a big difference, though. One breathes acid, the other one's fire.
Lightning. No, wait. Oh, maybe. I'm getting mixed up. Okay.
As for, other dragons besides the one at the spire, and the one in the desert, some of them are well known to be very, very accustomed to living amongst us people. They disguise themselves as regular Joe Schmoes, and just live amongst us, without anyone knowing. So, who knows? I could be one.
Are you one?
Would I tell you?
I don't know.
Well,
No,
I'm
no,
not.
would you?
I'm not. And considering...
Insight check.
Go ahead and make an insight check.
He's fucking sweating bullets. I'm not a dragon. Jeez. Me? No, never.
I'm good at insight, actually.
Interested in purchasing the blood.
22.
He is deadpan serious. He's not a dragon.
It's a little bit of sweat. A little bit.
The only reason that I know that is because a long time ago, back in some year that isn't now, there was a woman who fell in love with a man, married him, and it turned out he was a dragon. He outlived her and she died.
Oh man,
And he didn't age a single day throughout their whole marriage. He probably should have.
Does that link up with the jug pot lady? Maybe it
Dragons
does.
aren't known to be that sentimental. Not in my experience, at least.
If
Well,
you wanted
didn't you
to
say
get
that there were good kinds of dragons and bad kinds of
Well,
dragons?
there's dragons that are less hostile than others. Benevolent, and I'm not saying they can't exist, but I've never encountered one.
I'm not ruling it out. Could be a thing.
Entirely possible, but not in my experience. Actually, follow-up question, since you seem to have at least a casual knowledge of the ceremony that the Mordramots do. Do you have any inkling as to what time of year they actually perform that? Because that information wasn't actually given to us when they gave us the task. They were just kind of said, go do it and bring back the blood. And
Well, dragon blood has an extremely long shelf life. You can hold that thing in regular storage for probably about 10 years before it starts to coagulate and smell funny. So, if you're worried about when they ask you to do it, that doesn't really matter. As long as they use it within this year, they'll be done. But to answer your question of when they do the ceremony, it is typically on the Patriarch's birthday.
Do you by any chance know what day that is?
I kind of do. I think it's sometime in July. What date it is, I don't remember.
That's great.
so we've got...
Oh, that's relatively soon.
Yeah, that's
at
probably
maximum,
that's
we've
next
got a
month.
month and a half.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Alright, you were asking me about dragons.
Yes. You said this blue dragon. Do you have a name for him? Because they usually pick out. Well, they're intelligent, so they.
They do have names, and whether or not this is actually their name or just something some random psychiatric ward patient came up with who was speaking to me about these rumors is true. Now, just take this with a grain of salt, and if you go to this dragon, hypothetically speaking, sometime in 3 months from now, if you open up his lair and begin to speak with him, and you say this thing, and he's like, no, that's not my name, don't blame me.
I'm gonna come back straight to you and just tell you what. No,
Well, see, you guys keep joking about that, but I have many customers, not for dragons related, but they come to me with their complaints that I don't want to hear about.
we would never do that.
I'm gonna hold you to that.
Of course, hold me to it.
I have a lie detector somewhere around here.
Whip it out right now. I'll tell you. You will come out true.
I would not proceed to whip it out at such a vulgar statement.
I love that I got complimented right at being a smart intellectual, and I just.
What a contrast.
What a contrast!
The lie detector is my penis. No,
Okay.
no.
Oh Jesus!
That's the duality of man.
If any case, the dragon that is out in the desert, that has his lair exposed at one point of the year, for generally about 3 to 4 weeks, so about a span of a month when that sandstorm is over there. That one is Cyphador, the champion of blue.
Cyphador, that's such a.
The second half is apparently his own hubris bleeding through.
Sorry, Cyphador, the
The blue champion, or the champion of blue, excuse me.
champion of blue.
Now, there are some dragons around here that are not so reclusive as Cyphador. Now, I don't remember what this one was, but it was some sort of metallic dragon. Judging by the sheen, it was either bronze or copper, so if you're going to prepare to fight this thing for its blood, if you are intending to do so, just hypothetically speaking, not saying you are going to. Are you going to? Anyways, so if you do intend to try to prepare for this thing, there's two possibilities. And I can't be sure of either one, because again, these are speculations of the madmen who go out into the desert, and typically they're going there for spiritual enlightenment as a result of their faith, come back and tell us of things that they've seen, and most people chalk it up to hallucinations and dehydration. So, you know, again, grain of salt. So this one is either a bronze or a copper dragon. And it goes by the nickname of Lady of the Desert. Nickname, by the way. Apparently, according to these pilgrims in the desert, it goes by the actual name of Chekatiden. But it prefers Lady of the Desert, because it's not as interesting sounding.
I'm gonna write that down. Actually, that one I'm gonna write down. Chekatiden.
Okay.
Chekatiden.
Chekatiden.
I've got CHEC.
The word check, as in like I'm signing a check. T-E-D-E-N.
Oh, it was
Sorry,
almost right.
check Sorry, there's an A between that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Lady of the Desert.
This one apparently appears to people who are, dying of dehydration and other things that are associated with going into the desert unprepared. Generally speaking, only to people who are by themselves, as to not create too many witnesses. Apparently, it's some sort of romanticized hero complex that she has. So if you are
we'll go out by ourselves in different directions.
I mean, hypothetically, if you're speaking like that, then perhaps she might... You're... times 5 chances of finding her.
The gotcha is real. It's worth it.
SSR roll, 1%. No pity.
Woo! No pity here, just dehydration.
So that one is out in the desert, specifically not in the same territory as the previous one, the Champion of Blue. Because dragon territories can be quite large. As an example, the one down in the Spire of Arrogance has more or less claimed the entire southern hemisphere of the mountain range as his territory. So, they don't overlap, unless they're mating, and are on good terms with each other, because dragons don't have the same kind of commitment to relationships that you would expect in humanoids. Unless they're mating and nesting at the same time. Does that make sense? And the final one that I can even recall, not including the one that was rumored to have been married to a woman who died. That one is more of a
Urban legend.
Urban legend, especially for cheating spouses. I don't remember the tale and the moral of the story, but it has something to do with cheating on your spouse. Because they might just be a dragon. I think that's what the role was or something. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. This one is very well known to breathe fire. But, unfortunately, its victims that were able to live to tell the tale were blinded the whole time. By what? I'm not entirely sure. Maybe they stared directly at the sun. Or something on the part of the dragon. But the scorching hot flames that seared their skins, that didn't necessarily kill them outright, maybe they had some sort of protection. They were blinded the whole time and were scorched with red-hot flames. All the meanwhile, apparently the dragon was monologuing. Something about, letting them live to tell the tale of something the beneficent. Either case, this one is known to breathe fire, but couldn't tell you the actual coloration of the dragon, so just keep that in mind. But according to the people who were suffering from its flames, that one went by the name of Gurga Bemnon.
This is the one at the Tower of Arrogance, or was that just separate?
No, that's a different guy entirely. This one, Gurba Bemnon, is said to be one who calls himself amongst the stars. A self-appointed title.
Wait, say that title one more time, I'm sorry?
One who calls himself amongst the stars.
That's... okay. One
Or Star Child for short.
Star Child.
I'm sure you can probably remember one better than the other.
Star Child it is.
Oh, I thought you were going to go for the first one. But you were asking about the one at the Spire of Arrogance? I assure you that you should not, by any means, go after that one. You'd probably die of exposure before you even get to see the damn thing. But that one is also known as the Endless Hunger. I'm not sure what he's eating, though. Specifically saying, people who know him by more names than just his title, known him as Xiphos.
Xiphos. And do you know his coloration?
That one is well known to have absolutely no people able to witness what his color was.
Oh, damn.
That's because he doesn't have skin.
Oh. Oh, God.
He's described as a skeletal dragon.
Oh.
So, if he does have a breath weapon, it's probably something that has to do with the undead.
Do I have any, like, passing
Skeletons
knowledge
don't
of
have
skeletal
blood.
or unknown or undead dragons?
You may try to, it's going to be difficult, but I will allow you to roll, because technically it's kind of doing a Venn diagram of undead plus dragon knowledge. So it does have its toes in the pool, but hasn't taken the plunge, so to speak.
It's sitting on the fence.
Is that a check of the nature variety?
Yes, and it is technically part of your favored enemy, half-seas.
Half-seas.
Because technically, Draco Liches are undead, not dragons.
Mhm.
But it's got Draco in the name, so...
Draco Malfoy.
Potter.
Harry Potter.
Dude,
I
are
like how we both
you
went
a
there.
wizard? Because you have a British accent.
I must be, yeah.
I rolled a 12.
Ah.
Dragons and undead are definitely not something that was within your field of study growing up. Any time of your life, they were usually alive when you were being learned about them. So any dragons that become undead, it probably has to be some sort of exceedingly powerful magic or magical ritual in order to make them into such capable beings that were able to maintain semblance of intelligence and the previously known strengths of a dragon on top of being dead.
So there's a very solid chance that this dragon just doesn't have blood, period, so it might be a waste. It might
That's
not.
also true.
We're
A
going in that
skeleton
place.
does
yeah.
not have blood.
Unless you cut his bone and get his bone marrow, but that's like a lot of blood.
Despite what some video games where you bonk an enemy and it has blood. I think Dark and Darker has that if you bonk a skeleton and it has blood. Anyways, besides
We'll make
my
it bleed.
small nitpicks, well, at least in the Souls games they made it so that skeletons can't bleed. Screw your bleed build. Those are all the dragons that I know of, at least. There's probably some little lesser known ones that are just equivalent of whippersnappers that are just up-and-comers trying to make a name for themselves in the dragon world. Not entirely sure what that's like.
Well, this has been very, very, very useful.
You're welcome. I have a tip jar.
Thank you, Igith.
Is he really?
No, he's just holding out his hand.
I have my high five. Hell yeah.
How much Samir? I don't have much Samir on me.
Well,
so.
That's fine, I accept all kinds.
I accept card and brings out
I accept
fucking card
Apex.
reader.
You can just
And
write me a
discover
check,
cards.
leave it blank, and I'll fill the rest.
Back 3 numbers, please.
Now here's the moral connection. Do you pay him a crazy amount for such valuable information? Do you pay him absolutely nothing at all? Which could be seen as actually less than giving him 1 Samir.
I'm gonna give him 2 gold coins.
Okay. I'm gonna give him.
I don't know what Igith. I don't want to be rude. What how much Samir would you think that information would be worth for me to give? It's very useful information.
Oh, this was well worth maybe 60s Samir maybe?
Cool.
Enough
I'll
to
give you
buy
60
me
Samir.
maybe enough to buy me a nice lunch.
I think that's great. We'll chip in collectively. I look at the group.
Yeah, I put in 2 gold, so that's what,
Let's split the bill,
21.
says the guy who ordered the entree hors d'oeuvres.
I give him 10. No, I give him 20 gold. That'll be my. I don't know.
I don't want to go make him convert stuff. I'll give him.
I'll give you 20 gold, and you can convert. You can convert
Yeah,
that.
I'll give him the Samir. There you go, buddy.
Yeah.
Thank you for the information, Igith.
I will also say that now that you've brought up the topic, I do stock dragon slaying arrows.
Dun, dun, dun.
Whoa.
I do keep them in stock. They're not very purchased, as people don't go out of their way saying, I'm going to wake up in the morning, go to Agith's, and then go kill a dragon. So I have a stock, a bundle of 6 arrows. Makes a dragon feel the pain of 1,000 mortals in a single shot. And you got 6 of them, so that's like 6,000 mortals.
That's a lot of people, man.
That's a lot of people.
How
How
much
much
are
are these
said
arrows
arrows?
running for?
I'm glad you asked, young man who's in my store about to make a fine purchase of 6
Oh,
arrows.
Oh, yeah, because I'm totally the archer in this fucking... Yeah, hell yeah.
I was gonna ask. Yeah.
This guy's got so many arrows. He needs more arrows.
I do have a lot of different types of arrows.
Yeah. He's like
It's a little messy. My weapons.
yeah,
section.
your little quiver has got fucking lot of stuff going on there.
It's kind
How
of my
much?
quiver is basically a bag. Might as well be a bag of holding. It's like
You're
the
a
way
little
it's-
fucking Hawkeye, mate. Is what you are. You got it
Yeah.
all going on. Say the price you give. What was the cost of this?
Oh god, I'm looking up the thing. 'Cause-
No,
He's panicking. He's like flicking through a book.
hold on, these are considered...
Are they DMG? Like,
No, well, they are, but I'm trying to compare it to our prices and then convert it to Samir too, so... I need a moment, gentlemen.
mathematicals.
But Adam, you work at Kumon. I thought you were good at math.
Well, I have a range of items that can be varying on this price.
I don't teach kids about dragon arrows, okay, Henry?
I can sell you a bundle of these extremely rare arrows for a price of 150,000 Samir.
Is that the conversion rate?
150,000 Samir for 6 arrows of slaying dragons.
Well,
You won't regret it. Every bit of Samir goes into inflicting great pain into
I
this
bet
dragon.
you it's like
How proud of these arrows is he?
Make an insight check if you like.
I am gonna make it.
Insight man makes insight check.
Nat 20 plus 7 is 27.
It's very easy, well, especially when you're the one creating the arrows, to be very proud of them. You're not entirely sure what these arrows do. Consider they're called arrows of dragon slaying. They probably do one thing and one thing very well. Whether or not it's worth 150,000 Sumir, you're not entirely sure. You don't have a very good point of reference, because that's probably more money than you've ever seen in your life.
One arrow is 25,000.
Is that one arrow or is that for the
one
bundle
arrow
of
is
6?
25,600. 6 is 150,000.
That's the bundle of 6.
Okay.
If anything, I'm bringing the price down for this bundle. I assure you, gentlemen, this is a steal. That still costs money.
I'll have to talk to my accountant about that.
I see. It is quite a burdensome tax on your funds, but I
See, I
assure
don't have the
you,
money, yeah.
if you are trying to kill a dragon, this maestro will be handing him a letter to say, "I'm going to kill you. Please prepare."
Give
And
me
it's
your blood
going-
or else.
Yep. You can threaten them by just waving the arrow around, and any dragon who's not an idiot will know what these are for, and should fear for his life. You may not even need to shoot the arrow. Just the presence of this could be enough to win the day. In blood.
Like I said, conversation for
It's fine. It's fine.
time.
You've already paid me for my information, and that is something I don't even need to get my hands dirty for. Just a flapping of the gums, so to speak. So, you've already had me make some business today on top of anything else I've already done. So, at your leisure, gentlemen.
Igith, I did have something. I
I
did have a
dragon
question.
slaying swords as well. You can have 2 of them and dual wield.
Besides,
You-
Sorry, go, son. Sorry, Patrick.
No, I was gonna say you just made Kalos like cream his pen.
No. I saw that one before, and I was just like, it's not gonna come. Nah, I'm good.
That's when you refuse to hear the explanation for what it is because you'll cry. Like,
Yeah, because I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh yeah.
Like the price would he would weep. Poor student.
But I did have a question for you, Igith.
Maybe I
How
can answer.
much? How much? Do you know how much diamond quartz usually run for?
Diamond
these
quartz. That's a tough question to answer, friend, because they come in different states. Kind of like buying a kitten versus buying a dying cat. They're both they're both cats. Just different states, and you get kind of more out of one than the other, so it's varying in terms of intensity. So to answer your question, yes, it costs money.
Okay. Let's say a kitten. Let's
A
say
kitten,
Yeah.
straight from the womb.
Straight from the womb and was taken out of the ground an hour ago.
Oh, an hour ago. I you know how you made mouth noises agape when I told you the price of the dragon slaying arrows?
Yes.
Here, go ahead and do that with your mouth. I'm gonna hold it open 3 times larger. Go ahead, go ahead. There you go. That's the face you make if I told you the price of an straight out of the ground diamond quartz.
Okay. Like, let's not say a dying kitty, right? A dying cat. Let's say like a healthy cat.
A healthy, so
Mid-range.
somewhere in the middle.
Yes.
Okay, so now probably about. Well, you folks are from out of seas, so generally speaking, when I try to. Oh god, there's 2 birds having sex on that roof over there.
Stay on topic.
Wow, they're really going at it. Alright.
Birds?
Yeah, I mean, from my window, I can see directly across to my neighbor's roof.
Adam, they're fighting.
And I thought there was like a bird with like, you know, they flap out their feathers to make themselves look a bit. No, that's just 2 birds. But they're like
Going at
so in each other right now. In
They're
more
fucking.
ways than one. Damn.
Lovely.
Anyways,
Avert your eyes, boy. Jeez.
Discovery Channel would pay him big money for them. Okay.
No way.
So somewhere in the middle, and not a dying cat, according to this metaphor. I usually buy it from that business up across the street. That's the Crystal Spark family across the street. Or up the road, excuse me. Generally speaking, when I buy their middle-of-the-ground diamond quartz, it's slightly used, slightly out of the ground. Probably, I deem those to be about a week since they've been pulled out from the dirt. And then anything beyond a month, I would consider those comparable to the dying cat. So about a week out of the ground, I would consider that somewhere in the middle. Now, I pay them so that I can use that either in my own experiments privately, or to make something for my customers to use. I don't have any of those on demand right now, or on hand, because I have them custom ordered, because I can't just have them just lying around. They're far too expensive as a material component. So I need to special order them beforehand. But to answer your question, I generally pay about the equivalent of, in gold pieces, I generally pay about somewhere between 30,000 and 50,000 gold pieces worth.
Okay.
And then probably triple that for something that was just plucked from the dirt.
30,000 GP. Got you again.
And then if you want to say hypothetically get for the dying cat, as we are continuing this dying cat metaphor, generally
you brought it
speaking, it's a good comparison, as these things have essentially a lifespan before they become basically inert. At that point, you can just basically use them as what the folks over at the Crystal Spark use them for, is lighting fixtures. So all of those lighting fixtures that they have are essentially inert quartz that have been either run through or too old, essentially. So those ones are not as valuable. But let's say I have one about the size of a carrot. You like feed a horse, a carrot, not a carrot as in the K for like gold. About the size of a carrot that's completely inert and is only being used for essentially lighting fixtures and occasionally other slightly less useful magical things. Only about 5,000 gold.
Got it.
Now, if you're looking to purchase something from them, I would not come to me, because I usually make things out of them. Or for my own private studies, I will buy them just for experimentation purposes. So you'd be buying things manufactured by me using crystal quartz, diamond quartz. If you want to just get your hands on it yourself, you can either dig about 1,000 feet straight down and hopefully you hit pay dirt. Or you can just go to the Crystal Spark family.
Yeah, the second one sounds better.
Smart man. Now then, any other fascinating questions I can help you folks with? Diamond quartz, dragons, quite the interesting topics you brought up. I know a recipe for a cherry pie as well.
Maybe another time.
All right, if you say so.
All right, I guess. Well, we appreciate the information.
You're quite welcome, gentlemen. I'm around here most of the time, unless I'm sleeping. At which point, please don't bother me.
Gents, is there anything else for you guys?
No, I think.
And good luck on your dragon hunt, gentlemen, if that is indeed your hypothetical question that may turn out to be true. Don't go for the one that doesn't have blood.
That would make sense.
And if you do come across a valuable hoard while you're there, and need somewhere to spend the money...
Oh, we're not... Oh, we're obviously going to be avoiding... No, I'm just like... Of course, we'll come to you first.
You joke too much, Callus. You might believe it.
No. Well,
I'll be here, gentlemen.
I mean, he's not holding his breath for us to actually kill a dragon and take its hoard. Is also what you have to consider.
If it just happens to be that way, gentlemen. If it just happens to be that way. Now, dragons do have a variety of things besides their hoard you should keep an eye out for. Just saying.
Body parts, specifically? Hell yeah.
Not even just body parts. There are some other things that, while they might seem unsightly to most folks, quite valuable to the persons with the know-how.
I swear if you tell me to collect their poop...
I'm talking about the eggshells from their young, you sicko.
Okay.
The fuck, Callus?
Well, I don't know.
Empty
Maybe it's magical
eggshells.
poop. I don't know.
Just the empty eggshells, gentlemen.
Yeah. What do they do?
I am not one to tell all of my secrets, especially since I could make something very cool for you to use with it.
What if we procure you some if the opportunity arises?
If
and
the
then
opportunity, yes,
we can
gentlemen.
talk more about it.
I love hypotheticals.
I imagine there'll be some kind of discount because we're providing the raw materials for whatever.
You're not wrong, young man.
Oh, that's very astute.
You're not wrong.
Good friend. Well,
if this just happens to come across one day and I'm in my shop and a group of fine adventuring folks who went out for dragon blood.
One possibly better looking than the rest.
Thank you.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
I didn't say who to keep the mystery alive.
Yes, you're all quite
I'll tell you what.
handsome.
I'll tell you what, Igith. If the day ever comes we do that, we have to pass by your shop to this shop to, deliver on the original reason for the quest. So we'll definitely stop by.
And if you do happen to get more blood than you can handle, I can also use that for something. Alternatively, my compatriot over at the alchemy shop, just across the street, is my cousin.
A cousin! I had bought from them previously.
Yes, we are cousins, and sometimes when I can't do one thing, I can pass him over to my cousin, and dragon blood is one thing you can make a fine potion out of. Very fine.
What the fuck what was that name?
Superior, you might say.
Where the fuck are they? I can't find that name. What's your cousin's name? I may add.
Oh, if you so happen to be passing by his neighboring store and want to drop my name just for the fact that, we know that we're all in a very nice business triangle of one of us at the tip, and then I'm at the other tip, and then my cousin's at the other tip. Anyways, so enough of the metaphors with the dead tagkins of triangles.
What's their name? Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, you say jokingly, but no, his name does not just rhyme with my name with one letter changed. That would be funny.
It would be funny, yeah.
But unfortunately, his parents, my aunt and uncle, they didn't have that kind of sense of humor. So unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you see it, no, that is not his name. But his name is Sitier.
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 Okay.
And the shop is called?
Well, if you just look out the window, you can see the shop's name dangling from right there. But if you want me to say it instead, because I'm going to be describing it as the DM regardless, because I can't
That's a Schrodinger's name, because we'd never know it. We would never know it. It's right there.
In either case, his shop goes by Venomnomics.
Venom Noggins. They said that last one. Over
Venom Omics.
Omics.
Venom.
Venom.
I broke my legs, but now they ain't broke no more. A real line from a certain movie.
They ain't broke no more.
In either case, gentlemen, I do believe this was a very fruitful business venture from all of our parts. So,
Thank you.
I wish you luck in your future endeavors. You know where to find me and my cousin. We are here most of the time. And, okay, well. Off with you. Go
Goodbye.
slay a dragon,
Aw, thank
ye
you,
worthy heroes. Or something like that. Go out
Yes.
and get me some eggshells.
I'm going to get milk. I will be back shortly.
Never comes back.
I'm gonna get a pack of smokes.
I'll be back in 5 minutes. Yeah, let's just depart from this place. And powwow, talk shop of what we will do later today at 4 p.m., I guess.
Let us
Okay,
head
good.
off then, gentlemen.
Can we go to that park that I gave that cool TED talk that one time? That'd be a good spot.
Let's go.
Meanwhile, Mr. Callis,
Da-da-da, da-da-da.
I
The ESPN thing?
I tap your
Yeah,
eyes,
what the hell?
and I tap your eyes briefly. when
Oh
we get
God! Why are you trying to
His
blind me?
eyeballs?
You hold the lid open and just like lick the...
No, I gesture to 2 glasses. When we get there, that would be very ideal. Just to confirm conversations and such. But yeah, okay, I'll take the gang there.
Okay.
With his eyes intact.
No eye poking necessary, much to everyone's disappointment. You and the rest of the folks, until that 4 o'clock appointment with Baruti, after he finishes his lunch, you're gonna spend some time at a nice park oasis. This particular park oasis is very well furnished and financed by the Morjamoth family, as denoted by a giant fucking statue of Odrazig
Tortoise's dad.
holding an urn of water that waters from the fountain is pouring out
Is
of.
it an accurate one, or does he have like wings and a tail? And
Upon closer inspection, he has made it so that his horns are a bit bigger and pointier, longer as well. There are the, not exactly a wing and tail, because it actually is kind of flimsy and kind of brittle on a statue of stone. So instead, they painted on wings on the back.
We can't critique this at all, Varys. It's,
you can't
can't
like
say anything. It's great.
don't even drop the word cringe. Like don't call it cringe.
He's up here. You talking shit about my statue, fucker?
It's like the statue for the Akalado. It's got a little magic thing in it, and it goes right to the source.
Exactly, like fringe activated.
And it's got the fucking Chinese government surveillance thing, which is like, well, he said something bad, dock his score.
Knock him down. He's in the minuses right now.
Can't use public transport.
I took his house. Take his bow. Get him. No. My cool arrows.
And as we find a nice bench so we can have our little TED talk, I go ahead and take out my glasses that really look like those, those glasses that like dads wear that are like really small to the like they're like the
See,
outside.
I was imagining like the X-ray glasses used to get in a cereal box.
I was imagining like the engineer from Team Fortress is like
actual goggles.
Yeah, I thought it was just be welding goggles.
But
if it's like welding goggles, it's your
they're welding goggles since everyone wants welding goggles.
It could be welding goggles. It could be the ones that have
no.
the
Add your
springs
own
on them.
flavor.
Add
No,
your
the
own
one
thing,
with the
mate.
I
springs
go
on
ahead
them
and
have
take
the
out
eye on
welding
it.
goggles and
Henry, no, you make
as they just snap onto my head. I'm like, oh god!
Or
I
alternatively,
I go ahead and
marks on.
activate them.
Shit marks.
Do I see any hidden assassins?
You look around the fountain area and rest of the people. Your companions, you can see through their skin and you can see their bone. Okay. X-ray vision. No, it's not like that. You look around. Your companions are not invisible. Anyway, so you can see them. From the fountain, you don't see like any weird observation magic for like around the head, kind of like they had for the Accolado canvas thingy. So no hitting listening devices on that. The invisible person is not here. No assassins are like hiding in a bush, just like waiting for you to do something stupid. No, there's no invisible people or sensors.
I give a thumbs up.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you for that. We've got next steps for some other stuff. Brilliant. Good thing we went and asked.
Good thing I was paying attention to those things. Holy shit. You actually got an in.
So we had a chat with Thito. That was quite good. I got this bolt of silk. I mean, if anything, it'd be a nice gift for Therno because he might make a suit out of it or something. But that'd be that.
I think the princess won't actually want to make a dress out of it.
I might want to make a cool cape or something. We can make a cape. Get a league cape or something. I don't know.
Maybe she'll make it for her wedding dress or something.
Maybe. Who knows? Probably not. But it's there. So I reckon Baruti's probably the helm of that business transaction.
Suspicions are true. Yeah.
If so, they're getting older. You know, they're living in a family. I understand it was business, and my boss was encroaching in. I can see the need for being, pinning someone in the corner. They're going to have to do something drastic. I get that. I mean, he's trying to scalp some of us into business, but maybe I don't know. I don't know what the stance is on that, because we've kind of got prior commitments.
Here's our problem. We do, and that's
and other wider
that'll. And I think in any fair transaction, we'd have to make him aware of that. But regardless of that part of the conversation, that said, assuming this is a misunderstanding, he's willing to cooperate. Not a horrible ally considering what we could be dealing with in the coming months. So.
Oh my god, yes. Are you fucking kidding me? Those fucking tipped arrows? SC? Oh god. Amazing.
So
here's the other thing. What I was thinking is that before you drop the whole, ooh, let's talk it out, my bad for, seeing the whatever happened.
My bad for having eyes.
Exactly, my bad for having eyes and remembering. Yeah. Let's see if we can have a working relationship. As in, I'm gonna be quite honest with you guys. I did a lot of research when I was in
race car
race car bed. But most of my research that I've found successful has been because of adventuring. Because, taking inspiration from the world and such. Okay. So we can lean in towards, hey, me and Ulrich over here can definitely, we're both magically inclined. We can both work on the road, because I don't know about you, Ulrich, but I don't know how your working process is for figuring out the arcane stuff. I don't know your methodology or anything. But for me, being out in the open has more value to me than being inside of a fucking lab and being like that. So we can lean towards, yes, we might be adventuring, but hey, at the same time, we've come out with with our best during our adventuring. Okay, we can lean into that.
I could also be like, I don't want to die, so I'll work for you.
Well, I wouldn't bring that up at first.
No, I'm gonna lead with that.
Like we would first, make like little conversations of
I don't want
let's
to be the
have.
lead on that conversation
I'll take the
necessarily.
lead. Don't worry. I'll take it.
Hey, he's gonna die, so don't let him die.
But at the end, once we figure everything out, that's when you bring in your side. Towards like at the end, like at the ass end of the
Well, by the
conversation.
Well, this
way,
guy
nah.
here's my one reservation to that.
Okay.
This guy got real excited. He's basically, regardless of whether or not this is a way for him to
He's giddy
profit.
for you, if anything.
Yeah, he's
like,
definitely excited. It's not like he's not doing this necessarily out of the goodness of his heart, but he is setting time aside. And I'm just wondering if we go through this whole conversation, will it make it better or worse if then we drop the bomb? Oh, by the way, we know a thing that you may or may not have did 50 years ago, and we kind of need you to not only come clean about it, but kind of help us resolve it, so that we
can continue on with our business business relationship on creating newer and better magical theories using the material that you'll be providing for us. See? It works out.
So the question then becomes, well, there's a lot of actually there's a lot of questions that would realistically, if this is realistically not just a cover and just something we're actually pursuing, where does the princess fit into this?
The princess doesn't fit into this. The Mortimer family
well,
doesn't.
we've made our
This is just
we've
us.
kind
We
of
know
closed
this.
that. Pardon?
I'm saying we know this. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. The princess doesn't fit into this, and who is also a fixture in our
Mhm.
little group.
Yep.
Just something to consider. That's all.
Yeah,
We have
I'm
to.
just trying to think like what then starting to then. I don't really want to start working for them if I can help it, but considering how tied up we are with Modern I think it'd be a bit of a risky thing to do if all of us do it at least.
All right.
Well, that's the angle that I want to come in from. That we're most of our advances in the arcane have been adventuring, so we're definitely not going to be tied down. It seems that he is well advanced in magical theory, so there might be even a way that we can just communicate without any limitations of ascending stuff. So there could be a possibility. Maybe he already has something in the works, or already has something. So I don't want to be tied down. I'll only take this business relationship seriously if he lets me continue doing the research that I have done on the road, because
How
that's
many
where
pieces
all
of
of
your
my
soul
inspiration.
do you have left to split up?
Hey fuckers, okay? Leave my
Okay.
soul
It's kind
alone.
of got me. I just point at your chest for a second.
Town
We do have to
bicycle
go back to
souls.
Rootosh. No, not a
Dallas
sentence
on the corner.
not a sentence about a year ago I thought, well, no, how long is it? Realistically, how long has it been in
Not even a
game?
year. Sub-year
No,
split.
9 months. Not a sentence 9 months ago I thought I'd ever say again. I'd ever actually say out loud, but we do have to go back to Rootosh.
Listen, we still have the whole, and I do the little wiggly fingers in front of my mouth thing. So
I mean, even if that
hopefully we
wasn't a
can just.
factor, we do have to return to Dolan eventually to even, yeah. So, look,
Just figure out an
maybe
angle
we're
you want
getting
to
ahead
go
of
with.
ourselves.
Figure out an angle you want to go with, and we'll go with it. That'd be the best thing. So the main goals on this are broach the conversation of what occurred 50 years ago or 51 years ago, and see if we can get a peaceful resolution with it and walk away with it resolved. Both 51 years older than whatever happened, and I'm just a
You're not
secondary
even
part within
part
that.
of the family
I don't
anymore.
give a shit. I just want to fish and
You just want to not look over your shoulder every fucking
yeah.
day.
That's the short of it. And if it means I can help out in any way with whatever they're up to with magical advances and aiding you on the road, cool. If there is a problem and it there's a load of issues, then I just want to try and keep talking with them and just be like, well, if there is an issue and if I have done something unbeknownst to myself, then am I able to pay it off? Am I able to, sort that out if that conversation occurs? But other than that, I don't really know the root of conversation. I would probably have to go as Laszlo. I would not be able to go as this individual. Oddly,
I mean, I don't know if he'd even recognize you either way. Like that's, but like you've also introduced yourself as Ulrich. So
Yeah, I don't
okay.
think switching it up last minute would probably be a good idea. I think maybe dropping the gazes of Ulrich mid conversation. Yeah. When we're having that in the end of the conversation, maybe do it then. But
maybe they may be so rich that they just don't know and they don't care.
like
I don't know.
if our theory is 100% on the money, you don't matter. You didn't matter to the reason he did this. You are just your collateral damage. So
maybe we can just investigate. But like one person that we've worked with previously has been caught up in something regarding a hit on the Navarre family, and we want to know if that can be halted because it's. And then I'd have to reveal who I am. I'd have to.
No, you definitely have to reveal yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, well, I'm here. I just want to, stop it.
I'm only slightly petrified because.
Hey man, could you just chill?
Knock it the fuck off.
Stop, bro.
I got enough holes
Bro, it
in my
wasn't funny
back.
the first time. Come on.
Not the subsequent 3 times either.
Listen, clearly the organization that you hired sucks. Okay, just stop.
I wouldn't say that. They'd probably be in the room at the time as well.
Yeah, probably.
But yeah, we'll have to broach that. I mean, are we saying you want to broach that like midway through opener? Like what?
Let's have the conversation of us potentially getting hired and making a shit ton of money and advancing the arcane.
And we can be like, well, there could be one little hitch in this before we proceed. Yeah.
Yes.
This guy was stabbed by you.
Before we sign on the dotted line, there is something that we need to bring up, and then boom.
Yeah. Don't be alarmed, but yeah.
I also want it. We also again. I think also realistically, if it does move forward, we also again with the assurance that at the very least we can return to Rutash and finish our assigned task. I guess because maybe that'll reflect good on us that even though we're leaving one business, we're willing to complete the job we were paid to do initially. So.
Oh, the princess will always be married to Dolan, so we'll always be protecting her in some sort of way. So we'll have
on paper,
2 jobs and 1.
On paper, realistically, if this is what were to happen,
and he said it wasn't a contract, right?
Yeah, he said it wasn't a contract.
So
called it an agreement.
Yeah, mutual.
Maybe we could be like, hey, we could maybe find some stuff for you on Rutash, something like that,
I mean, we do have a shit ton of information on stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe we grab them if and when we finally get back to what we originally intended. We grab them an extra plate for the, what.
Oh yeah. Well, we don't say like, hey, we got these cool badass plates, so you might want that.
Oh, hey, we got this really cool
fucking spaceship, dude.
Outer space vehicle thing.
But we don't have to tell them the specifics right now, but.
No, I don't even think. No, I'm not.
I wouldn't even make any promises.
Don't even bring that up.
Yeah.
Don't show our hand if we don't need to.
I'll show my research to him. That is probably something that I'll end up doing.
A seal mask I made.
Hey man, you
make
good. Fun of it, but
I was making fun of it. I wasn't.
You make fun of it, but I'm gonna get paid once we get back to the
be a seal, whether you like it or not. Okay, well. Zen, is there any thoughts on this before, or does it sound like a bad plan? Or does it sound good?
I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Zen just fell asleep on the park bench.
Zen. Mango Man.
Oh, you didn't hear me?
I didn't hear you, no.
What else are we going to do?
Yeah, okay. I just want to get your thoughts on it before making any decisions. It is a group decision. Okay. Pain. Okay, well, if there's nothing else to do in the meantime, then we will proceed to go back to the Crystal Spark family door just before 4 p.m. and
Well, do we want to be waiting for him there? Or do we...
Fashionably early.
55. 5 minutes before, and we'll. Yeah, sounds like a good time. And I will be Ulrich mode.
Alright. People of the League. After idling around for quite some time, because the time span between now and then was about 2 hours and a couple of minutes and change before you go over towards the Crystal Spark family headquarters. There you can idle inside of the lobby, waiting for one old man to finish his lunch with his in-laws
I
and
thought you were
whatnot.
talking about me.
Oh, no, we're not in that situation, because you don't have to go by their nickname. In either case, you go into the lobby and wait for presumably a couple of minutes. It turns out that this man, Baruti, was not returning back to the office on time. It hits 4 o'clock and you're worried that he's going to be late. 2 to 3 minutes afterwards, he's still not here, and you're beginning to worry. Is he okay? Is he maybe just getting extra dessert?
Is he old and slow?
Is he old and slow?
Is he old and slow and has to walk with a cane? Yes, he is. And about 7 minutes later, finally the door opens. He looks physically fine, but he looks mentally drained, as if he just had a conversation that he was very much not
Like he
willing-
just had a conversation with his mother-in-law.
Yeah.
Oh.
He walks in, followed by what is presumably his grandson, Thito, and who is also presumably Thito's mother. So all three of them come into the lobby here. Thito goes ahead and grabs some drinks and hands them to his grandfather, just as I guess a chaser to whatever the fuck they had for lunch.
Here, fucking drink this shit. Right here.
Here, old man.
Here, have this laxative I've held
You
for
need,
years.
you need electrolytes here.
You need a Lucozade, right there.
Greedily, he drinks back and eventually lets out a very loud sigh that is more than just the kind of ah that you do when you, like, drink something. It was the entirety of whatever emotions he was holding back during that conversation during lunch. And he eventually kind of just squats down in one of the very padded lazy boy-like chairs, puts his cane leaning up against the side in the lobby, and you all just see him just, like, deflate. He looks over at Thito's mother, to whom you still haven't gotten the name of. Why is she like that? Why? The older lady kind of just nods her head. I don't know. Just something that happens with old age, I guess. I don't have a good explanation for that. He visibly slumps into the chair even more until realizing, oh, we have company. He grabs his cane and begins to, like, slowly stand up, doing that old man, like, ooh, ooh, kind of thing, getting
Careful now, too quick.
Too quick. My
Whoa.
the vertigo.
What the hell?
Is it for show? Does he look like he actually is?
Oh,
I think we established this, but like
Not doing a fucking Weinstein.
If you want to make an insight check, go ahead.
I am going to.
He's such a
Is he hamming it up? Who knows?
Ooh, owie, ow.
25.
Oh my. I'm feeling really freaky right now. It's like,
If anything, him acting like he's okay is the actual facade.
Okay.
this is the perfect time to drop some mad lore on him. Like, by the way,
By the way, you stabbed my boss, and
I'm here.
I'd appreciate it if you.
You don't then stab me.
I don't,
50
no hard
years later.
feelings, no hard feelings,
Fucko.
bro. But I'd like to not.
No
get
hard
stabbed.
feelings.
The one of the kobold brings him a small cup that is presumably filled with some sort of local medication, the equivalent of "take your pills, Grandpa."
Take your crystals, Gramps. Use a whole quartz.
You're not entirely wrong, because one of the
Oh, God.
one of the kobolds brings forth was essentially like two very smoothed out crystals. They don't appear to be made with diamond quartz, but he begins to like rub them on his temples as if he's doing some sort of like voodoo medication, but it seems to actually help because his posture straightens. He's Bane.
He's a crack addict.
Bane.
His posture straightens, he cricks his neck as if to like squeeze out all of the old.
He hulks out.
and-
Squeeze out the old? Oh
And
my
you
God.
even see like a bit of his complexion on his skin begin to become more taut. So in combination of
Oh my
medication and some
God.
crystals, he has essentially given himself another like equivalent of 10 human years.
So
in
we
terms-
look. Oh.
He's got anti-aging cream, but it actually de-ages you.
Oh my God.
It actually works.
Don't tell any of our mothers that.
I've written down here. Baruti is using crack quartz.
Yes.
He
Makes you feel
stands
younger.
up. He stands up out of his chair, and then even though he's still holding onto the cane, you can kind of notice, specifically Varys, because he rolled pretty high on the inside check. He's like putting 0 weight on the cane, and he's just holding it for the sake of like to look like, ooh, I'm old. Yeah, that's yep. But after doing all that stuff, he seems to be as agile as any youngster. Give or take a couple of gray hairs on his head, because he's basically all gray, but now he's got, you know, little streaks of black. I'm sorry to have made you folks wait. I, had a bit of extra dealings splitting the bill.
Well, it
Yeah.
sounds like the in-laws were a great time, as always.
I might be one of the most wealthy merchants in this entire city, but I don't want to pay for the whole bill the whole time. Anyways,
I feel you on that.
some people might say you're rich, get over it, and I could say probably I should. But
But
It's the principle.
it's exactly it's the
exactly,
principle of it,
exactly. You
Oh,
guys
God,
have,
I'll have to-
you guys
Yeah.
have, you're good people persons.
though. Oh,
That's it. We
Anyways.
healed all wounds. We've healed all wounds.
I look
got
around. At the
common
group,
ground.
I look around at the group of people who meta knowledge. I know all have like negative modifiers to their charisma, but like yeah, people.
I've pulled it off thus far. I guess.
Anyways, so you folks are not here to hear about my problems, although it might become your problem when I'm, signing your paychecks, just for, you know, just a little extra tax. You gotta take your money and listen to the boss's complaints, but, you know, that's just, not here yet, maybe. So, you folks are all here. Now, I initially extended the invitation to just, well, I can count on 2 fingers the number of people I actually had genuine interest in, but I'm supposing that, Kalos here, he did some, talking, and maybe the rest of you are on board too?
We're willing to. Well, we're willing to listen or sit out while you negotiate with them. It's whatever both parties are more comfortable with. We don't want to intrude, but we do kind of work as a group.
Well, specifically, I am looking for people to work in my research division. So, if you do have the, intellectual capabilities of doing something with my oh-so-valuable quartz, and, you're not just gonna bang 2 crystals together and see what sparks.
Damn it! That crosses that out in the book.
Yeah.
Fuck!
Trust me, that
Oh.
doesn't work out too well, especially if they're fresh from the ground. They're highly unstable if you just start
Okay.
banging them together.
I was joking. That was yeah.
I make a thing, like with my hands.
Oddly
Right,
enough,
right,
it goes in and then out.
Oh.
Kind of sucks in everything around it and then explodes.
What's that? What's that grenade
An
from Star
implosion.
Wars?
Thermal
Oh, what, the one
detonator.
that fucking
Nice.
sleeve one drops out the back?
No, there's one that does that exact same effect that Adam's talking about. Like it implodes inwards and then outwards.
Oh, the weird one that makes that weird sound where it's like the sound cuts out and then.
Yeah,
that's
that's
the
the one that.
the
That's the one
THX
that.
noise.
That's the one that slave one. Seismic charge.
That's a nice ship, Boba. Not crazy about the name.
Yeah, the name's kind of. I got the clip here. I got the clip.
You can't do that. That's Disney. He's gonna get on my ass if I play that right now.
Bill Burr's in it. It's fine. He's from Boston.
What does that mean? I'm not from Boston.
You lived in New York.
Close enough.
Close enough. We're all East Coasters with bad attitudes.
Fast.
I'm walking here. Anyways, you know, I
Yes.
saw Dan in my peripheral vision on the webcam, and the blue hat made me think you were dressed as Sonic the Hedgehog.
Do you also like trains as well?
Oh, he went there.
Ooh, but he said it. Andrew's not here, so someone has to, alright?
Well, it's an ongoing in-joke now.
I
Well,
know.
last week we had the whole conversation about Thomas the
I'm
Tank
gonna
Engine
break
last
you
week.
up in the trains, mate. You're gonna not be able to see out, and you're gonna live your rest of your life through a little viewing square.
How train justice is lock them in a tunnel,
Justice.
but just make the wall high enough so they
Solitary
can,
for life.
You don't get to move, bitch.
I'm gonna take your wheels.
you get to see the outdoors. You get to see what you
That
gave
is
up by
like
being
fucking
a bitch.
so cruel.
This is a
Cool way to
children's.
go.
This is a children's
I know,
show.
kid show. Yeah, by the way.
Good show, everyone.
They can have adult themes. Like, take,
Almost.
I can't think of any specific examples. Johnny Bravo, the entirety of Johnny Bravo.
Well,
actually.
here's the thing: the difference between Johnny Bravo and Thomas the Tank Engine is Thomas the Tank Engine is actively marketed and targeted towards toddlers, whereas
Johnny Bravo,
Johnny Bravo skews a little older.
is into BDSM.
Donald, Johnny.
Alright,
Please.
so, I'm just saying though, Johnny Bravo, he is an inspiration for bodybuilding only.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Because he was a
Nice save.
skinny lad.
He always skipped leg day. Apparently,
He did.
You can tell by looking at him.
Yeah, you could definitely tell. Yeah, definitely did.
From the waist up. And now let's get back into this game of Frost Campaign. So, who is looking
about-
to enter the office? The
Me and
Me.
me and Ulrich.
It sounds like me and Zen aren't
Yeah,
specialized.
I'll wait.
Maybe we'll
have
Would
a
it be
chat with
maybe-
the kobolds, maybe. Who knows? Hey,
Who knows? You
can
might
use that
figure out
grape
something
filter.
that you.
Hey, if I just take
suppressed.
your blood and mix it with like lemon juice, you think they'll be able to tell the difference?
Totally fucking fool them.
We could totally do that, bro.
Put a mango here, bee.
Alright, so we have Kalos and the man of many names, to whom we'll actually eventually drop them, judging by how this conversation's planned to go. So, many named man and Kalos are going into the office of Baruti, the very head man here at the Crystal Spark family, who takes drugs. That's all I gotta say about that.
Is he like the guy, like the Green Goblin?
The what?
The Green Goblin. He's
The
giving me Green Goblin vibes, like
Willem Dafoe.
Willem Dafoe, like
Dafoe's version of that.
give me the serum.
You can't do this to me. You know how much I've sacrificed.
Something of a scientist myself,
You know
Laszlo.
what? I eat rocks.
Could be, if that's your inner theater of the mind vision of what this guy looks like, but he is darker skinned. And
I love
has a cane. And doesn't have a flying saucer.
I like
that you've
Willem
seen yet.
Dafoe. I liked you in the lighthouse. I say to Baruti. He's like, what? What do you mean?
What?
So, you follow Baruti into his office, where he offers you a drink. It is the same kind that you are asked to drink by Thito. Same consistency and everything, looks to be the same color and flavor and whatnot. Even is starting to burn the appropriate incense for business relationships. But this one seems a bit more, somewhere almost like a cross in between the family incense and business incense. Almost like he's trying to say that we're more than just a business. We're Walmart. I mean, family.
Hold on, I'm getting to I got a perfume section. Okay.
Any case. So, besides that, he sits down and offers the drink. You may drink if you'd like or not, that's up to you. No offense is taken otherwise. There is a cultural stigma that forcing someone to take the drink is just as rude as
Denying it.
yeah. So you can just leave it there if you want. And I guess I'll just feed it to the dog or something. So he sits down at his chair and pulls out a drink for you guys and begins to burn one of the incense sticks. He lets it waft in the room before beginning his conversation, but the whole time he's like looking at you guys and smiling, kind of smile that does go to his side and it doesn't look like one of those fake politician smiles, where they can't just answer a damn question, just filibustering all the time. He goes ahead and waits for the incense to eventually permeate the entirety of the room. The sweet-ish but neutrally halfway point smell, plus the drink, almost makes this feel like it's, gives you guys almost like for relative comparative reasons for the player characters, almost like a Christmassy vibe. Cozy and warm and like snuggly almost.
Where's Santa?
I'm Santa, but I pay you in crystals. Anyways, he begins his conversation by letting out a deep sigh and kind of just looking you guys in the face, almost to like let you read his face as much as he's reading yours. Specifically resting his eyes on Kalos for the most part, because he is the person who intended to be the main person to be hired here, and then everyone else kind of came as a package deal because you said all of us or none kind of thing. He looks at Kalos, and most of the conversation, whenever his eyes look around the room, if they're not looking at something in particular, most eye contact is with Kalos. In any case, he is approaching you from a point of superiority, so take in mind the whole eye contact thing is in this case.
Beaming at him like.
I've dealt with rich assholes my entire life. I'm prepared.
I'm prepared to not look him in the
Floor
eyes.
glance, go!
Nice floor you got, fucking like.
In any case, so I assume you had some time to think it over, and whatever you plan to do, I won't be offended.
Of course.
If you do plan on working for us, I have a list of benefits and bonuses that I am willing to offer you if you can sign on as soon as possible and head straight to the research division. And the rest of you folks can find job elsewhere if you're not into that sort of thing. I have a variety of bodyguards and guards who are either standing at attention, either around here, at one of our facilities for general manufacturing, or maybe even to just protect my mother-in-law.
Do you really want to protect your mother-in-law? Doesn't.
As much as she can be a pain in the butt, she is still family,
Correct.
and family needs to be protected. Even if it's not by my own hand, but my payroll at least. But
Well,
she did, kind of chew one of her old bodyguards out and he quit. So, just be aware if you're going to be signed up for that duty, verbal harassment is a thing.
Fuck you, bodyguard.
fuck you, you piece of shit. What are you gonna defend me from? A kitty? You bitch. Yes. Well, we did have some time to talk, and
Excellent.
we both came to the same conclusion. We would love to join. However, we both, our research is a bit unorthodox the way we conduct ourselves. We feel that being out in the world and taking inspiration from the world itself has been one of the main reasons why me and my companion here, Ulrich, have been able to advance so far in the arcane. So that would be one of the first things that we would just have to let you know. If we come to an agreement, we would still like to keep adventuring. We don't feel that any research that could be done in a laboratory, it's not that it's not valued or anything of the sorts. It's more that we hate being stuck to a desk all day. And
He raises one hand as if to stop you. Now I understand what you're saying, gentlemen. And here's the thing. I'm on board with this. I want you folks to be working on my weapons division. And I don't want you testing it out on other scientists and researchers.
Hey Jim, check this.
Hey Jim, I need to hold on.
Just
Hold
plays
this
out,
shield, bro.
So
So we're
trust me.
in the
Look.
same boat here, gentlemen. You're going to be testing diamond quartz weaponry. I don't want you guys to just be sitting in a lab putting like chemicals onto a crystal and see how it fizzles. I've already did that in my first 20 years of research. I got the boring stuff out of the way already. You folks get to do the fun stuff. I hope that's a bit more enticing. We're on the same page here, gentlemen.
Look at
Carlos is like
Ulrich.
screaming on the inside.
Yep, I'll go
Chair. It's like fucking rip the chair handle off. Like the fucking.
So yes, that was. I'm glad that we see eye to eye in this, and I believe that we can both agree that it'd be our pleasure to work on your weapons division on this.
That's excellent, because I plan on making a very, very adventurous business venture into the arms trade.
Could I ask? And I noticed that you had a representative of some family or some connection associated with the government of Hecafates. Would you plan on extending that weaponry division into selling with them as well?
That is going to be up to the budgets of our particular sultan here. The weapons themselves are expensive as you can imagine, and would most likely only be in the hands of high-ranking military officials, before even considering disseminating it down to the regular peons. If someone has a sword that is worth more than their house because it's coated in diamond quartz, and he just loses it out somewhere in the desert on patrol, because he got bit by a venomous snake, and the quartz sword is lost to the sands, that's not exactly a good thing. So, you gotta start out these things small. Speak with the right people. Distribute items to the right hands and see how it goes from there. I've been in business for quite some time, and not even just the quartz and the silk and the whatnot. Even before that, I had a small stand where I sold meat from, back in my younger days.
Lemonade stand. I used to be a mean lemonade.
In any case, I know how relatively patient you have to be with these sorts of things. You folks are still young, so hopefully you can understand this as you age on in years and get to be my venerable age, although probably not as old, considering I do not believe you to be of elf blood. But there are some things that I have been doing to kind of stave off the aging process. And here's the thing, it has all to do with magical minerals. Not necessarily diamond quartz this time around. I have so many other things that I've come across in my studies and expeditions into the deep underground areas of this planet that we call. And the further you deep dive, the more extravagant things you find. You can have a taste of those things if you just work for me. Not to say that it makes you immortal, but...
No,
It drinks minerals. This guy's list is growing.
Mineral water, essential oils, crystals,
rub these
deep
two
breathing
crystals on your
exercises,
tongue.
and now you
Wim Hof, is that you? Holy
now you have to
shit.
do your affirmations.
Oh,
I am a good person.
God.
I am a good person.
Oh my god.
I deserve better.
Bone broth. Like, what's next? Like,
Drink
Now-
this saline solution that's like 90% salt.
Healthy.
Now, since we're clearly on the same page,
standing on
on
Give me my life back.
since we're clearly on the same
Pretty much,
table,
like-
on the same page with testing out your weaponry, what would be the requirements and first, let's say, taste of what you would want us to test out?
Well, I don't know exactly what you folks are capable specifically yet. I'm a good read of people, and I know that you seem to be well, a scholarly type. It's basically written all over your face, especially considering the facial expressions you were making when you were looking at the diamond quartz. That was... a monkey could have read that. But...
Monkey moment.
Return to monkey. Yes. But specifically, I don't know what particular types of magic or, well, other things you might be swinging around are. So, I would need to get you known better so that, one, I can hand you the appropriate prototypes. So I don't want to be giving you a bow if you have a, a bad shoulder, for example. But that is something for the future. Just more hypotheticals, just if anything.
Yes, of course.
But just for example, I would need to get you to know a little better. Maybe not me personally, but maybe you can speak with one of our in the research division, and he can help set you up. And then once you go out into the field and test the experimental weapons, assuming that everything goes spectacularly well in your favor, because that's what I'm hoping they are. I don't expect this to be a fair fight. When you have a quartz weapon, I expect it to be a landslide victory in your favor. And if it's not, then, well, I guess, well, I wouldn't say a money-back guarantee, but more research is expected. It is a research
Back to the
division.
drawing board.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
Inquisitive minds have a system and process. If it doesn't work the first time, just do it again, but harder. Kinda. Scientifically speaking, that's not how it goes. But that is essentially what I'm going to have you do. And of course, once you have finished your test trials, you'll record everything in the greatest detail that you could muster, from the number of giblets that this creature is blown into, to the number of swings it takes to turn this thing into a minced pie, and everything in between. You might even feel a rush of exhilaration as the adrenaline pumps through your veins for cutting through an enemy with such little or so much efficiency that it feels like you're cutting through paper. The exhilarating rush of blood across your face, every little detail. Record those and get that information to not only me, but the research division.
Get that fucking bit where you screamed "hell yeah"! Put that in there.
Why did you try to suck my cock?
That's what
How
I said
did
as
you-
I killed him. I needed to.
Now, when you struck the final blow, how did you do it?
6 times.
5 was not enough. Oh.
All right. Now, you were talking about benefits and all of those. Those are great. But what would you want to know from us at this current time? What our specialties are, what he's focusing on, what I'm focusing on.
Well, we'll get to those in a later thing. I also need to know that my employees, that I am not in a contract with, we are all here of our own fruition. No one is being held here without their consent. They can quit at any time. That goes for you too. If you don't like it, you can get up and quit. That being said, I must warn you, however. You'll be taking, as a member of the research division, very highly sought after information and research knowledge. And for that to go out into the public can be very dangerous. Not only for my business, but for just the welfare of anyone with this kind of forbidden knowledge. I'm not threatening you. I'm saying that's a heavy responsibility.
Well,
And if you apply that inappropriately, in your own private time, not underneath my payroll, everything is on your head, and could in theory be traced back to mine. So, you'd be sullying not only your name, but mine. Hopefully that acts as more of a social contract than an actual written one.
of course.
In any case, I have a number of bonuses lined up for new employees of mine, especially in the research division, considering I have very few hands there. Most people under my employment are miners and farmers, as you can imagine, and people who deal with the business side of things, of distribution and etc, etc. Boring stuff, not your division. Anyways, so, both monetary compensation in the form of Samir, as a forward operating bonus that is not going to be charged as part of your salary. It's a bonus, not of pay advance. As for you specifically, Kalos, you can either take the bonus in hard cash, or I can give it to you in raw quartz. If you're interested in that too, what you say your name was? Ulrich?
Oh, Ulrich, yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
Ulrich.
Yeah, yeah.
If you're interested in that too, I'm not sure how enthusiastic you are about diamond quartz, but
I didn't hear much about it.
well,
Only the surface
maybe
level
Kalos
stuff.
can enlighten you later, because it is quite a spiel. I'm sure he could talk your ear off throughout the night.
Yes.
Anyways, but if you're interested, you can take either the hard money in dollar bills, dollar bills,
Samir.
in Samir, or
Oh,
I can give it to you in the equivalent amount in diamond quartz for your own private research. Or if you take the research that you're doing privately and bring it back to our division, I can prepare another bonus. You can ask any of my employees. I hand out bonuses like it's the air I breathe, on top of their salaries as well. Don't say I'm not generous. It would be remiss to say so. I have more money than I can spend, and reasonably speaking, I might as well give it back to my employees. Makes them work harder. Loyalty is very high in this company. I have a very, very small employee turnabout. The only reason that people stop working for me is if they die of natural causes. Or in a mine.
Well,
But you're not going to be working in a mine. So you can only die, you don't only die of natural
else,
causes.
you can't die. Oh.
all right.
So, I boast all of those things to the heavens. Employees are not just people that I pay to do a thing. I value everyone's input. Even the people that I don't get to speak to, like the farmers and miners. Even if I don't speak to them one-on-one, I hear about their accomplishments through their foreman, and I send all of their accomplishments back down them in the form of money. So, if you're willing to do something that you genuinely find passionate about, and get paid to do so, I'm here. No contract to be signed, again. No contracts are signed. It's just whether or not you want to be here and get paid to do it.
Well, to be quite honest with you, I thought this conversation was going to go one way, but it completely went another.
Well, pray tell, how did you think it was gonna go?
I thought you were gonna completely say no to the idea of the adventuring research.
Oh, no. Again, gentlemen, I've done the boring stuff, as I said before. That was the first 20 to 30 years of research. Little tiny, safe to do in a tiny enclosed environment with tiny amounts of diamond quartz, being very careful, wearing goggles and everything. Holding my breath so that I don't breathe funny.
Even goggles.
All that has already been done. If there's any more research to be done in that regard, I already have people in that research division, the ones that can't swing a sword, the ones that can't wear armor without sweating after 5 minutes. You've been walking around that thing like it's the skin on your back. Which means that your joints are, you know, under a lot of stress. But you don't seem to be groaning or moaning like I do when I get up in the morning.
He's never groaned.
Exactly.
Put that
So,
on his resume.
you seem to be the perfect candidates to be part of my in-the-field research division to test prototype quartz weapons. So, this might be seeming as a, too good to be true, but I assure you everything I've said here is legitimate. Don't roll an insight check.
It's totally legit. Don't look behind the curtain.
Oh man,
Varys just hears like a buzzing in his ear, and he's just like,
I gotta. It's like,
Was it in fucking Japanese
Zen sees him,
anime
like,
when
twitching
someone
his
talks
ear,
your
like-
name, you sneeze?
yeah.
is that a thing?
Yeah, it's
I had
it's
no
a
clue.
you know superstition in Japan when someone like is
Do I
got-
speak and ruin this business deal or not? Speak? Just let him have his
now,
time. Like that's what I'm thinking. Like,
Ulrich here did have something.
Oh yes, of course. I don't want this to be just a conversation of me just blathering on about. This is a friendly relationship between one person who gives another person money for a thing. So
hopefully so.
go ahead.
Yeah.
I am all ears. I don't have anything
Okay.
left over until about 7 o'clock when my mother-in-law
Cool.
comes for dinner.
Well,
Damn it.
I hope that's better than the previous conversation. I just want to talk about like my past resume and my past and just
Oh, if you have
yeah,
some sort of criminal
yeah.
record.
No.
Oh, you don't.
Well,
Oh,
well.
no. Well, I
well.
don't. Well,
Listen,
well,
I understand people can change.
mhm.
People can change.
Okay,
That's
that's a
just
good
that's a good thing.
that's a
It's a
good
good
ground to start on for
Right.
sure.
Now, there are some things that could be deemed as just genuinely unforgivable.
Okay, such
So,
as?
well, I mean, if I murdered a whole village of like 30 people in cold blood,
Oh, I haven't done that.
that's like, but I mean, like, maybe stealing from someone because you're down on your luck and you couldn't afford a meal. You just steal a couple pickpocket, maybe just a couple Samir.
Okay.
Small things like that. If it gets up to serial killer level, though, I might have to put my foot down.
Cool.
He goes, my God.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Well, I just want to be really
How
clear.
much is
because
considered cereal?
5?
I think they have a definition for that, actually.
I think
more
it's
than one.
3. It's 3.
3? Yeah.
Yeah.
Double, triple homicide, or whatever. How do I phrase this? This is the thing. So, I'm older than I look.
So am I.
Quite a bit older.
But-
I don't
Sorry.
burp. He doesn't
He
burp.
just burps.
The corpse is coming back up. Okay, so I previously used to work for a family as a bodyguard on the western side of this continent as
see.
another name. About 51 years ago, my boss was killed, and I got caught in the crossfire of it.
Oh
And
my.
ever since I have been followed by a group of people known as the players, and it's come to my understanding that something 50 years ago or so had caught me up in that, and ever since I've sort of been hooked in with that. My name is not Ulrich, it is Siegeworth, and I'm going to drop my disguise. I want to say hello, and I want to work for you to possibly pay off any grievances that my previous employer may have construed such a hit to be placed upon him, and me being caught in the crossfire.
Your previous employer.
Was Alexia Navarre. That was there.
That's
I know
a
it's
name
been
I haven't heard in quite some time.
It's been many a year, I understand, and I understand business was business, and what he was doing was not necessarily smart. And sorry for any stress that he may have caused upon that, and forcing the hand of such an event to occur. Yeah, it's been a really long time, and I've been stabbed in the back more times than I'd like to account for, and I would just hopefully like to, people change. I'd like to extend, my services to you of no ill will. I just want to, live truthfully.
Don't we all?
If I didn't want to proceed any further without saying that, it doesn't feel right not to.
Now, how do you know all this, friend Siegeworth?
How do I know all this? Oh, I was there when that happened, and I followed up on it in recent years, and all roads kind of pointed in this direction, and I don't feel right not saying anything, and yeah, I would want to just squash the beef with you personally.
Now, I'm gonna put out a hypothetical.
Sure.
Now, I understand that I said that people could change.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I'm gonna add to this that vengeance is a very powerful driving force.
Sure. I ain't got a lick of
Grudges can
vengeance
be
in me.
held for quite a long time. I've dealt with dwarves that have held grudges for more than 75 years. For small
Yeah.
things like forgetting to tip
Sure.
at a restaurant.
If it means that I can't be employed with you, then understood. But if there's any resolution we can come to of me, getting them quite literally off my back, that would be.
No, I'm just trying to say that if you're not going to be here to say, act as an angel of vengeance
Mm-hmm.
in the name of your former employee from 50 odd years ago,
Mm-hmm.
from my perspective, you could be a dangerous man.
I'm not gonna be. I don't want to avenge my boss. No.
And why not?
it's been too long, and I've died too many times to want to pursue anything of that. It's literally been stabbed out of me. So
Now,
if you want
I
me,
might be inclined to believe you, but I'm gonna need you to make a persuasion check.
He says in his voice.
Go ahead and add a +5 to that, man.
20.
Go.
No, 19 because I got -1, so 19.
Charisma, lads.
Riz.
Go.
-1.
Guys,
Let's go, boys.
Next time we make character sheets, I need you to cross out charisma and write Riz. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, that's what I got.
To be fair, every
To be fair.
every guide I said I saw after making my character said the ranger should also use charisma as a dump stat. I didn't.
Well,
do that.
It's paid
Adam,
off.
my charisma has a modifier of -4.
He's the Rizzler.
It's the equivalent of going. You know those people who just go into like malls and record like, hey, like want to
It's
take
just a prank, bro.
take 2 bananas or double it and give it to the next guy. You go to people in the mall and you just like, let me smash or
Let me smash. I was just saying that.
Anyways,
Yeah.
your charisma has
Yeah.
this day not failed you. It
It's
looks
not-
you dead in the face, and as if like you just went to a Catholic priest and did your fucking confession thing, and then he comes out of the booth and just like, you're fucked up, kid, but I forgive you. That's totally what a priest would say.
You're totally
I
fucking
haven't been to
fucked up.
I haven't been to a confession.
It's in the job description. You
Hey,
kind of
that's
have to.
fucked up, dude. What the-
I haven't been to
I should probably be
confession
doing my
since I
last
was
note
like 7.
voice as well. I've dropped my thing. So.
Now, some people say time heals all wounds, including the bitter spite you might feel.
No, I don't have any.
Now,
Not anymore.
there's a couple of things that are quite interesting around these parts.
Mhm.
You worked for a guy who was kind of trying to stick his nose in my business, where it shouldn't have been. It could have really hampered with what we have today. I might have been just sticking as a mining company. Now, not to say that it's not profitable. It is 60% of our venue is mining. The other 40% is miscellaneous things on top of silk. So he wouldn't have put me out of a job. He would have been a mighty inconvenience, though. So if you're willing to denounce him, the dead guy,
Well, he's dead, so yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
It's a spiritual thing.
Sure.
Denounce him and his corporate espionage going ways. Make sure that you never try to do the same bullshit with me.
Deal. Yeah,
And-
I have an interest in that. Yeah. And?
Any ties to our competitors. Cut thread. Meaning the Navarre family as a whole.
Understood. Yeah.
Even if they're your best friends and will be the only one to show up to your funeral, that's not a threat. I'm just
Sure.
saying. That's
Sure.
the kind of relationship I want you to sever.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Do it. Gonzo.
Now that was a test. You were very willing to just say yes, just like that.
Do you want to see my back? My back is filled with knives. It's not a pretty sight. I'll save with that. But
Yeah, I
It's-
mean, if you look at his face as well.
yes, not good. Yeah.
Those
I-
are
I'll admit-
religious tattoos.
Sure. Yeah.
Usually for dead people.
Was. Oh, yeah.
Was.
No, he was, yes.
Well, you're kind of a... Can't seem to keep you down, can they?
So yeah. I mean, yeah. That's kind of why I'm here. I really just want to, peacefully settle this with you. And by the looks of it, maybe
You can settle
know,
this with me. But I don't have any kind of beef with you.
It's good. It's good to know. Do you know?
Now the
Ooh.
problem is...
Yeah.
Let me take you rewinding back a couple of decades.
Okay. Memory lane.
You already know
Mm-hmm.
what happened. You were there.
Yes, I was there. Yeah.
From my perspective,
Mhm.
I wanted this flea out of my hair.
Mhm.
Be that he was trying to come into my place, suck up my blood, my business, all sorts of other nefarious things. So what do you do to insects like that are pests? You take them off and squish them. So, I'm willing to get a lot done to make sure my business stays afloat. And then tiny fleas who are trying to stick their noses in places they shouldn't be are squelched.
Understood. Yeah, makes sense from a business perspective. Totally get it.
And even if someone like you with this kind of information wanted to go to the authorities and say, well, so-and-so did this nefarious thing hiring out a bunch of hitmen, they wouldn't care.
But I don't want to do that. So.
Good. I'm just
Yeah.
telling you it wouldn't do jack shit.
Mhm.
Got too much money to fling around.
Take a sip of my little drink that they made me.
I got too much money to fling around to deal with any kind of petty nonsense such as following the law. Kalos, that goes for you too.
Sir,
No,
you don't have to worry about me.
Understood.
I'm not a wanted man in any part of the world. What are you talking about?
Now all I gotta say is that when you work for me, you're protected. We are a family. Business associates and otherwise. You'll be protected. But when you're not working for me, with the knowledge that I helped to finance, and you start doing some dumb shit, or dumb shit like your old boss used to do, I know where to go to find a cloak and dagger. I won't get my hands dirty.
Sure.
And even if it gets traced back to me, it don't matter no how.
Mm-hmm.
So, all this money I can fling around that goes to your paychecks could be goes to someone else. Someone else's paychecks. Someone with a knife. But, my deal with your boss was concluded. I have no beef with you or any of his employees. It was just him. So anything that has to do with those assassins that are still on your back, I know it's them. I know it's them. Trust me.
It is them.
They have calling cards. It's written on your face.
Yeah.
I know it's
but-
them. But I'm not
How-
hiring them out for you.
So so someone else has hired them out for me.
I have no idea. But I do.
Oh.
Here's the thing. After they killed your boss, those assassins got arrested. Immediately. You can't just kill someone in broad daylight. It was like 1 o'clock p.m. I don't know why they didn't wait till nighttime. They killed someone in broad daylight, 1 o'clock p.m., jumped out of a window, bumped into someone's coffee stand, and got tangled up in the tarp.
What?
They got
What?
captured.
I actually fucking say that. What?
They got captured and sent to jail for guess how many years?
50?
50 years. And as soon as they got out, I knew when they got out. First thing they do? What did I say about vengeance? Huh? You got over it. They didn't.
I was just living it up. Fishing,
You went off
yeah.
to live. They sat and rot in a jail for 50 years. When they got out, they put the masks right back on. Cause you know how they hand you your stuff back when you get out of jail?
Here's your criminal masks. Yeah, I can't.
Here's
It's
your
weird that
masks.
They give you that back.
Here's your
yeah.
masks.
Oh.
Here's your daggers. Here's your cloaks. Here's the shoes and boots that you wore to commit murder. Gave it back to them. What did they do? Rehabilitation? Fuck that. Let's get the
Stabbing,
guy
Yeah.
who was a witness to one of our biggest blunders.
Oh.
So that's them, not me.
Yeah. Okay.
I might have hired the guy to kill your former boss,
yeah.
but that's all their baggage. I didn't do shit to you. I didn't know who the fuck
Understood.
you were until you walked into my store today. And frankly, I am still willing to hire you despite your history. What do you think of that?
It's good. Yeah. I mean,
So, you can
business.
change. It's
I can
business.
change.
It's business, fellas.
Business.
It's business.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Goodness.
So
Now,
No-
you said
no-
you were to offer protection to your family members.
There you go. There you go. We're putting everything together. Work for me. And guess what? We can get those kind, masked fellows off your back for good. Protection in any way. I could even hire a different group of assassins to take them out.
Jesus Christ.
Well, like we killed 4 of them. and
Well,
there
then
was
you
one
just
left,
have a
yeah.
couple left.
There's just
Because
the
it's not the
one
same
guy.
guys.
Oh.
It's
Well,
not the same guys. No, it's not the same. It's the same organization, but it's not the same exact guys. If you've already killed some, you've already shaved off how many of those fleas from your back? You got
4?
how many left?
1.
Well, they have a handler, so you get 1
Yeah,
plus.
the handler. So just 1. Yeah.
So then it's gonna be the handler, who probably still has a bit of a sting from one of his jobs being flubbed.
Yeah.
The lone assassin, who is still out there. So what is that, 2? That's 2.
No, 1.
Why is it 1?
You're just the guy with a big mask, right?
Well, no, you have the. You said, tell me how many assassins did you kill?
4.
All of them.
Yeah.
Oh, so then it's just the one guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just one guy. I can protect you from one guy. Because that organization that I hired, that whole group, that's his flock. They don't hire more of their flock. You killed his entire... You disarmed him. This is one guy. Work for me. I can either protect you from whatever the fuck he tries to do if he shows up in person, which would be extremely stupid on his end if he showed up in person to try and kill you himself. Or, give it some time, I can get my fingers in a couple of pies, and weed him out. And then you're good. You're good. Forever. Unless you piss someone else off. But then I can protect you from that too. By a different guy. So, I think we all have a beneficial relationship no matter what happens. You get money, protection, your friend here gets to play with magical weapons, more money if you do well in the research, you don't die unless by natural causes, and then maybe I can find some other jobs for your friends waiting out in the lobby. The one with the constant buzzing of flies.
Oh.
They're bees.
Bees.
Yeah, they're bees.
Excuse me, sorry, bees.
He makes great honey, though.
Where's it come from?
Don't worry about it.
No, yeah.
He's got an apiary.
You have your secrets, we have
He's
ours.
got an apiary somewhere.
Great, so we can talk to them in just a moment, but I want to make sure that you two guys are my #1 priority right now.
I understand.
So-
I thank you for being so understanding. Yeah, research sounds great. More than happy to further the field.
Nice verbal confirmation from him. Again, no contracts, just verbal conversations with people to people. Carlos, what do you think?
There I am. What else could I say but yes?
He stands up. His shoulders are very squared away. He doesn't even need his cane to stand up straight. And you can see now that he has, you know, back in his heyday, he probably would have been like really buff. But you know, old age takes time on your muscle structure overall. But with his crystals and medicine and stuff, he kind of has a little bit of that vigor re-established. He offers to shake both of your hands individually. This is the closest thing to a contract you'll ever sign with me. Just a handshake. Don't worry, I don't have like a blade in my palm that cuts your wrist and like makes its way a blood pact. You can look at my hand. It's a bare hand.
It's
It's a bear hand.
a bear's hand.
Bear's
Yeah, shake his hand.
Sure. Yeah. Take his hand. Do a lot. Yeah.
Why don't
However long
we
he wants.
discuss a couple of things about what you're going to be doing for us in greater detail? What I want us to do right now, pick up all your things, we're going to grab your friends, we're going to walk over to the research division. We can talk with your friends about getting hired in some other spaces if research is not their thing. But you're going to be doing combat regardless, so I'm assuming all you people in your party are fighters.
Yes, we're all very
Level
well.
3 fighters, got it.
Actually,
Yeah.
no, I'm an
Level 3
artificer.
class,
This guy here is a wizard. We got a ranger and a
A
monk.
lizard
so
somewhere.
we don't have any fighters actually anymore. They both died.
Hmm.
Hey, what are you talking about? Turok
Rocket.
is still alive.
Turok is
undead.
dead.
Barbarian
Turok is pretty
first
dead.
fighter. Yeah, he's
Well, no,
alive.
you multi-classed into fighter because you wanted to
Oh,
get.
yeah.
Yeah. So you got one. He's out there. Don't worry.
Hanging
He's
on
dead,
by
though.
the sinew.
He's
He's
Undead.
undead,
Oh, he's
but
alive.
undead is still
good.
dead.
He's
Also
alive.
has the word
He's
dead in
alive.
it, yes. Or unalive also has the word alive though. So, anyways,
yeah.
that's semantics. Let's see. So he stands up, shakes your hands, opens the door so that you guys can step out of his office, and closes it behind him with him exiting as well. He goes back into the lobby, at which point he introduces himself to the rest of the party who was not in the interview. He is, of course, going to be your guys' new boss if you decide to work underneath him. But two of your party have already shaken the hand. It's a handshake, the most sacred thing
It's very sacred. Yeah.
to work for Baruti of the Crystal Spark family. In any case, he escorts you guys to an adjoining building that is labeled as Research and Division Staff Only. Of course, now that you are hired, you are staff. You even get the little... So he opens the two doors and holds them open. There is no bright blue coloration here. It is almost like that fluorescent white that you would get from one of those white bulbs in like a lab scenario. Everything here needs to be basically completely spotless so that you can really get down and dirty with the actual experimenting part. You can see a variety of people, but there's only 4 guys here. 2 of them are gnomes, and one of them is a human, and then an elf.
Just because of my paranoia of Dominus right now, do I recognize any of them?
Go ahead and make a personal history check. No, you cannot aid him in his personal history.
Look, a gnome, I say.
I'm not proficient in history
Plus
anyway.
50. Again.
No, actually, I don't have history as a proficiency.
I will roll for you.
18 total.
You've never seen any of these guys in your life, not even a pang of deja vu.
Cool.
I've been in this place before. Higher on the streets, etc., etc. The rest of the lyrics. So, you don't recognize any of the people here. Baruti goes ahead and acknowledges, has them acknowledge his presence by just clearing his throat briefly. The 2 gnomes were working side by side, one of them holding a diamond quartz crystal inside of some sort of metallic holding apparatus, while another one began dripping this weird viscous liquid onto the tip of the crystal, causing it to fizz and sizzle, and then release these weird, almost looks like metallic iron filings that fall into a catch dish beneath it. They put the crystal and the dripping apparatus down, and they all, more or less simultaneously, slightly out of order, greet Baruti. He goes down the line and begins pointing down. He points to the elf first, who is wearing a pair of goggles that are not unlike your own, but you suspect that they can't see invisible. It's probably just for protection purposes. This one is going to be the elf male, who goes by the name of Garrick. Baruti introduces him as one of the first members of the research division here with the Crystal Spark family. He has been working for approximately 25 years, give or take. A little bit of downtime taken for... he took a couple of years off to raise his kid. That's just a part of his introduction, but has been essentially here for 25 years total. The next person who goes down to the line is the human guy. This man is a very, very interesting looking individual. He is missing an eye. You're not entirely sure if it's from research here that may have caused a kind of, detonation that would have taken his eye. He introduces him by not only the fact that he has a funny, almost pirate-like nickname, Old One Eye, for funny, haha, he only has one eye thing, but his actual birth-given name is Bailey.
Bailey. I see what you did there.
And I'm sorry, you said what race was he? You said
This is the human man.
Human.
One human man. And then the two gnomes are a pair of twins. They come from the same family, and one is a male, the other is a female. They are not fraternal. They are fraternal twins, so they don't look exactly like each other, but they come from the same womb and the same mommy. In any case, as soon as you get introduced to them, they kind of like almost simultaneously bow as you're being introduced to them. The first one goes by the name of Nakmos, that's the male. And the other one goes by the name of Sine. They are the newest group to be introduced to the research division and came as a pair, as you can imagine. They've been working here for only about 5 years, which is obviously less than Garrick, and even less than Bailey, who's been here for 10 years, so about a 5-year interval in between each one. These are going to be essentially not the people you report to, but you're going to share information based off of what you find during your field research with them. The first thing that they hand you is a general, almost one-size-fits-all white lab coat made of silk. Gives it to both not Ulrich Siegeworth, now that you've undisguised yourself, Siegeworth and Kalos get one. The rest of you were not hired to be here in the research division, so maybe you'll get a different thing to wear. But the lab coat itself, you don't need to wear it during field research, although you could if you want to, if it fits over your armor. It would be really tight.
I just shoot like Zen a look, and I go like, whoo, like I do a few like whoo, like gesture. Like.
He just brought you guys in here to basically, one, introduce the field research team that's going to be part of your team. That is not the League. These are the nerds.
Nerds. But we're all
There's
nerds.
that scene from fucking The Simpsons. No, just like shouting out the car.
But in any case, just wanted to, one, get you introduced to the research division, and two, get you your lab coats. None of your actual field research is going to be conducted here, obviously, as one, stuff is probably going to break, and two, doesn't want anyone to get hurt. The actual weapons and prototypes that you're going to be testing out are not here. They are in a separate closet / storage facility adjacent to this room. I say storage closet, but as soon as you go in here, it's actually approximating the size of a full warehouse. Many things here are locked behind very thick metallic doors that have enough locking mechanisms that if you wanted to, say, use the knock spell again to break through these things, you would probably wake up the entire neighborhood because you would have to cast it at least 5 times.
Not a 7 knocker like other guy.
Potentially. Some of them are in relatively see-through cases, so you can actually see the contents within. One of them appears to be... Imagine if you just took a football and covered it in crystals and then put it on a stick. That is essentially what this diamond quartz great hammer is. Another one appears to be that of a single-edged sword, almost like a katana, if you will, where the bladed edge has been coated in a fine layer of what is presumably some sort of liquidized version of diamond quartz, so that the cutting edge is coated in this thing. And all sorts of other materials, and even has like a quiver that has filled with presumably quartz, diamond quartz tipped arrows, or at least coated in some capacity. It is not only an armory and storage facility, but there is a small goblin that is essentially the
Yes!
Luke Goblin, let's go.
This goblin here is in charge of the maintenance and categorization and what's it called? Inventory management.
What's this guy's name?
This goblin introduces himself by running over to you guys and giving this kind of creepy, toothy sneer. His lips are relatively thin, so that his smile is very toothy. In either case, he is wearing a shrunken version of the lab coat, and has a clipboard and a charcoal pencil that he runs up to you guys with. Your new
User
boss
joined your channel.
introduces him as the... Gronk, what the fuck is your name?
Gronk, 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 Gronk.
What, is that it?
No, it
Yeah.
says Gork, and then in
Oh,
all caps,
okay.
Gork, and then Gork. I don't have the text-to-speech on, so I just read
I
that.
thought blind was
I think it's only Andrew that has it in the whole world. So maybe you missed your shot, buddy.
I got that ref. It's a Metal Gear Solid ref. I got you.
You interpreted those four.
Snake. Snake.
Snake. Is that when he dies?
Yes.
In either case, the goblin has been introduced as Fug Drill, or just Fug.
Fuglin is what it's called.
Ugly.
Bug Drill,
Fug Daril,
the goblin.
or just
Oh,
Fug.
Fuglin is his name. Bug Drill the goblin.
I love that we have a goblin quartermaster.
In any case, everything that comes in and out of here needs to be categorized and cataloged by Fug. He will not allow anything to go unnoticed, and has a very keen pair of ears to make sure that no one is doing things stupid. He has not had any person steal from his warehouse in the entirety time that he's been working here. Also because the guard here are equipped with essentially siege tier equipment, but you know, he's the last line of defense.
He'll bite you.
And he shows off a little knife that he has on his side that is comparable to maybe like, it's a knife to you guys, but like to him it's like a short sword because the size difference. And you can notice that it is tipped with quartz diamond, so he's got fucking license to
Makes it all
kill.
blow up like.
He got a license.
Go
to
ahead, fuck with fire.
License to fug.
Fuck around and find out.
Oh, that's the episode name right there.
Fuck around and find out. So as we're going and everything, and he's showing us this and he's introducing to us, at a certain point, if there's like, well, actually, I would just say this to be quite honest with you.
Be honest.
DM, can I change my character's name to Fug?
Fuglos.
I did have a question for you, Barit.
Baruti.
Baruti.
Barut.
Yeah. Baruti.
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 Kind of like fruity, but
Yeah.
Oh, no.
When it comes to moving across continents, my companion here can do that. Is there any way that you, by any chance, have a magical circle that we can easily traverse and come back whenever we need to and head back? You know, to come back and give research notes at a moment's notice, or whenever you require
Is there
us to
another
come
like
back.
method of
oh, a magic circle. You know, I even made one of those out of diamond quartz.
That sounds
Cool.
really expensive.
It was completely unnecessary.
Now,
Venture.
did it cut down the time though? Because I
No.
know you have. Oh, it didn't. Oh, okay.
It's the same thing.
Oh.
But it's probably the most expensive teleportation circle in the world. And you can say that when you use it.
Oh.
But
Okay.
no, it does not shorten the casting time. It is still
No,
very
no,
much
you-
same. It's the same thing.
The implementation of the circle, was it shortered? Was it because I know you have to do it for a year
yeah.
for a regular
Just a year.
magical
Nope,
circle.
it was, if anything, took longer because I needed to refine the diamond quartz down to a powder that can be essentially used to engrave the little etchings and runes on the ground. So if anything, it was more expensive and it took longer. But
But look,
it looks great.
Cool. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it even comes with this really nice crystalline flashing blue strobing effect when you use it. So if you have epilepsy, close your eyes.
I think we're good.
So,
I've just gotta look at
considering
Varus,
you
like-
folks will be working as my research division outside of this particular research division where you met the rest of the team, I do expect that you readily come back with as much information as frequently as possible. Not saying you have to come back every single day. That would be completely asinine. But if you have a big find that you want to share with the research division and by proximity myself and the rest of the company, either teleport here to do it in person, or here's the cool thing that we've also done. This is one that I figured out how to do when I stopped doing all the menial stuff. It was one of the last things I did. Communication. Communication using the crystals.
Oh.
You can use them as... you're familiar with sending stones.
Yeah, I create those all the time.
Yeah, he loves talking about them, yeah.
You're familiar with the limitations of sending stones.
Yes, 25 words. Once
How
a
would
day.
you say scrap the 25 words?
26.
Innovation!
You didn't say it was
It's just a
steady process.
minute. It's just a minute.
Oh.
Instead of 25 word minimum, it's just a minute.
Just speak really fast.
Correct. Just learn, write down what you're gonna say. Try to say as fast as possible while still being coherent. And you can get away with a lot more than 25 words. I have a couple of these already prepared. Now, I don't usually give them out to too many people, because I don't want them just calling me all the time. But, if you need to, and you can't make it in person for whatever reason, and you can reasonably determine a good way to send over a minute's worth of information, that would be the last resort. I know you probably might find a bunch of things that you want to talk about, and finding it within a minute is going to be relatively difficult.
Yeah.
But it's better than 25 words, because at least then you can also be grammatically correct.
I suppose it could be like a primer as well, right? You know, if hey, we've got some information here, we're going to be coming over tomorrow or whatever. I guess, right?
Do you need a notice for us to pop in?
No, I'm just going to inform the guard in front of the teleportation circle who you are, what you look like. Hopefully your friend Siegeworth here is not going to be disguised as he was initially, so that he confuses the person who is going to be watching guard.
You may call me Laszlo as well.
Laszlo, very well. Less syllables, fine.
Yeah, easier.
Anyways, we'll let the guards know, so you don't need a call sign or anything. But I would advise to not just, you know, abuse it too much. Just because.
Of course, yeah, understandable.
But it's there. Anyways, I'll take you to that in just a moment. I do need to speak with the rest of your companions here.
Yeah, totally, gents.
Now, are you folks, first let me introduce myself. I am your friend's new boss, Baruti Crystal Spark, of the Crystal Spark family. I have hired your friends as part of the research division here. They're going to be doing field research with experimental weapons to see how these diamond quartz weapons do in actual combat, and not just one of my researchers hitting a pig carcass. Anyways, but yes, if you are in that realm of intellectual capabilities, that you could be doing that, that's fine. Or, I could equip you with these weapons and just have Kalos and Laszlo here record what you do. But if you have any extra skills that you feel like would be best for either the business side, the research division, or helping with what Laszlo and Kalos are going to be doing, I would love to hear it, as potentially hiring you on. And your friends are getting a bonus, and by proximity, you as well if you decide to be hired within the next 48 hours. There's a special bonus only for you within the next 48 hours. Order now. Buy one, get one free.
Fucking hell.
Nice to meet you, sir. I'm Zen.
And, what particular skills do you have? I understand that you have a swarm of bees.
I thought they were
That
flies
I do.
earlier, but-
These are my new companions. They've been take quite some getting useful, but they can they help me out in a few ways. Good distraction. They make honey.
I see. And is the honey edible to regular
Oh
people?
yeah, certainly. Yep, it's perfectly normal. I eat it all the time.
Great.
My friends have tried it too.
I'm not entirely sure if I can help in terms of research. We're not researching honey, but
I'm not as good in the head as those two, but I know my way around a knife.
a knife.
Knives, fists.
Ah, I see. You're a martial combatant. I see. Well, I do have. I guess
I'm
you could
quite,
be acting as Kalos and
quite,
Laszlo's bodyguards then.
I could. They could watch themselves too, but it never hurts to have more. Quite a desk.
Oh, the bee got in my mouth.
That's the negative for charisma talking.
The bee got in his mouth.
Oof.
I'm sorry about it.
Dexterous symbol.
I see. Well
See,
then,
that
for the
wall, I
purpose
could
of
probably run circles around it.
Whoa.
Great.
Quick. Look how quick he is.
well, I suppose since they're going to be doing field research as researchers, potentially wearing the white lab coats if they'd like to, you'd be being hired on as a bodyguard. Wouldn't be the first time you were being hired as a bodyguard.
Double dip, double dip.
Zen's
And
just like,
what
also,
have
how
you-
long do you have to work at this company before the retirement plan kicks in? I'm
Yeah,
asking
I've
for a
not got
friend.
long left.
Oh, my bad.
When does it retire?
Yo,
Bees
My
only do so
401k.
much.
I'm already past 65. Do I get benefits?
That's
He
a
probably
question
got
for
stuff
this.
for like.
But
he
here's the
got an
thing with
elf
this world, the way like different creatures age. Like, how do you decide what retirement age is when?
If they hire an elf, they're just fucking
Yes.
indentured serviture forever. Yeah, you get to retire when you're 600. It's like, oh, okay.
And humans complained when they wanted to increase the age from 65
Yeah.
to 70. I think that was in France.
No, it was
It
like
was
no,
in
it was
France, yeah.
less than that. It was like 62 to 64 or something.
Oh, never
It
mind.
was
like a-
62 to 65.
Oh, okay.
3 years.
65 is already what we got over here. Like, yeah.
Yeah, 65. 62 is what we got here. So I can understand them. Fuck yeah, not working for 3 more
Elves
years.
would have
What?
to, elves had to do it for another, fucking like 200
I just want to
years.
fight anymore. Like,
Is it proportional? Like, yeah, is it like would it be proportional?
I'd
in
imagine
that?
Who knows?
so, yeah.
That's probably something that Gary Gygax didn't think about. You could
What's
probably
the-
just say that there are no retirement benefits for people
That
in this
is
world.
true.
They just die of
What a
dysentery.
prick.
What was I saying? Oh, he was going to
Uh,
direct his attention to Varys.
Zen running around. Zen's running around. Look.
And your particular set of skills, my friend.
As it relates to this group, I'm the survivalist. I kind of guide them through the wilderness. I also have a lot of weapon training, and so unless the stuff you're developing is like completely unrecognizable to the average fighter, I could probably pick up on how to use most of these weapons.
Interesting. So would you say that you would be the ranged specialist in this group?
Specialist, I can use close range stuff if necessary, but I prefer, like, if in a fight where I'm fighting for my survival, I prefer range stuff.
That's fine. Then, alright, well, Laszlo, Varys, he's going to be handling most of the ammunition, so make sure you keep a separate tab on your whatever way that you keep information. So just keep a separate tab between melee combat and ranged combat. So just we'll get those logistics out of the way in just a moment. But yes, thank you very much, Varys.
There is one conflict of interest, though. I feel like I don't know if.
Well, we're speaking openly right now, so please go ahead.
We were hired as our current occupation is bodyguard to a Morjamok princess, and at the very least, to an extent, I feel like personally I feel obligated to at least see an extent to this done, at least done to a point. Thurno Dolan, who we work for in Rutash, he was very good to us. I'd hate to just completely abandon him without at least seeing that job done to a part that's mutually acceptable to both ends. So that is probably the only conflict of interest as far as our previous employer goes. I just wanted that out in the open. As far as I'm aware at this current juncture, we're still.
Well, allow me to clear the air for just a moment then. So, I had asked your friend here, Laszlo. He worked for some company that was a thorn in my side so many decades ago. I had asked him to denounce and renounce any faith to that particular line of work. Now, your other company that you're speaking of, this,
Laszlo's Pearl Divers, not me. Oh, yeah, someone else.
Laszlo's Pearl Divers, not him, the company, is not a thorn in my side. They are an
They're quite nice.
associate of the Morgemoth family. I am not on good terms, nor bad terms with the Morgemoth family. We work in close proximity to each other, and don't really step on each other's feet, except for when it comes to the silk business. Now, your Pearl Divers are not silk traders, but they're also working with the Morgemoth family from enough extensions away that they would not be hampering my business directly, and I don't plan on diving into the pearl business anytime soon, pun intended.
Cool.
All right then.
It's also worth noting that, like, for use of we mentioned use of the teleportation circle. Assuming we continue on, at least finish this leg of our job as bodyguards, like there is a possibility that a Morgemoth member who is not very high up and is kind of unconventional as far as that family is concerned, but they could be
It's strange.
They would be-
Extravagant.
we would take precautions, but like without
I am
those
not
precautions,
particularly well versed on some of the extended family members of the Morgemoth family. I typically deal with the highest people in that company slash family slash whatever the hell you'd call it. So,
Well,
Princess is
What
trustworthy.
I believe,
far as
what I
secrets
believe,
go,
Eris
but-
is
yeah.
trying to get at. Would you care if the princess that's going to be traveling with us gets access to these?
a little bit. And here's my thing. I've seen Laszlo disguise himself. I would say that as precaution, if you as a group, including the princess of the Morgemoth family, decide to use my teleportation circle, disguise yourself first. And by yourself, I mean the princess. The rest of you, you can show your face, I don't care. Disguise the princess before you teleport to my circle, so that when you leave, a Morgemoth family member is not seen vacating my premises.
That is within our power to do.
That is definitely something we could do.
If that's within reasonable bounds, then yes, you may use the teleportation circle, as long as whatever you're doing is not a direct business relationship thing with the Morgemoth family. Such as, say, corporate espionage.
No, we.
Definitely not.
Great.
They don't inspire. Like the princess aside, the Morgemoths don't really.
We don't really care for their politics.
Now,
Only-
one thing that might step on each other's toes is if one job of yours is stepping on the feet of one of my jobs. Now, you're in research division, so you kind of have a bit of leniency. You don't clock in at 5 o'clock and say clock out at 8. That's a terrible time span. Who comes into work at 5 o'clock?
Ooh, crazy
Well,
work.
So
9 to
let's
5.
lay
That's
out
the
a
right answers
let's
there.
lay out a hypothetical job. Part of the last leg of acting as the princess's bodyguard is participating in a certain event that she's basically been tasked
Gathering
with
blood.
finding blood from a dragon, and we may.
Blood from a
As far-
dragon. Isn't that some fairy tale bullshit there? Anyway, so that's something that you need to do?
It's been
Well,
requested.
why not use some diamond
Exactly.
horse weapons on the dragon?
Exactly.
Well,
the
sure,
same
you
line
would
of thought.
like
I
to
just
see
wanted
how that
to.
works.
We
see
just
how
wanted
your-
to-
your-
yes.
I just wanted your opinions on that.
Well, I am hiring you folks for weapon testing, and what better than an apex predator that's not a humanoid? Or bear.
And bears.
Or a sand
Yeah.
lion.
Ooh, sandline. What's that?
Maybe you won't have to find out.
That's the thing that pulled you in the ground. I don't know. Is that one of them?
It's, well,
Well,
an
I'm s-
antlion is the regular size version. A sand lion is the
Well,
fantasy
antlion is.
version.
Well, you say antlion. I think the thing from Half-Life. The
Is that the thing that fucking was
Killed you,
trying to
yeah.
pull us down, right?
Yeah.
The centipede. Oh shit.
Antlion is like the real life one. A sand lion is just like the big fantasy version of it.
Ah, okay.
Or
Like
a
a wolf-
Half-Life version.
Yeah, like the wolf to dire wolf.
Gotcha.
But
Okay.
like bigger in terms of the multiplier. Anyways, so I don't really see too many feet being stepped on. Your schedules seem to line up just fine. So just what I want you to do is make sure you go over towards the research division. I know I introduced yourself already, but I kind of pulled you out before you could say who you were. Just go ahead and introduce yourself to the members. What you're going to be doing is mostly reporting to them, and then we culminate all of the information, and it comes back to me eventually. Most of the information doesn't need to come to me directly. So, what I'm going to give you is, well, they're going to give you 1/2 of the crystal to use to communicate with them. Then, meet back up with me when you're done with them. I'll be in my office, and I'll take you to the teleportation circle so that... who's going to be using the thing?
That'll be me.
Okay, well, you can do that while the rest of you can get your paychecks. Sound like a good deal?
Yes, totally sounds reasonable.
Why are you singing?
It's echoey in this fucking
Is that
warehouse.
happy?
The acoustics are too good for them to resist.
In any case, so, let's go ahead and do everything I just said in that order. We can expedite it a little bit, so... The research division gives you a special crystal. It's essentially a sending stone item, but a diamond quartz version where instead of 25 word limit, it's a minute worth of audio. It does still have the same limitations besides the number word count, like the number of times you can use it like a sending stone, but for the intents and purposes of what it is, and inventory management, you get 1 crystal. Has been shaved...
Per person? Or
Just 1 total.
Just
one,
total.
yeah.
That can go to Kalos, I think feels fair.
Yeah. Oh, show.
If you want to differentiate it from like a
I'm
sending
just
stone
gonna call
for
it
whatever
a
reason, you can
diamond crystal.
I was gonna say crystal
Diamond
phone or something,
quartz.
but sure.
Oh, crystal phone. Fuck yeah, do that one.
So they give you that. They introduce you to the members so that you can, 1, give your names to them, have a brief conversation on how the things operate, and then they show you what is essentially a checkbox list on a sheet of paper that says, when you're doing your field research, this is how you should do it. And it goes over things like, alright, what was the name of the weapon you're doing? What were you fighting? How long were you fighting? Injuries sustained by you, injuries sustained by the enemy. And it's just like highly detailed report of what combat information gathering is like. And it's not just, I hit him for 7 damage.
So they want the combat log, but with details.
I hit him in the balls and he died. Done.
The DM said, asked me how I wanted to finish him, and I destroyed him.
And I refer to something not related to the game as a reference point. Hammy harder, man.
So that is what they give you. They don't give you the weapons yet. You can go to Fug later for that. But they give you all of that rundown and just introduce themselves. They're all pretty nice people. They are very business oriented and like very, very passionate and driven in their pursuit of knowledge. Not in like a sickening kind of way that eventually leads someone to becoming a lich, but like, you know, just like a healthy, speculative, imaginative mindset.
Kalos' people.
These are my people.
Big nerds.
I'm a nerd. I'm a jock nerd. I can swing weapons around.
In either case, you get introduced to them. They give you the rundown plus the magic phone. Sorry, crystal phone.
I'm just happy to be alive. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Laszlo. Hi. What up, Fug?
Fug's not here. He's in the stores.
He's
thing.
in
Damn
the-
it!
he's in
No!
the- He's
Fug
in
has
the,
his
uh,
own realm, alright? You need to go to
Are
Fug
we-
realm.
Fug's gonna be the main character we bring along with us. I can see it.
Our next big NPC that we have
Big
to escort
NPC.
around.
Fug.
Killed.
I was going to ask from the last NPC
Maybe
we
if
have.
we leave Fug here,
Technically,
he-
the
yeah.
caravan with the
Fug can't die if he never leaves
the-
We
it.
almost lost one.
perfume man. The
Yeah.
perfume man was technically the last one. We
We
I was
lost
gonna
Middle
say-
Dan. That was our first.
R.I.P. Middleton.
Well, we you know, it was the Banshee and their really broken little monster
Yeah.
ability. Just
Yeah, fuck
Insta-death.
you, little guy. You're
insta
dead.
death.
Oh god. Can I also get? We got like a
Introduce
researcher
yourselves.
suit.
You got your white lab
Research-
coats,
yeah,
yes.
white lab coats.
They are made of silk and have pockets.
We tell them about the going to the Shadowfell, and you know that was cool.
I picked up this cool
We
stick.
pick we
We're
like
gonna
tell
add
them what the cool stuff that we've done. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
pretty cool. It's
Not
really
everything.
cool. Not everything, of course. Not that there's
Yeah.
The very,
Goods.
very broad
Yeah.
strokes.
Well, considering you did bring up extra planar travel, and these folks have not all of them have been, you know, home plane all their lives as most people are wont to do. That does bring up a decent amount of questions from them in terms of things that you saw in the Shadowfell. If you'd like to, you can either actually have conversation with them, bring up the topic and actually talk about it, or just bring it up and leave them blue-balled.
Oh no, we got to give them a little bit of detail. We can't blue ball these
Give
people,
bit of
guys.
sauce, yeah.
Yeah,
Flip back a couple pages.
we give them the nice detailed report. Basically,
Everything
our
is in
first
black
report.
and white.
You don't want to be
I'll
there
give
for
you the
a
black
long
and white
time.
version.
Oh, we don't
Shades of
tell
gray.
we don't tell them about the Hell Hecate.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
like
we
that.
definitely
Just
don't
like,
tell them that part.
Okay.
I
went
think
to a
that, and
temple of
you know,
Hades. It was sick. Like,
Are you a god? So, you brief them on what is essentially the safe version of your recount of the Shadowfell before breaking off away, leaving them still wanting for more, but you know, you gotta go to the boss man now to get your money.
bring me on the crystal phone.
Wait, no, we go to. Oh no, yeah, Crystal Phone. It is.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
I gotta go to yeah.
So,
get
you guys go over to his office. Of course, he's in there doing things like writing in a ledger, miscellaneous NPC things that make him look busy. I'm just fucking thinking of
Whoa.
Skyrim right now.
He's juggling. He's juggling.
Or like that one NPC in Fallout 4 where he's like pretending to hammer something, and it kind of just like he's
yeah.
drunk at these swaying back and forth.
He is drunk.
So you find your new boss in his office. He takes you to a teleportation circle. This one is slightly deeper into the establishment, requiring you to pass through at least 2 doors before you actually get to the actual room. As previously described, it is indeed inlaid with diamond quartz. The letters are slightly raised above the surface, and each one glimmers with the force of 1,000 stars. It's very bright in here. Any kind of external lighting, like if you brought a torch or any kind of daylight that shone through here, would cause it to refract in so many different directions, it looks like you got flashbanged. So keep lights down to a minimum around here. You can take the time to record that and add it to your repertoire of magical circles, Laszlo, and the rest of you get paid.
Okay.
As per the previous conversation you had with him, though, you can substitute the Samir value for him just giving you a quartz diamond. Or diamond quartz. But you can't split it down the middle.
Okay.
So one or the other.
Do we have to take, if we take the diamond crystals, do we have to take them all at once? Because I know, like, he's like, we got that info that they do dole out. So do we have to take them all at once, or can we, whenever we pop back in, take some and, you know, like that?
He will be giving you one immediately.
One, okay.
What's the value of that?
Well, you have not negotiated your salary, but you kind of shook hands without even negotiating that. So
2 gold.
it's a surprise salary, guys.
Oh,
Imagine shaking on a job without knowing how much you're being paid. Anyways,
well, it's an
life
upshot,
lesson learned. I'm not going to screw you guys over like that because this guy has been flaunting his wealth and he's not going to shirk his responsibilities of paying his employees for experimental weapon tech. So,
that leaves you open to lawsuit.
He'll just shoot you with his laser.
he'll just kill you for your
law.
Alright, so you can be paid in either Samir or crystals. When you get up to the desk, you may ask him. Kind of like when you go to the ticket exchange at a Chuck E. Cheese and you're like, I want the gumballs and the little ring pop. Or you can have the spider ring. Choose your price.
The spider ring is great. Who wants to go first?
Well, let me at least tell you how much he's going to pay you so you can determine whether or not you want to take the crystals or otherwise.
Okay.
So, in Samir, now you guys are not going to be paid the same amount. Don't bring up any kind of weird gender politics because you're all men.
It's ma'am. No, okay.
So you're not being paid the same amount. He is paying more for the research division boys than the bodyguards.
I'll divvy the, yeah, we'll see how much
means
it is,
that
so.
the research division is being paid in a bonus of 30,000 Samir right now.
Nice.
That's for the research boys. For the people being hired on as bodyguards, that's Zen and Varys. And Andrew's obviously not here, so he can't be hired right now.
Ooh, no money, buddy.
And
Sorry.
people
What
obviously
if-
wouldn't
what
even
if-
hire Andrew in the first place. Andrew
No.
specifically, not even Dolls. He wouldn't hire Andrew.
Andrew's busy dealing with
Other kind of
reptiles.
lizards, yeah. So
Yeah,
the
yeah.
research division boys get their 30,000 Samir bonus right now, and then you get paid. Well, if you don't come in to pick up your check on a weekly basis, then on a monthly average, it's going to be a slightly different amount. So, but this is just for the bonus right now. So determine whether or not you want the crystal. So 30,000 Samir worth of Samir or crystal. As for the rest of you, you're getting paid 25,000.
Oh, nice chunk. Do they get the option of getting the crystal too, or no, it's just-
Unfortunately, no, because he doesn't feel that the layman should be having this kind of technology. Imagine giving an alien ray gun to a toddler.
No problem there.
Well, Kalos does kind of. I looked at Kalos.
He-
There's that.
Toddler.
I
I'm
respect
keeping
it,
I'm keeping an
'cause
eye on Kalos.
Respectfully.
I respect it, dude.
Respect on my head.
It only goes against my whole life philosophy, but okay, I respect it because he's
the
giving it
money.
to me.
Okay.
I am
Well-
not the layman anymore.
Well, no, I like the last time that that this happened, right? We got the crystal ball, and a old lady had it. Imagine if the old lady actually attuned to it somehow,
Maybe she did. Maybe she did.
and she would have gotten,
It
brain
was a plan.
blasted.
Maybe she was a squid, and it's just a long con. She knew that they 4D chessed us, made sure we had it.
Well, then I respect that. And yeah, not everyone should be having this. Okay, fuck you. Yeah, I'm getting paid really nicely. Money talks, unfortunately.
Varys
right now.
had to judge you at some point in this session to narrow his eyes. in
I'm
judgment.
concerned. It's not judgment. It's concern.
It's
I
out
know
of-
how he
Well,
gets.
You guys also
He made this
know-
all possible. He did. This is his win.
You also know that I need money in order to do my
I need
research.
money, I need money.
So,
We
see, it's
need
for the
money.
greater good. See, it's for the greater good.
How about I think the princess doesn't even pay us?
Right? That's what I'm saying.
We're forming
They're
a
no-
union.
Thurno
What the
Dolan
fuck
does.
is this?
Oh, that is true.
The
And,
princess does not, though.
and for the rest of your payments outside of this immediate bonus, if you want to make it into a monthly thing, each person, you just take the amount I gave you and move the decimal place one over, and that's how much you would be paid in 1 month. So he gave you essentially a 10-month advance. So it would be 3,000 a month for the research boys and 2,500 a month for the bodyguard dudes.
What's that in gold equivalent?
If you divide it by 3, one of them gets you an infinite decimal point, and the other one is actually divisible. So it's 1,000 gold a month for the research boys, and then less than that for the bodyguards a month. You do need to eventually come and collect it. It doesn't have direct deposit.
He's still working on that, though. Just give him a couple more years. He might have it sorted.
But 2,500 divided by 3 is a repeating decimal of 833.33 in gold pieces, if you want to know how much your salary is. Essentially write that down somewhere, because I'm probably going to erase this later.
Yeah.
So right, so 30,000.
What was it in gold?
833 rounded to 833.
Yeah, it rounds down.
So we got 10,000 gold technically as a bonus, and then it'll be 1,000 gold each month. Get paid. Okay. Damn. That's a lot of change.
That's more money than we've had in a very long time.
Bro, oh my
Got to
god.
put money in to get money.
So, with your money and the magical teleportation circle inside of Laszlo's repertoire of available magic circles, you can now essentially world hop.
Don't kill me. Don't
Fuck
let me
yeah.
die, because you won't be able to come back.
We'll be stuck
Maybe
until
you'll-
I get to level 17.
Oh, fuck, yeah, good luck, yeah. That'd be
We're still a ways from that.
2025,
That is
2024, like,
that
that's
might
a couple of years off.
You know, in the Rings of Power, how she just swam the entirety of the
Oh,
ocean
don't
between the
even.
land of the elves and... Okay.
Fucking, there's no sea creature that would get her. Like, fuck
No,
that.
nonsense. She's a
Seagulls
strong,
wouldn't pick her eyes
independent
out.
elf.
Woman.
And next is going to be you guys being kitted out by Fug.
Fuck yeah.
Fug, yeah. The tagline for this thing is Fug, yeah, but unfortunately, we're not going to do that today. Because
Bug around.
I didn't make the weapons yet.
quick question though. This is not. I don't ask this out loud. I'm just asking for my own. Because
Okay.
I zoned out a little bit when we were initially in the.
You better not zone out when Fug's on the screen. I'm just saying that right
Yeah,
now.
fuck you.
What color is the quartz? What color does it have? A color? Is it like clear? Is it?
It is
Like light blue, right?
very light. So, can you guys see my entire room is colored this blue?
Yeah.
There you go.
That's the
So,
blue.
I thought you were gonna go somewhere with it. Oh man, you got me.
Oh, we got fugged out.
I can't
Just
believe I'm
saying.
not dead.
Purple is a red flag color. I'm just saying. I just need to know.
Well,
Okay,
you know
Henry's
who
wearing
has
purple.
you know who has purple is
And their
Henry's
skin, yeah.
character portrait here on the fucking stream.
Henry's not a red
So
flag.
if anything,
okay?
Henry is the embodiment of a red flag because purple.
Nah.
Then again, this whole nation's non-official national colors are purple and gold. So everyone here might as well be a suspect.
Sus.
Don't be suspicious. See, guys, I'm just.
So what I want you guys to do for next week is tell me what weapon you want to be fucked up.
Oh,
Okay.
fuck yeah.
Specifically, the type of weapon and one potential magical effect it might have. I'll do the rest of the work in terms of what I do normally for magical weapons, but now you can kinda customize it, keep it within reason. Don't turn it into a Vorpal blade, please.
What's that?
I chopped their head
Kill-
off in
you-
a natural
you,
20.
Yeah, you automatically chop their head off on a natural 20 for Vorpal blades. And if it can't live without its head, then it immediately dies. If it's a multi-headed creature, then it just does a shit ton of force damage. But, so, come up with the weapon you want. So, Varys, yours might either need to be the actual bow itself or the ammunition, which could potentially be making it so that you have a finite number of uses. So, just keep that in mind. And don't write,
Yeah.
the arrows are indestructible.
The arrows always fly back.
Keep
to
it
me.
within reason. That would be not necessarily a legendary equipment, but enough for that initial time when your boss was describing the possibilities of quartz weapons to Kalos that made him cream his pants. And then I'll fill in the rest.
Fuck it up
You
now.
want us to just drop that in the chat with our summary, or
Whichever way you feel is necessary to get the information to me, do not send it to my house.
I'm gonna mail
Make
it.
me
I
a bomb.
got the stamp in the envelope. Right here.
Uh-oh. Oh god.
Yeah, I'd have to think about that because.
So yeah,
Oh, yeah,
take the time
yeah,
to
I
do
need-
that. Potentially have it by at least before the movie marathon.
Does it? Does it? It has to be a weapon, right?
Not necessarily. It can be, as you've seen in the guards, armor, which does include shields. But you're going to be given one each. So pick carefully. And
I could get like a Magneto helmet made out of crystalline. I could fucking beam people.
I already know the magical properties of the quartz crystals,
Okay.
or diamond quartz, and judge based off of how much your boss hammed it up. What could reasonably be a thing for the quartz crystals? If you're saying like it does this amount of extra damage, I already know the damage type, so just leave that blank.
Okay.
Come up with a reasonable amount of dice that it would add. So at your level, most things would probably add somewhere to the maximum of anything that adds up to so 4d6 would be a maximum of 24, or any other combination of dice that could make 24, so 3d8s, etc. Or don't say 24d1s, don't do that. Nor do 12d2s, because that's just a coin.
It's even well, obviously coins.
It's a coin.
Like,
So it could be a bunch of d4s, it could be d6s, d8s, d12s. Because it can essentially maximized at 24. So every dice except for d20s and d10s, because you couldn't get 24 with 10s.
I've got a technical question. Can Laszlo use a rapier and a staff and still get the benefits of Bladesong?
Bladesong specifically says once you
Does
only
a staff
works...
count as a weapon? It does, doesn't it?
A staff can be used as a weapon because it does hold the stats of a quarterstaff when used in such a
Okay.
way. It also is primarily a magical focus, so it has both of those as
So if I
checkmarks.
don't use it as a weapon, I can still get the to
I
hit
just know
with.
Bladesong very specifically says if
Yeah.
if you pick up a two-handed weapon, your Bladesong automatically ends. So I don't.
But it's
So,
not
like,
a two-handed
you-
weapon though.
I guess it's just
No,
it
well, a
is
quarterstaff
it-
is a weapon that has a versatile stat on it, so you can either do
Sure.
it one-handed
Okay,
or
I
two-handed.
was
Well,
just
I
thinking-
think the gray area is more in terms
In my head, it was like he would use his rapier and he'd have the staff of Black Omens in his other hand. Because I haven't really been using the staff of Black Omens just because I was really unsure of if I can use that. You know.
Well, if
mean,
the
you could
wording for Bladesong is two-handed weapon, then you're not two-handing a weapon, you're dual-wielding, which is technically is called two-weapon fighting, which is different than
Yeah.
dual-wielding. Sorry, dual-wielding or two-weapon fighting is not the same thing as two-handing a weapon. Even though both hands are occupied, it's not the same category. So, if that's the wording for Bladesong,
This is
then
the
you're
wording.
okay.
This is the wording.
Okay, got it.
It
Go for
ends early if incapacitated, if
Okay.
you don medium or heavy armor or a shield, or if you use two hands to make an attack with a weapon. So
Then
yeah,
that's two-handing a weapon.
yeah.
And that you'd be technically two-weapon fighting.
Which
I
is
mean,
fine.
worst case scenario, you're using that staff to cast a spell, which is an action anyway. So you could just say, "Oh, I use my free action to switch." So it's like,
Yeah,
unless we want to change the mechanics again.
that's fine. Then there's no issue with that.
You also have Warcaster, which makes it so that you can have something in both hands and still have the somatic components covered because of Warcaster. So you're covered in that
Warcaster
regard
It's-
too.
yeah,
Warcaster's also good because
because
you
the
can,
staff facilitates that, right?
you can cast spells as opportunity attacks. That's also.
Yeah.
I cast Power Word Kill as an opportunity attack.
I have tough. That's the
Fuck
only thing
you.
I've got. So
Die. So yeah,
that is
it does-
literally a fuck you die. And
It doesn't have to be a weapon. It can be a shield or type of armament, or armor. Excuse me. Armament means weapons.
Yeah.
The only thing that probably wouldn't be is jewelry. So either weapons or armor. The reason why not jewelry is because that's a Morjama thing. And even
is,
though that you could put the quartz into jewelry, that's not what the research division has been making. And Fug says no.
Fuck you.
Fuck that.
Fug
Fuck you.
Need a mascot costume of Fug. Just
Do you want me to? I'll paint Fug. I'll get him. I'll get him going.
well, let's see if he can last long more than one session.
He's not gonna die.
I don't know.
You
what
never
people
know.
Do. I didn't think Middleton was gonna die.
I'm not taking Fug out of that building. He's like in Fort Knox. He's if he. Like
He's in
Schrodinger's
Fug Knox.
Fug Knox, yeah.
I was waiting. Hey, I was waiting for our new boss to just put on the Fury mask and be like, I had a lot of different jobs before I rose to my.
Andrew
I was
threw a fucking iguana in the air when he heard that on the